A Russian diary underscore a journalist's final account of life, corruption, and death in Putin's Russia. Anna Politkovskaya. Forward. Scott Simon. Anna Politkovskaya could have left Russia. Remember that as you read these journals. She was born in 1958 in New York, where her Ukrainian parents were Soviet diplomats at the United Nations. The U.S. Embassy in Moscow considered her a citizen. She was entitled to an American passport. With all of the resourcefulness that Anna Politkovskaya had relied on to survive in Chechnya and Ingushetia, she might have pulled a scarf over her short, soft gray hair, doffed the simple oval glasses by which she was so easily identified, left her apartment building by a back door, met a friend to guide her, and gone to the U.S. Embassy. Or visited her sister, Elena Kudymova, in London. Russian officials were glad to see her go, knowing that next to nothing she said or wrote outside of Russia would ever be heard or read there, and just stayed. She could have flown to Berlin or New York to accept one more award for heroism. She could have gone to a conference on the Caucasus in Paris or Vienna, told stirring stories of her indisputable courage to astounded students at Columbia, Stanford, or Iowa State, signed up with a think tank in Washington or Cambridge, and never have to go back to Moscow. Anna Politkovskaya could have lived in Manhattan, Palo Alto, or Santa Monica, with a car service waiting downstairs to whisk her away to expound on Russia's corruptions and treacheries from the safe confines of a television studio or college campus. She would have risked leaving her mother, who was battling cancer, and her 26-year-old daughter and first grandchild. But she would be alive, surely what they would have preferred. Family and friends had urged her to leave. Russian soldiers, police, oligarchs, criminal gangs, and the highest-ranking Russian politicians had explicitly threatened her life. When she grew violently ill after sipping a cup of tea on a flight into Beslan to negotiate during the school hostage crisis in 2004, she saw it was an attempt to silence her there and then. Alexander Litvinenko, the former KGB man who became a critic of Vladimir Putin, told her to leave Russia. But Anna told David Hurst of Britain's Guardian newspaper in 2002, "The more I think about it, the more I would be betraying these people if I walked away. The only thing to do is to take this to the bitter end, so that no one can say that when things became difficult, I ran away." Those words would sound sanctimonious from almost anyone else. As the daughter of Soviet diplomats, Anna grew up with books, magazines, and access to news that was banned for ordinary citizens. In fact, her parents, impressed by the free flow of ideas in the West, smuggled books in for her. When she studied journalism at Moscow State University, she risked writing her dissertation about the poet Marina Tsvetova, who had been banned by Stalin and eventually hanged herself. She went to work for Izvestia, the official house organ of the Supreme Soviet Central Committee. Pravda, the other best-known official daily, but in no sense a competitor, was the official voice of the Communist Party. Pravda means truth, Izvestia means news, and the joke among Russians was, there is no news in Pravda and no truth in Izvestia. Within a few years, Anna was able to meet the criteria for a job at the in-house magazine of Aeroflot, the state airline of the USSR. The journalism was probably trickier than what Americans associate with airline monthlies, creating a favorable impression of the grimy and treacherous Aeroflot fleet in the early 1980s would have tested Dostoevsky's imagination. But she also qualified for free plane tickets, which she used to explore the breadth of her own vast, dazzling country. She fell in love with the majestic immensity of Russia's variety and soul. She was appalled by the depth of its poverty and cruelty. When the era of Mikhail Gorbachev's perestroika began to bloom, Anna saw opportunities to do the kind of journalism she had known in the West. She became part of the founding group of Novaya Gazeta, new newspaper. It was that newspaper that first sent her to Chechnya, where she would return 39 times. At the heart of these journals is the anger and revulsion Anna Politkovskaya felt over what she witnessed there, over and over, and what that brutality disclosed about the system that ruled her country. Americans may see the Russian war in Chechnya as a prolonged conflict stretching on for more than a decade, like the Soviet campaign in Afghanistan or America's in Vietnam. But for Russians, there are two distinct wars. The first was declared by Boris Yeltsin after local leaders split the Chechen-Ingush Republic in two as the Soviet Union spun apart in 1991. Ingushetia joined the Russian Federation. Chechnya refused. Russian forces rolled into Chechnya in 1994, Czechoslovakia 1968 style. One is tempted to say, when Russia said that instability and civil war threatened peace in the region. But by 1996, the ill-equipped Russian army, which rained down expensive explosives on Chechens, but could not feed or shoe its soldiers, had to withdraw. Russian public opinion, appalled by the uselessness, cost, and visible brutality of the war, called on Yeltsin to sue for peace. Many in his government openly blamed the press for informing and inflaming the public. Anna Politkovskaya was prominent among those reporters who sent back vivid and infuriating stories of Russia's scorched earth campaign of kidnappings, rapes, massacres, and the bombing of innocents. If such coverage caused the public to shut down the war in Chechnya, Anna believed it was an example of what a free press and an informed public in a democratic society should have the power to do. Anna Politkovskaya strongly believed that Vladimir Putin and Russian security services had allowed the self-proclaimed Chechen terrorist Shamil Basayev to stage raids in Dagestan in 1999. This permitted Vladimir Putin to cite chaos and instability as a reason to send Russian forces back into Chechnya. I am less certain of that, and will leave Anna to make her own argument in these journals. But Putin had manifestly drawn lessons from the first failed Russian campaign in Chechnya. Keep out reporters and have no mercy. The killings, rapes, indiscriminate shellings, and torture of Chechens became more intense and went almost unreported. In October 2002, heavily armed terrorists professing allegiance to Chechen separatists, Shamil Basayev claimed credit for the plan, seized the Dubrovka Theater in Moscow during a performance of Nordost, a Russian musical. They took 912 people hostage. The terrorists said that all of the captured theatergoers would be killed unless the Russian government withdrew its forces from Chechnya. Anna Politkovskaya, whose reporting from Chechnya had made her name known among the terrorists, was called in to try to negotiate some kind of agreement that would save the lives of the hostages. No agreement was reached. The Russian government quickly concluded, if it had ever thought otherwise, that none was possible. After just 2.5 days, Russian special forces stormed the building. But first they laid down a cloud of what is still an unidentified gas. 33 terrorists were killed. Some might have escaped, but so were at least 130 of the hostages. No Russian special forces died. Important questions persist. How did any of the hostages die when a gas was laid down to render their captors unconscious? Why was there no medical assistance on site for the hostages? Why were terrorists shot if they were stunned and inert? Was there something that government forces didn't want anyone to have the chance to say? Anna Politkovskaya came away convinced that the terrorists, and she called them that, no stylebook euphemisms for Anna, like militants or activists, never would have killed the hostages, and that the Russian government never would have permitted a peaceful solution. It wanted to shed blood. I am less sure of the former than I am of the latter. She was there, I was not, and I honor her experience and judgment. I just am not convinced that the kind of people who use guns to capture innocents in the first act wouldn't use them to kill before the curtain fell. From my own experience, I can imagine gasping, coughing terrorists shooting hostages as they grasp that Russian special forces are preparing to storm in. But indisputably, the Russian government used the siege to squelch the last gasps of a free and independent press. It closed one television station during the siege and censored radio and television coverage. Then the Putin government used the siege to persuade the lower house of the Duma to pass broad, blunt new restrictions on what the press can report and how. And the Duma pointedly refused to form a commission to investigate the government's handling of the theater siege. Questions about how and why the gas was used and the effect inside will never be fully explored. Anna saw Basayev as the almost predictable creation of the savagery of Russia's assault on Chechnya. In fact, a Russian air attack on Basayev's hometown of Dishny-Vidino in 1995 had killed 11 members of his family, including his wife and children. But I cringe at seeing this as any grounds for the siege of the school in Beslan, for which Basayev also claimed credit with no apparent regret. More than 344 civilians were slaughtered, including 186 school children. During this period, Anna was angry at America and Western Europe, which continued to support Vladimir Putin. She did not expect or want the West to sally forth. She had already had enough Western help, thank you, and said, Those in Russia who hope for help from the West need finally to recognize that winning back our democratic freedoms is up to us. But she was aghast when the West turned a blind eye toward Putin's crushing of Chechnya, his stranglehold on power, and his suppression of opposition, just as it had once overlooked Stalin's starvations, hangings, gulags, and massacres. The sad truth is that a lot of Western democracies like dealing with dictators. Tyrants can be tidy and reliable business partners. She also became frustrated with opponents of Putin's rule almost as much as she was with Putin's own regime, and the criminal gangs and oligarchs who ran wild with his indulgence. She thought that the tyrants and thieves had no conscience, while the reformers were elitists with little conviction or courage for confrontation. Our society isn't a society anymore, she wrote. It is a collection of windowless, isolated concrete cells. The authorities do everything they can to make the cells even more impermeable, sowing dissent, inciting some against others, dividing and ruling. And the people fall for it. That is the real problem. That is why revolution in Russia, when it comes, is always so extreme. The barrier between the cells collapses only when the negative emotions within them are ungovernable. And to be sure, in some of her lowest moments, some of them revealed in this book, Anna Politkovskaya wondered if Russians really wanted a free press or a free country. And indeed, a 2005 poll conducted by the All-Russian Public Opinion Research Center showed that 82% of the public wanted censorship. That figure might have represented the great number of Russians who were aghast at the coarse sex and violence that has become common on television in particular. But it certainly gives the government popular support for laws that stifle the press and political opposition. At about that time, Anna wrote approvingly of a group of people who organized a series of hunger strikes. There is much you can no longer say, but you can still go on hunger strike to show that you have been silenced. Sounding off at protest meetings has become virtually useless, mere preaching to the converted. Those who share your views already know the situation, so why keep telling them about it? Standing in picket lines is pointless, unless it is to salve your conscience. At least you'll be able to tell your granddaughter that you did more than vent your spleen in your own kitchen. Even writing books that don't get published in Russia because they are off-message doesn't have much impact. They are read only by people living abroad. By the way, at this writing, Anna Politkovskaya's A Russian Diary isn't being published in Russia. On the day that Anna Politkovskaya was shot to death, October 7, 2006, in the elevator of her apartment block on Lesnaya Street, the editor of Novaya Gazeta says that she was about to file a long story on torture as it is routinely conducted by Chechen security forces supported by Russia. That story will almost certainly never be read by anyone, inside or outside Russia. Even the substance of it will probably never be known. Russian police seized her notes, her computer hard drive, and photographs of two people she would reportedly accuse of torture. It is dangerous to be a real journalist in Russia today. A conscientious Russian journalist, unlike reporters in North America or Western Europe, doesn't have to travel into war zones to risk his or her life. Danger comes to his or her doorstep, car, or apartment block. The Glasnost Defense Foundation, led by Alexei Semenov of the Moscow-Helsinki Group, reports that during 2005 alone, 6 Russian journalists were murdered, 63 were assaulted, 47 were arrested, and 42 were prosecuted. The editorial offices of 12 publications or broadcasters were attacked. 23 editorial offices were closed. 10 were evicted from their premises. 28 newspapers or magazines were confiscated outright. 38 times, the government simply refused to let material be printed or distributed. 13 Russian journalists have been killed, in Russia, not Chechnya, Iraq, or Afghanistan. Since Vladimir Putin came to power in 2000, any American journalist who reads Anna Politkovskaya's journals should find it difficult to accept with a straight face the awards we give one another that laud us for being bold or courageous. I've probably had a fairly typical career for a reporter who has covered conflicts. I've had to duck sniper fire, been shaken by bombs, and once spent 2 anxious days locked in a room by teenage Palestinian kids who said they didn't trust Jews and wanted the tapes of my interviews. I've been called a communist by fascists and a CIA agent by communists, and I've been not too cleverly or subtly threatened. But as a member of the Corleone or Soprano family once said, this is the business we've chosen. Yet after reading A Russian Diary, I hope I always shrink from the arrogance to compare any challenges I face to those of a conscientious Russian journalist. If the President of the United States, Bill Gates, the CEO of Exxon, or the head of the Chicago mob doesn't like one of my stories, he has the power to crush, a pen in his hand, and write a really strong letter. The likes of Seymour Hersh, Nina Totenberg, and Brian Ross would be in prison in today's Russia, or driving cabs for their own protection. When American reporters challenge the government or corporate line on a story and spotlight abuse, deceit, greed, crimes, and conflicts of interest, they can wind up on All Things Considered, The Daily Show, and the bestseller list. They bring home trophies, get good tables in restaurants, and are given fellowships. If Anna Politkovskaya had the courage to attempt so much with so little, how can those of us who are reporters in the unsurpassed freedom of America demand anything less of ourselves? A Russian diary is not a personal memoir in the way Americans have come to expect. Readers will discover little here of Anna Politkovskaya's personal life. There is little visible, even between the lines, of the strain of Anna's career on her family or the special challenge of being a woman in a war zone. She would have been hard to book on Oprah Winfrey. She does not tell self-serving anecdotes about her colleagues. She rarely shares the gritty details of how she was able to dig up, cajole, or uncover a story. There are no entries of the kind that say, had coffee with a pleasant young woman named Jolie at the Satsita refugee camp in Ingushetia, and she said, she rarely speaks of being scared, except for her country. Of course, Anna had a personal life. She had 2 children and was about to become a grandmother. Her sister, Elena Kudimova, told me in a letter, Anna never thought about being remembered, because as a normal human being less than 50 years old, she was looking forward to living, especially inspired by the fact that she would have been a grandmother soon. She was considered a caring friend, and friends have told the story that once she returned home to Moscow from Grozny, where she had reported on a Russian rocket attack that killed scores of people, including babies, new mothers, and grandmothers, in a market and a maternity hospital, only to find her husband packing up to move out of their apartment. I can't take this anymore, he was supposed to have said, which might sound more sympathetic the second or third time you hear it. I don't think what Westerners might call Anna Politkovskaya's work, which wasn't ambition for money, notoriety, or advancement, but the struggle for the survival of her country, was more important to her than her family. Anna heard a ticking clock, winding down on a box of dynamite in a darkened room. She could see no good life for her family or anyone's family unless the country that she loved could pull back from its fall into despotism and cruelty. As a patriot and a parent, Anna Politkovskaya gave her life to try to prevent that. People often tell me I am a pessimist, that I do not believe in the strength of the Russian people, that I am obsessive in my opposition to Putin and see nothing beyond that, she wrote. I see everything, and that is the whole problem. I see both what is good and what is bad. By 2016, many of my generation may no longer be around, but our children will be alive, as will our grandchildren. Do we really not care what kind of life they will have, or even whether they will have a life at all? March 1, 2007. Contents. Foreword by Scott Simon. Translator's note. Part 1. The Death of Russian Parliamentary Democracy. December 2003 to March 2004. Part 2. Russia's Great Political Depression. April-December 2004. Part 3. Our Winter and Summer of Discontent. January-August 2005. Am I Afraid? Glossary. Translator's note. Some of Anna's diary entries include comments she added at a later date, and these are separated by a centered asterisk. Comments in parentheses are her own. Her murder, just as the translation was being completed, meant that final editing had to go ahead without her help. Information added by the translator is enclosed in square brackets. An asterisk in the text indicates an entry in the glossary. Part 1. The Death of Russian Parliamentary Democracy. December 2003 to March 2004. How did Putin get re-elected? According to the census of October 2002, there are 145.2 million people living in Russia, making us the 7th most populous country in the world. Just under 116 million people, 79.8% of the population, describe themselves as ethnically Russian. We have an electorate of 109 million voters. December 7, 2003. The day of the parliamentary elections to the Duma, The day Putin began his campaign for re-election as president. In the morning, he manifested himself to the peoples of Russia at a polling station. He was cheerful, elated even, and a little nervous. This was unusual. As a rule, he is sullen. With a broad smile, he informed those assembled that his beloved Labrador, Connie, had had puppies during the night. Vladimir Vladimirovich was so very worried. Madame Putina intoned from behind her husband. "We are in a hurry to get home," she added, anxious to return to the bitch whose impeccable political timing had presented this gift to the United Russia Party *. That same morning in Yessentuki, a small resort in the North Caucasus, the first 13 victims of a terrorist attack on a local train were being buried. It had been the morning train, known as the student train, and young people were on their way to college. When, after voting, Putin went over to the journalists, it seemed he would surely express his condolences to the families of the dead. Perhaps even apologize for the fact that the government had once again failed to protect its citizens. Instead, he told them how pleased he was about his Labrador's new puppies. "My friends phoned me. He's really put his foot in it this time. Russian people are never going to vote for United Russia now." Around midnight, however, when the results started coming in, initially from the Far East, then from Siberia, the Urals, and so on westward, many people were in a state of shock. All my pro-democracy friends and acquaintances were again calling each other and saying, "It can't be true. We voted for Yavlinsky *, even though." Some had voted for Kakamata *. By morning, there was no more incredulity. Russia, rejecting the lies and arrogance of the Democrats, had mutely surrendered herself to Putin. A majority had voted for the phantom United Russia Party, whose sole political program was to support Putin. United Russia had rallied Russia's bureaucrats to its banner. All the former Soviet Communist Party and Young Communist League functionaries now employed by myriad government agencies, and they had jointly allocated huge sums of money to promote its electoral deceptions. Reports we received from the regions show how this was done. Outside one of the polling stations in Saratov, a lady was dispensing free vodka at a table with a banner reading, "Vote for Tretiak, the United Russia candidate." Tretiak won. The Duma deputies from the entire province were swept away by United Russia candidates, except for a few who switched to the party shortly before the elections. The Saratov election campaign was marked by violence, with candidates not approved of by United Russia being beaten up by unidentified assailants and choosing to pull out of the race. One who continued to campaign against a prominent United Russia candidate twice had plastic bags containing body parts thrown through his window, somebody's ears, and a human heart. The province's electoral commission had a hotline to take reports of irregularities during the campaign and the voting, but 80% of the calls were simply attempts to blackmail the local utility companies. People threatened not to vote unless their leaking pipes were mended or their radiators repaired. This worked very well. The inhabitants of the Zavid and Lenin districts had their heating and main water supply restored. A number of villages in the Aker district finally had their electricity and telephones reconnected after several years of waiting. The people were seduced. More than 60% of the electorate in the city voted, and in the province the turnout was 53%. More than enough for the elections to be valid. One of the Democrats' observers at a polling station in Arkadak noticed people voting twice, once in the booth and a second time by filling out a ballot slip under the direction of the chairman of the local electoral commission. She ran to phone the hotline, but was pulled away from the telephone by her hair. Vyacheslav Volodin, one of the main United Russia functionaries who was standing in Balakov, won by a landslide, with 82.9% of the vote. An unprecedented victory for a politician devoid of charisma who was renowned only for his incoherent television speeches in support of Putin. He had announced no specific policies to promote the interests of local people. Overall in Saratov province, United Russia gained 48.2% of the vote without feeling the need to publish or defend a manifesto. The Communists got 15.7%, the Liberal Democrats Vladimir Zhirinovsky's Party, 8.9%, the Nationalistic Radina, Motherland, Party 5.7%. The only embarrassment was that more than 10% of the votes cast were for, none of the above. 1/10 of the voters had come to the polling station, drunk the vodka, and told the lot of them to go to hell. According to the National Electoral Commission's figures, over 10% more votes were cast in Chechnya, a territory totally under military control, Then there are registered voters. St. Petersburg held on to its reputation as Russia's most progressive and democratically inclined city. Even there, though, United Russia gained 31% of the vote, Rodina about 14%. The Democratic Union of Right Forces and Yabloko Apple Party got only 9% each, the Communists 8.5%, and the Liberal Democrats 8%. Irina Kakamata, Alexander Golov, Igor Artemiev, and Grigory Tomchin, Democrats and liberals well known throughout Russia, went down to ignominious defeat. Why? The state authorities are rubbing their hands with glee, tooting and saying that the Democrats have only themselves to blame for having lost their link with the people. The authorities suppose that, on the contrary, they now have the people on their side. Here are some excerpts from essays written by St. Petersburg students on the topics of how my family views the elections and will the election of a new Duma help the president in his work. My family has given up voting. They don't believe in elections anymore. The elections will not help the president. All the politicians promise to make life better, but unfortunately, I would like more truthfulness. The elections are rubbish. It doesn't matter who gets elected to the Duma because nothing will change, because we don't elect people who are going to improve things in the country, but people who thieve. These elections will help no one, neither the president nor ordinary mortals. Our government is just ridiculous. I wish people weren't so crazy about money, that there was at least some sign of moral principle in our government, and that they would cheat the people as little as possible. The government is the servant of the people. We elect it, not the other way round. To tell the truth, I don't know why we have been asked to write this essay. It has only interrupted our lessons. The government isn't going to read this anyway. How my family views the elections is they aren't interested in them. All the laws the Duma adopted were senseless and did nothing useful for the people. If all this is not for the people, who is it for? Will the elections help? It is an interesting question. We will have to wait and see. Most likely they won't help in the slightest. I am not a politician. I don't have the education you need for that, but the main thing is that we need to fight corruption. For as long as we have gangsters in the state institutions of our country, life will not get better. Do you know what is going on now in the army? It is just endless bullying. If in the past people used to say that the army made boys into men, now it makes them into cripples. My father says he refuses to let his son go into an army like that. For my son to be a cripple after the army, or even worse, to be dead in a ditch somewhere in Chechnya, fighting for who knows what, so that somebody can gain power over this republic? For as long as the present government is in power, I can see no way out of the present situation. I do not thank it for my unhappy childhood. These read like the thoughts of old people, not the future citizens of New Russia. Here is the real cost of political cynicism, rejection by the younger generation. December 8th. By morning, it is finally clear that, while the left wing has more or less survived, the liberal and democratic right wing has been routed. The Yabloko Party and Grigory Yavlinsky himself have not made it into the Duma. Neither has the Union of Right Forces with Boris Nemtsov and Irina Kakamata, nor any of the independent candidates. There is now almost nobody in the Russian parliament capable of lobbying for democratic ideals and providing constructive, intelligent opposition to the Kremlin. The triumph of the United Russia Party is not the worst of it, however. By the end of the day, with more or less all the votes counted, it is evident that, for the first time since the collapse of the USSR, Russia has particularly favored the extreme nationalists, who promised the voters they would hang all the enemies of Russia. This is dreadful, of course, but perhaps only to be expected in a country where 40% of the population live below even our dire official poverty line. It was clear that the Democrats had no interest in establishing contact with this section of the population. They preferred to concentrate on addressing themselves to the rich and to members of the emerging middle class, defending private property and the interests of the new property owners. The poor are not property owners, so the Democrats ignored them. The nationalists did not. Not surprisingly, this segment of the electorate duly turned away from the Democrats, while the new property owners jumped ship from Yabloko and the Union of Right Forces to United Russia just as soon as they noticed that Yavlinsky-Nemtsov and Kakamata seemed to be losing their clout with the Kremlin. The rich decamped to where there was a concentration of the officials without whom Russian business, which is mostly corrupt and supports and feeds official corruption, cannot thrive. Just before these elections, the senior officials of United Russia were saying openly, "We have so much money. Business has donated so much we don't know what to do with it all." They weren't boasting. These were bribes that meant, "Don't forget us after the elections, will you?" In a corrupt country, business is even more unscrupulous than in countries where corruption has at least been reduced to a tolerable level and where it is not regarded as socially acceptable. What further need had they of Yavlinsky or the union of right forces? For our new rich, freedom has nothing to do with political parties. Freedom is the freedom to go on great vacations. The richer they are, the more often they can fly away, and not to Antalya in Turkey, but to Tahiti or Acapulco. For the majority of them, freedom equals access to luxury. They find it more convenient now to lobby for their interests through the pro-Kremlin parties and movements, most of which are primitively corrupt. For those parties, every problem has its price. You pay the money and you get the legislation you need, or the question put by a Duma deputy to the Procurator General's office. People have even started talking about deputies' denunciations. Nowadays, these are a cost-effective means of putting your competitors out of business. Corruption also explains the growth of the chauvinistic Liberal Democratic Party, led by Zhirinovsky. This is a populist opposition, which is not really an opposition at all because, despite their propensity for hysterical outbursts on all sorts of issues, the Liberal Democrats always support the Kremlin line. They receive substantial donations from our completely cynical and apolitical medium-sized businesses by lobbying for private interests in the Kremlin and adjacent territories such as the Procurator General's office, the Interior Ministry, the Federal Security Bureau, FSB*, the Ministry of Justice, and the courts. They use the technique of deputies' denunciations. That is how Zhirinovsky got into the Duma both last time and this. Now he has an enviable 38 seats. The Rodina Party is another chauvinistic organization, led by Dmitry Rogozin * and created by the Kremlin's spin doctors specifically for this election. The aim was to draw moderately nationalist voters away from the more extreme national Bolsheviks. Rodina has done well too, with 37 seats. Ideologically, the new Duma was oriented toward Russian traditionalism rather than toward the West. All the pro-Putin candidates had pushed this line relentlessly. United Russia encouraged the view that the Russian people had been humiliated by the West, with openly anti-Western and anti-capitalist propaganda. In the pre-electoral brainwashing, there was no mention of hard work, competition, or initiative unless in a pejorative context. On the other hand, there was a great deal of talk of indigenous Russian traditions. The electorate was offered a variety of patriotism to suit every taste. Rodina offered rather heroic patriotism, United Russia, moderate patriotism, and the Liberal Democrat Party, outright chauvinism. All the pro-Putin candidates made a great show of praying and crossing themselves whenever they spotted a television camera, kissing the cross and the hands of Orthodox priests. It was laughable, but the people blithely fell for it. The pro-Putin parties now had an absolute majority in the Duma. United Russia, the party created by the Kremlin, took 212 seats. Another 65 independents were to all intents and purposes also pro-Kremlin. The result was the advent of a one-and-a-half-party system, a large party of government plus several small, barnacle parties of similar persuasion. The Democrats talked so much about the importance of establishing a genuine multi-party system in Russia. It was something in which Yeltsin * took a personal interest, but now all that was lost. The new configuration in the Duma excluded the possibility of significant disagreement. Shortly after the elections, Putin went so far as to inform us that Parliament was a place not for debate, but for legislative tidying up. He was pleased that the new Duma would not be given to debating. The Communists won 41 seats as a party, plus a further 12 through individual communists standing independently. It pains me to say that today, it is the communist deputies who are the most moderate and sensible voices in the Fourth Duma. They were overthrown only 12 years ago, yet by late 2003 they had been transfigured into the great white hope of Russia's Democrats. In the months that followed, the arithmetic in the Duma changed somewhat, with deputies migrating from one party to another. Absolutely everything the presidential administration wanted passed got approved by a majority vote. Although in December 2003 United Russia had not obtained a majority large enough to change the constitution, for which 301 votes are required, this was not to prove a problem. In practical terms, the Kremlin engineered a constitutional majority. I choose the word advisedly. The elections were carefully designed and executed. They were conducted with numerous violations of electoral law, and, to that extent, they were rigged. There was no possibility of legally challenging any aspect of them because the bureaucrats had already taken control of the judiciary. There was not a single ruling against the results by any legal institution, from the Supreme Court down, no matter how indisputable the evidence. This judicial sanctioning of the big lie was justified as being, in order to avoid destabilizing the situation in the country. The state's administrative resources swung into action in these elections in just the same way as in the Soviet period. This was also true in no small measure of the elections in 1996 and 2000 in order to get Yeltsin elected even though he was ill and decrepit. This time, however, there was no holding back the presidential administration. Officialdom merged with the United Russia Party as enthusiastically as it used to with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the CPSU. Putin revived the Soviet system as neither Gorbachev nor Yeltsin had done. His unique achievement was the establishment of United Russia, to the cheers of officials who were only too glad to become members of the new CPSU. They had plainly been missing Big Brother, who always did their thinking for them. The Russian electorate, however, was also missing Big Brother, having heard no words of comfort from the Democrats. There were no protests. United Russia's election slogans were stolen from the communists and were all about rich bloodsuckers stealing our national wealth and leaving us in rags. The slogans proved so popular precisely because it was now not the communists proclaiming them. It must also be said that in 2003 a majority of our citizens heartily supported the imprisonment, through the efforts of members of United Russia, of the oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky, head of the Yukos Oil Company. Accordingly, although manipulating the state's administrative resources for political ends is no doubt an abuse, the politicians had public support. It was just a matter of the administrations leaving nothing to chance. December 8th. Early in the morning, political analysts assembled on the free speech program to discuss the results as they came in. They were jittery. Igor Bunin talked of a crisis of Russian liberalism, about how the Yukos affair had suddenly aroused a wave of anti-oligarchic feeling in the middle of the campaign. They talked about the hatred that had accumulated in the hearts of many people, especially decent people who could not bring themselves to support Zhirinovsky, and the fact that the eclectic United Russia Party had managed to unite everybody, from the most liberal to the most reactionary. He predicted that the president would now stand in for the liberals in the ruling elite. On the same program, Vyacheslav Nikonov, the grandson of Molotov, suggested that young people had not turned out to vote, and this was the main reason for the Democrats' defeat. Ivan the Terrible and Stalin are more to the taste of the Russian people. The evening's television continued. The program was funereal, with an added sense of impending stormy weather. Those in the studio seemed more inclined to take shelter than to fight. Georgy Satyrov, a former advisor to President Yeltsin, insisted that the outcome had been decided by the nostalgia vote of those who pined for the USSR. The Democrats came in for a lot of flack. The writer Vasily Aksionov complained that the liberals had failed to exploit the unsavoriness of the Yukos affair. He was quite right. The Democrats failed to take a stand one way or the other over the issue of Khodorkovsky's treatment. Free speech was shortly to be taken off the air by its parent company and TV, to which Putin commented, "Who needs a talk show for political losers?" He was referring, no doubt, to Yavlinsky, Nemtsov, and the other defeated liberals and Democrats. Vyacheslav Nikonov was to transform himself a few months later into a raging apologist for Putin. There were to be many such conversions among political analysts. So, where would we go from here? Our freedoms were bestowed upon us from above, and the Democrats kept running to the Kremlin for guarantees that they would not be revoked, in effect accepting the state's right to regulate liberalism. They kept compromising and now had nowhere left to run to. On November 25th, 13 days before the elections, a number of us journalists had talked for 5 hours or so to Grigory Yavlinsky of the Yabloko Party. He seemed very calm and confident, to the point of arrogance, that he would make it into the Duma. We suspected some bargain had been struck with the presidential administration, provision of administrative resources to support Yabloko in return for burying a number of issues during the campaign. For me and many others who used to vote for Yabloko, this made our flesh creep. Yavlinsky had no time for the idea of an alliance between Yabloko and the Democratic Union of Right Forces Party. I consider that the Union of Right Forces played an enormous part in unleashing the Chechen War. It was the only party that could in any way be described as democratic and in favor of civil society, yet they chose to say that the Russian army was being reborn in Chechnya, and that anybody who thought otherwise was a traitor who was stabbing the Russian troops in the back. So who else could Yabloko now unite with against the war in Chechnya? Now? I don't know. If the Union of Right Forces were to admit that they had been wrong, we could discuss the possibility of an alliance with them. But while Nemtsov is pretending to be a dove of peace and Chubai * is talking about the liberal ideal, you'll have to forgive me, I'm not prepared to discuss that possibility. Whom else we could unite with I don't know. But it was not the Union of Right Forces who began the Second Chechen War. No, it was Putin, but they supported him as a candidate for the presidency and, incidentally, legitimized him as a war leader in the eyes of the intelligentsia and the entire middle class. You are at daggers drawn with the Union of Right Forces. You don't want an alliance with them, but you have embarked on a number of compromises with the president and his administration in order to obtain some degree of administrative support for your campaign. As I understand it, and there have been many rumors to this effect, the war in Chechnya is precisely the compromise in question. You have agreed not to make too much noise about the Chechen issue, and in return you have been guaranteed the necessary percentage of votes to get you into the Duma. Don't rely on rumors. That is a completely wrong approach. There are rumors about your own newspaper too. No other paper is allowed to write about Chechnya, but you are not shut down for doing so. The rumor is that they give you that leeway so they can go to Strasbourg and wave your newspaper about to show what a free press we have. See what is being written about Chechnya in Novaya Gazeta. I don't suppose for a moment that is really the way things are. All the same, please give a straight answer. I never struck any such deal or agreed to any such compromise. It is out of the question. But you did have talks with the administration? No, never. They talked about giving us money. Back in September 1999, where was that money coming from? We didn't get down to that kind of detail because I said it was unacceptable. I said I was not against Putin. I had only just set eyes on the man. But to say I would endorse everything he was going to do 6 months in advance was impossible. I was told, then in that case we cannot reach agreement with you either. Later, after the elections, when the leaders of the parties were invited to the Kremlin and seated in accordance with their percentage of the vote, one of the most highly placed officials in the land said, "And you could have been sitting here." I replied, "Well, that's just the way it is." This time they didn't even offer. When did you last speak to Putin? On July 11th, about the Khodorkovsky affair and the searches at Yukos. At your request? Yes. They assembled the entire state council and the leaders of the political parties at the Kremlin to discuss economic programs, etc. The meeting ended at 10:30 at night, and I told Putin I needed to talk to him urgently. At 11:30, I met him at his home. We discussed various problems, but the main one was Khodorkovsky. Did you realize that Khodorkovsky would be imprisoned? There was no knowing that in advance, but it was clear that the affair was being taken very seriously. I realized something bad would happen to Khodorkovsky when the Financial Times in London published an enormous article with photographs of Khodorkovsky, Mikhail Friedman, and Roman Abramovich under a very large headline, which they don't usually do. The story was to the effect that those oligarchs were transferring their wealth to the West and preparing to sell everything here. There were quotes from Friedman saying it was impossible to create modern businesses in Russia, that although they themselves were really pretty good managers, there was no way, in the midst of all the corruption, you could establish proper companies in our country. Have you already reconciled yourself to the fact that Putin will win a second term? Even if I don't reconcile myself to that, he will get it. How do you realistically assess your chances? How should I know? Our own research tells us we have 8 or 9%, but we are talking about elections where votes get added here, added there, and they call it managed democracy. People just give up. I have the impression that you are giving up too. After all, people in Georgia * rejected the results of rigged elections and used extra-parliamentary methods to alter the situation. Perhaps you should do the same? Perhaps we all should? Are you prepared to resort to extra-parliamentary methods? No, I'm not going down that path, because I know that in Russia it would end with the spilling of blood, and not mine either. What about the communists? Do you think they might take to the streets? Everybody is gradually being fed the information that they are going to get 12 to 13%. It has already become the conventional wisdom. I don't rule that out, because politically Putin has very successfully stolen their clothes. United Russia is hardly going to take to the streets because it's been awarded 35% and not 38%, and there are no other mass parties. They simply don't exist. Forming a political opposition in Russia became a practical impossibility after 1996. First, we lack an independent judiciary. An opposition has to be able to appeal to an independent legal system. Second, we lack independent national mass media. I mean television, of course, and primarily Channel 1 and Channel 2. Third, there are no independent sources of finance for anything substantial. In the absence of these three fundamentals, it is impossible to create a viable political opposition in Russia. There is no democracy now in Russia, because democracy without an opposition is impossible. All the prerequisites for a political opposition were destroyed when Yeltsin beat the communists in 1996, and to a large extent we allowed them to be destroyed. There isn't even the theoretical possibility of a 100,000-strong demonstration anywhere in Russia today. It is a peculiarity of the present regime that it doesn't just brutally crush opposition, as was done in the era of totalitarianism. Then the system simply destroyed democratic institutions. Now, all manner of civil and public institutions are being adapted by the state authorities to their own purposes. If anyone tries to resist, they are simply replaced. If they don't want to be replaced, well then, they'd better look out. 95% of all problems are resolved using these techniques of adaptation or substitution. If we don't like the union of journalists, we will create Media Soyuz. If we don't like NTV with this owner, we will reinvent NTV with a different owner. If they began taking an unwelcome interest in your newspaper, I know perfectly well what would happen. They would start buying up your people. They would create an internal rebellion. It wouldn't happen quickly, you have a good team, but gradually, using money and other methods, inviting people to come closer to power, turning the screws, cozying up, everything would start to fall apart. That's how they dealt with NTV. Gleb Pavlovsky stated openly that they had murdered public politics. It was no more than the truth. The authorities also deliberately create pairings, so that everybody has someone to shadow. Rodina can take on the communists. The Union of Right Forces can take on Yabloko. The People's Party can take on United Russia. But if they are up to all this trickery, what are they afraid of? Change. The state authorities act in their corporate interests. They don't want to lose power. That would put them in a very dangerous situation, and they know it. Yavlinsky was not to make it into the Duma. Were we seeing a crisis of Russian parliamentary democracy in the Putin era? No, we were witnessing its death. In the first place, as Lilia Shevtsova, our best political analyst, accurately put it, the legislative and executive branches of government had merged, and this had meant the rebirth of the Soviet system. As a result, the Duma was purely decorative, a forum for rubber-stamping Putin's decisions. In the second place, and this is why this was the end and not merely a crisis, the Russian people gave its consent. Nobody stood up. There were no demonstrations, mass protests, acts of civil disobedience. The electorate took it lying down and agreed to live, not only without Yavlinsky, but without democracy. It agreed to be treated like an idiot. According to an official opinion poll, 12% of Russians thought United Russia representatives gave the best account of themselves in the pre-election television debates. This despite the fact that the representatives of United Russia flatly refused to take part in any television debates. They had nothing to say other than that their actions spoke for them. As Aksionov remarked, the bulk of the electorate said, "Let's just leave things the way they are." In other words, let's go back to the USSR. Slightly retouched, slicked up, modernized, but the good old Soviet Union, now with bureaucratic capitalism where the state official is the main oligarch, vastly richer than any property owner or capitalist. The corollary was that, if we were going back to the USSR, then Putin was definitely going to win in March 2004. It was a foregone conclusion. The presidential administration concurred and lost all sense of shame. In the months that followed, right up until March 14, 2004, When Putin was indeed elected, the checks and balances within the state vanished, and the only restraint was the president's conscience. Alas, the nature of the man and the nature of his former profession meant that was not enough. December 9th. At 10:53 a.m. today, a suicide bomber blew herself up outside the National Hotel in Moscow, across the square from the Duma and 145 meters, 160 yards, from the Kremlin. "Where is this Duma?" she asked a passerby, before exploding. For a long time, the head of a Chinese tourist who had been next to her lay on the asphalt without its body. People were screaming and crying for help, but although there is no shortage of police in that area, they didn't approach the site of the explosion for 20 minutes, evidently fearing another explosion. Half an hour after the incident, the ambulances arrived, and the police closed the street. December 10th. There is little comment on the terrorist incident, or on why such acts take place. Russia's upper chamber, the Soviet of the Federation, has announced the date of Putin's re-election. Putin immediately goes into top gear, using all sorts of anniversaries and special days to present himself to the country and the world as Russia's leading expert on whatever is being celebrated. On Cattle Breeders' Day, he is our most illustrious cattle breeder. On Builders' Day, he is our foremost brickie. It is bizarre, of course, but Stalin played the same game. Today, as luck would have it, is International Human Rights Day, so Putin summoned our foremost champions of human rights, as selected by him, to the Kremlin for a meeting of the Presidential Commission on Human Rights. It began at 6 p.m. and was chaired by Ella Pamfilova, a Democrat from the Yeltsin era. The pediatrician Dr. Leonid Roshal spoke for 1 minute about how much he loves the president. Ludmila Alexieva of the Moscow-Helsinki group spoke for 5 minutes about improper use of state resources during elections, which Putin didn't deny. Ida Koklina of the League of Committees of Soldiers' Mothers spoke for 3 minutes about the exploitation of soldiers as slave labor and other army horrors. Valerie Abramkin of the Center for Reform of the Criminal Justice System spoke for 5 minutes about the things that go on in places of detention. The president seemed to appreciate his speech more than the other speeches. Ella Pamfilova spoke at great length about the dismal relations between human rights campaigners and the law enforcement agencies. Svetlana Ganushkina of the Memorial Human Rights Center had 3 minutes to explain the implications of the new law on citizenship. Tamara Morshkakova, advisor to the Constitutional Court, had 7 minutes to present proposals for making the state authorities publicly accountable. Alexei Semenov spoke for 3 minutes on freedom of speech and the predicament of journalists. And Sergei Borisov and Alexander Ozin of the Consumers Association talked of the need to protect small businesses. Ranged against them were the head and deputy head of the presidential administration, the Procurator General of Russia, Vladimir Ustinov, the Minister of the Interior, Boris Gryzlov, the Minister of Justice, the Minister for the Press, the Chairman of the Constitutional, Supreme, and Business Arbitration Courts. Nikolai Patrushev, Director of the FSB, was also present at the beginning, but left shortly afterward. All the campaigners in turn said about Procurator General Ustinov. In between their attacks, Putin would also give him a dressing down and accuse him of unjustifiable rulings. Tamara Morshakova kept up a legal commentary on what was being said, urging, for example, that a social worker should be present during the questioning and court appearances of minors. This is standard practice in many countries, but to the Kremlin it sounded radically new. Ustinov parried by claiming this would be contrary to Russian law, and Morshakova brought him up short by pointing out that the laws he was referring to simply did not exist. This meant either that the Procurator General did not know the law, which is clearly unthinkable, or that he was deliberately misleading his hearers. With Putin present, this was hardly thinkable either, which led back to the first possibility, which is incompatible with holding the office of Procurator General. It is only when they have direct personal experience of something that you can get anywhere, Svetlana Ganushkina told me. While the president was talking on the telephone to Bush, I went over to Viktor Ivanov, the deputy head of the presidential administration and chairman of a working group on migration legislation. I unexpectedly found that we had equally negative feelings about residential registration. Ivanov's wife had recently spent 5 hours standing in line to get temporary registration of friends who had come to stay with them in Moscow. It had made her furious. This prompted Ivanov to recognize the folly of reviving residential registration, and he vowed to fight it. An FSB general, he offered to set up a joint working group with Ganushkina to reform it. "Give me a call," he said. Draw up a list of members for the group. We'll work on it together. Another example of the triumph of personal involvement over bureaucratic inertia came when Valerie Abramkin, a champion of prisoners' rights, told the president a dreadful story about two juvenile girls who had been wrongfully convicted. Their juvenile status was overlooked both by the court and the prison authorities, and was picked up only after the girls had been transported under guard into exile, at which point they were released. Unexpectedly, Putin reacted very strongly to this. Something human flashed in his eyes. It turned out that his family had come across a similar incident involving two young girls who had suffered from disregard for the law, and to whom his wife was now giving support. It really seems that some personal experience is a prerequisite to the administration focusing on the victims of injustice. You have the impression that on certain issues the president's information is very low-grade and sketchy. He doesn't do anything about it, was Svetlana Ganushkina's reaction. For the most part, Putin listened to what was being said and, when he did speak, presented himself as being on their side. He mimicked being a human rights campaigner. Evidently, now that the Democrats have been silenced, he will represent Yabloko and the Union of Right Forces for us. The prediction of the political analysts on the night of the parliamentary elections has come to pass. This was probably Putin's main purpose in meeting the human rights campaigners, to show them that their concerns were his. He is an excellent imitator. When need be, he is one of you. When that is not necessary, he is your enemy. He is adept at wearing other people's clothes, and many are taken in by this performance. The assembly of human rights campaigners also melted in the face of Putin's impersonating of them and, despite a fundamentally different take on reality, they poured out their hearts to him. At one moment someone actually did blurt out that they had the feeling Putin understood them much better than the security officials. Putin was unabashed and fired right back. That is because at heart I am a Democrat. Needless to say, after this everyone's joy just grew and grew. Dr. Rosell asked to speak, just for a moment. Vladimir Vladimirovich, he said, I like you so much. He has said this before. Vladimir Vladimirovich looked down at the table. The doctor went on, and I do not like Khodorkovsky. Vladimir Vladimirovich suddenly stiffened. Heaven only knew where this pediatrician was heading. And sure enough, his boat was heading straight for the reef. Although I like you, and do not like Khodorkovsky, I am not prepared to see Khodorkovsky under arrest. After all, he is not a murderer. Where do we think he might run away to? The president's facial muscles worked, and those present bit their tongues. After that, nobody mentioned Khodorkovsky again, as if Putin were a dying father and Khodorkovsky his prodigal son. The human rights campaigners did not press home the attack, as might have been expected, but tucked their tails between their legs. The sky darkened, and only one person was to be found who, after the slip-up over Yukos, dared to broach another topic that the president's entourage always asks one not to mention, for fear of him losing control of himself. Svetlana Ganushkina raised the question of Chechnya. Concluding her short speech on the problems of migration, which had been cleared by the administration, Ganushkina went on to say that she could not expect the president to talk about Chechnya, and accordingly wished simply to present him with a book that had just been published by the Memorial Human Rights Center, People Live Here. Chechnya, a chronicle of violence. This was unexpected. The Minders had no time to intervene. Putin took the book and, also unexpectedly, showed interest in it. He leafed through it for the remainder of the meeting, until 10:30 p.m. In the end, he himself started talking about Chechnya. In the first place, Ganushkina recalls, he is certain that it is all right to trample human rights underfoot in the course of the campaign against terrorism. There are grounds that justify not observing the law, circumstances in which the law can be flouted. In the second place, browsing through the book, Putin commented, this is badly written. If you wrote so that people could understand, they would follow you, and you could exert real influence on the government. But the way this is presented is hopeless. Of course, what he had in mind was not Chechnya but the defeat of Yabloko and the Union of Right Forces in the election. Putin is right, Ganushkina believes. She has long been a member of Yabloko and worked in the Duma assisting the Yabloko deputies. We are incapable of explaining to people that we are on neither one side nor the other, but defending rights. After that, the conversation turned of its own accord to Iraq. The campaigners said there was no comparison. The Chechens were Russian citizens, unlike the Iraqis. Putin parried this by saying that Russia gave a better impression of itself than the USA, because we have pressed charges against military personnel who have committed crimes in Chechnya far more frequently than the United States has against its war criminals in Iraq. The Procurator General chimed in. More than 600 cases. The human rights campaigners didn't let that pass. How many of those had led to sentences being passed? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Lyudmila Alexeyeva, leader of the Moscow-Helsinki group and an unofficial doyen of Russian human rights campaigners, someone whom the state authorities have raised to iconic status as personifying the human rights community as far as the Kremlin is concerned, proposed convening a roundtable with the same participants to discuss the problems of Chechnya with the president. "We'll need to think about that," Putin muttered as he was saying his farewells, which meant, "There's no way that is going to happen." There were indeed no discussions on Chechnya between Putin and the human rights campaigners, but after their December meeting, some of them, along with some of the Democrats, decided to switch allegiance from the defeated Yavlinsky and Nemtsov to the newly democratic Putin, whom they evidently supposed would serve just as well. The same fate befell a number of well-known journalists. Reputations were compromised before our very eyes. We watched as Vladimir Solovyov, a popular television and radio presenter, one of the boldest, best informed, and most democratic of reporters, who not long ago had exposed government wickedness, for example, over the chemical attack in the Nordost disaster, when 912 members of the audience of a musical were taken hostage by Chechens, suddenly and publicly proclaimed his passionate support for Putin and the Russian state. This happened to him because he was brought in closer to the Kremlin and sweetened up. He transmogrified. It is a recurrent Russian problem. Proximity to the Kremlin makes people slow to say no and altogether less discriminating. The Kremlin knows this full well. How many of them there have been already, stifled by the Kremlin? First, they are gently clasped to the authorities' breast. In Russia, the best way to subjugate even the most recalcitrant is not money but bringing us in from the cold, at arm's length at first. The rebellious soon begin to subside. We have seen it with Solovyov, with Dr. Roshal, and now even the admirers of Sakharov and Yelena Bonner are beginning to talk about Putin's charisma, saying he gives them grounds for hope. Of course, this is not the first time in recent history that we have seen this coming together of the regime and defenders of human rights, the regime and the Democrats. It certainly is the first time, though, that it has been so devastating for former dissidents. What hope is there for the Russian people if one part of the opposition has been bombed out of existence and another, almost all that remains, is being set aside for later use? December 11th. This morning there was more of the same. A reputation destroyed by the Kremlin's embrace. Andrei Makarevich was an underground rock musician in the Soviet period, a dissident, a fighter against the KGB who used to sing with passion, "Don't bow your head before the changeful world. Some day that world will bow its head to us." It was the anthem of the first years of democracy under Yeltsin. Today, on live television on the state-run Channel 1, he is being presented with a medal for services to the fatherland. Makarevich came out in support of United Russia and took part in their pre-election get-togethers. He really did bow his head to Putin and his United Russia party. He told the people what a good guy Vladimir Vladimirovich was, and, lo and behold, we now see him in receipt of official favors, a former dissident who wasn't embarrassed to join the Kremlin party. Putin gave a reception for the leaders of the Duma parties, as this is the last day of the Third Duma. He spoke of positive developments in relations between the branches of state power. Yavlinsky smiled wryly. Soon, across the road from the Kremlin, the final session of the departing parliament was held in the Duma building. Almost everybody was there. United Russia was in a holiday mood and made no attempt to disguise the fact. Why would they? Every day newly elected deputies from other parties are defecting to them, moving closer to Putin. United Russia is inflating like a hot air balloon. Yavlinsky stood apart from everyone else, as always alone. He was morose and taciturn. What was there to applaud? The destruction of Russian parliamentary democracy has been accomplished on the 10th anniversary of the First Duma under Yeltsin's presidency. Tomorrow, December 12th, is also the 10th anniversary of Russia's new, Yeltsin, constitution. Nemtsov is trying to give as many interviews as possible while people are still interested in him. He explains, "The Union of Right Forces and Yabloko are doing the impossible. something that before December 7th seemed a fantasy. We are trying to unite. People do not entirely believe him. All the pro-democracy voters were praying they would merge before December 7th in order to have an impact in the elections, but they just were not interested. Gennady Seleznyov, the Speaker of the Duma, makes a farewell speech to which nobody listens. He knows his days as Speaker are over, because in future the Speaker will not be elected by Parliament, but appointed by the Kremlin. Everybody also knows who it is going to be: Boris Gryzlov, Putin's friend and one of his most loyal henchmen, the leader of United Russia and Minister of the Interior. It is unquestionably a historic moment. As we bid farewell to the Third Duma, we are bidding farewell to a political epoch. Putin has crushed our argumentative parliament. The exigencies of politics have not caused the Kremlin to neglect money matters. The attack on Yukos continues, with our business world trying to get its teeth into parts of it while everything is still up for grabs. The arbitration court of Yakutia has found in favor of Surgutneftgaz, a company that had lost out to Sakhaneftgaz, subsequently part of Yukos, in an auction of oil and gas rights held in March 2002. The verdict strips Yukos of the Talakan field with its oil reserves of 120 million tons and 60 billion cubic meters of gas, and awards its rival a license to exploit the central concession of the field in perpetuity. Centrobank reports another record in replenishing the gold and foreign currency reserves. To December 5th, these are $70.6 billion. But is this a triumph? One of the main reasons that companies are dumping their foreign currency profits on the market is the predicament of Yukos, with claims by the state that it concealed its earnings for tax evasion purposes. The others are not tempting Providence and are converting their profits into rubles. The hullabaloo over Yukos is doing the state no harm at all, which is why it can pay off its foreign debt. The Russian people rejoice, without having a clue as to what is going on. Today is also the 9th anniversary of the start of Russia's latest wars against the Chechens. On December 11, 1994, the first tanks entered Grozny, and we saw the first soldiers and officers burned alive in them. There was no mention of this today on any of the television channels. The anniversary has been removed from Russia's calendar. The unanimity of the television stations cannot be coincidental and must reflect instructions from the presidential administration, which means we can be sure that Putin's presidential campaign will exclude all mention of Chechnya. That's the way he operates. Since he doesn't know what to do about Chechnya, Chechnya will not be on the agenda. In the evening, there was a televised debate between Valeria Novodvorskaya, a Democrat to the marrow of her bones, and Vladimir Zhirinovsky. She talked about the monstrous irresponsibility of the war in Chechnya, the blood, and the genocide. Zhirinovsky's response was to shriek hysterically, "Get out of this country. We will never give in to them." In the vote at the end of the program, viewers cast 40,000 votes in favor of Zhirinovsky to 16,000 for Novodvorskaya. December 12th, Constitution Day, a holiday. Moscow is flooded with militiamen and agents in plain clothes. There are dogs everywhere, searching for explosives. The president held a grand reception in the Kremlin for the political and oligarchic elite and made a speech about human rights, predicated on the notion that they had triumphed in Russia. Yeltsin was there, looking fitter and younger, but with mental problems written all over his face. He was there because the Constitution was adopted during his presidency. He is not usually invited to Putin's Kremlin. A survey revealed that only 2% of Russians have much idea of what the Constitution actually says. 45% thought its main guarantee was of the right to work, and only 6% mentioned free speech as something fundamental to their way of life. December 18th. A television phone-in. A big occasion as Putin meets the people. It was announced that more than 1 million questions had been submitted. The president's virtual dialogue with the country was hosted by his favorite television presenters, Sergei Brylev from the Rossiya channel and Yekaterina Andreeva from Channel 1. Andreeva to Putin: "This is the 3rd time you have appeared on this direct line." "Me too. Are you nervous?" Putin: "No. Don't offer what you can't deliver and don't lie. Then you have nothing to fear." Brylev, choking with joy: "Very much like our work." Putin: "Everything that Russia has achieved has been achieved by hard work. There have been many difficulties and setbacks, but Russia has shown herself to be a country that stands firmly on her own feet and is developing rapidly. I have brought some statistics along. In 2002, our rate of growth was 4.3%. 5% was projected for this year, but we shall achieve 6.6 or even 6.9. Payments on our foreign debt have been reduced. We have paid off $17 billion, and the country didn't even notice it. The gold and foreign currency reserves in 2000 were $11 billion. In 2003, they rose to $20 billion, and today they are $70 billion. These are not empty statistics. A number of factors are involved here. If we continue with our present economic policy, there will be no more currency defaults. On the other hand, in early 2003, there were 37 million people whose income was beneath the subsistence level. In the third quarter of 2003, that number had fallen to 31 million, but this is still humiliating. The average subsistence level is 2,121 rubles, $72 a month, which is very low, and 31 million people live below that level. A question from Komsomolsk-on-Amur, Khabarov region. Ours is the third largest city in the far east of Russia, an enormous industrial center, a city of young people, but a very long way from Moscow. My name is Kirill Baradulin. I work in the Amur shipyard. At present, we are working only on export orders. When are we going to see orders from the Russian defense industry? We want to be needed by Russia. The questions do not give the impression of being spontaneous, and the answers appear to have been prepared. Putin reads out statistics from his notes, even though the question was asked live on air. He will evidently be answering only questions he wants to answer. Putin, the fact that you are working for export is entirely positive. There is a battle being waged for the arms market, and Russia is not doing it all badly. We have an armaments procurement program up to the year 2010, and it is being fully financed. Of course, there are problems. One would always like to allocate more to our armed forces. The priorities for procurement are decided by the Ministry of Defense, which has placed new aircraft only 8th on its list of priorities, even though today's wars are fought using aircraft. You can be entirely sure that your services will be required. Katya Ustimenko, student. I have voted for the first time. What can we expect from the new Duma? Putin. No civilized state can live without a legislative institution. A great deal depends on the Duma. We expect efficient, systematic work. Alexander Nikolaevich. I live in Tula, in the house where my father lived before me. The foundations are breaking up. We are in an excavation zone. Why does the state talk so much, but still doesn't resolve the problem of crumbling accommodations? Putin. I have been to Tula. I was surprised at the state of the residential accommodations. There are ways and means. What are they? Only a few years ago, the state allocated practically no funds. For the first time, we made funds available in 2003. 1.3 billion rubles, $43.3 million, from the federal budget. The same amount again was to be added from local government budgets. The way out is to develop mortgage lending. If mortgages had been introduced, you would have been able to make use of one. What is your monthly salary? You are working in an efficient region. Alexander Nikolaevich, 12,000 rubles, $410. Putin, you would qualify for a mortgage. We need to make some legislative changes. Yuri Sidorov, Kuzbis, working as a miner is dangerous. Why has the miner's pension been reduced to the statutory rate? What sort of pension is that? Putin, the average salary of miners is 12,000 rubles a month, against a national average salary of 5,700, $195. The logic of the pensions reform is for pensions to reflect directly the contributions made from salary. Your pension will differ from the average to your advantage. It will be higher. This change has been introduced. The National Pension Fund is opening a network of consultation centers around the country and in the workplace. You need to go and talk to them. Valentina Alexievna from Krasnodar. You have not so far announced whether you are intending to stand in the presidential election. What are your plans? Putin. Yes, I shall be standing. I shall make an official announcement in the near future. Alexei Viktorovich, Naval Repair Yard, Murmansk Province. We have had no salary or vacation pay since August. When is this going to be sorted out? Putin. We have sorted matters out as far as the budget is concerned. Delays must not exceed 2 days for salaries. As far as industry is concerned, there are a number of variations here. There are state enterprises, some of which are being reclassified as budget-financed enterprises. A number are in a parlous financial state. In other cases, it is the owners and management who are responsible. Question from Brylev. How do you feel about having your portrait in government offices? Putin. The president is a symbol of the state, so there is nothing terrible about that. Everything is good in moderation. When that is forgotten, it gives rise to concern. SGT Sergei Sergeyevich, Russian military base in Kant, Kyrgyzia *. The Americans have managed to capture Saddam Hussein, but there is going to be a second Vietnam in Iraq. Everybody will run away. The chaos there will affect everyone. Putin, Sergei Sergeyevich, it is not in our national interest to see the USA defeated in its struggle against international terrorism. As far as Iraq is concerned, that is a separate issue. There were no international terrorists there under Saddam Hussein. Without the sanction of the United Nations Security Council, the invasion cannot be regarded as legal, to put it mildly. In all ages, however, great empires have had delusions regarding their invulnerability, a sense of their grandeur and infallibility. This has invariably caused them a great deal of trouble. I hope this will not happen to our American partners. Vitaly Potapov, electrician, Borovichi, Novgorod Province. Before the Duma elections, your dog had puppies. How are they getting on? Putin. They are doing well. They are very lively, but haven't opened their eyes yet. As to their future, we have had many requests from people wanting to adopt them. I and my children and my wife have to think about that. We have to make sure the puppies go to good homes. We need to know who we are giving them to. Bakarov, a Kabardinian, Nalchik. I work in the Russian theater. The Abkhazians, from a disputed part of Georgia, are related to the Kabardinians, who are citizens of Russia. Perhaps we should bring Abkhazia into the Russian Federation * and avert a new war. Putin. This is a very acute question, for Russia as a whole, and especially for the south of our country. Maintaining the territorial integrity of the state was recently one of our own main problems and priorities. By and large, that task has been accomplished. Following these principles, we cannot refuse to apply them to our neighbors. We are a member of the United Nations, and we will fulfill our international obligations. There are peculiarities to do with the fact that the family of hill-dwelling peoples are a special community, with links of kinship between them that go back many centuries. We are far from indifferent to the fate of these peoples. After the collapse of the USSR, many conflicts broke out in South Ossetia, Karabakh, Abkhazia. It would be a mistake to suppose they can all be resolved by Russia. I say, agree matters between yourselves, and we will act as an honest guarantor. We will keep a close eye on the Abkhaz problem, but we respect the territorial integrity of Georgia. Akhmad Sazaev, Bakharian writer. Inflaming ethnic strife is forbidden by law, but during the election campaign certain parties campaigned under the slogan, Russia for the Russians. Why were these parties allowed to broadcast such sentiments on television? Putin. Anyone who says Russia for the Russians is either an idiot or a troublemaker. Russia is a multinational country. What do they want? Partition? The dismemberment of Russia? Most likely these are mischief makers looking for easy gains, who want to show how radical they are. As regards the election campaign, I didn't see this on television. If it did happen, I shall talk to the Procurator General. Action should be taken. Natalia Kotenkova, Krasnoyarsk. Is it not time to end privatization and begin renationalization? Putin. This is not a new question, and I have my own views on the matter. When the country began privatization, it was assumed that the new property owners would be more efficient. That was quite right. Developed economies, however, have a well-established system of administration. By receiving taxation revenue from private enterprises, the state resolves social problems for its citizens. We ran into a snag. The administrative apparatus was not in place, and the necessary resources did not flow into the treasury. I am quite certain that what is needed is to strengthen the state's institutions and legislation and improve our system of administration, not to stop privatization. Dmitry Yegorov, 25. I listen to heavy rock. What kind of music do you like? Putin. Like classical music and Russian big band music with vocals. Alexei, Sverdlovsk Province. Were you very strict in bringing up your daughters? Putin. No, unfortunately. Or fortunately. My girls have grown up independent. with a sense of their own worth. I think that is a good result. Irina Matsuiskaya, teacher. In the past 3 years, there have been 12 terrorist outrages in Staropoli. 45 people were killed in Yessentuki. How can this be stopped? Putin, what is the root of the problem? It is a problem stemming not only from Chechnya. There are people in the world who consider they have the right to influence the outlook of people who adhere to Islam. They consider that they have a right to take control of territories densely populated by Muslims. This is extremely relevant to our country. International terrorists is our name for these people. They have exploited the problems of the disintegration of the USSR, which are related to what has happened in Chechnya, but they have other goals. They want not independence for Chechnya but secession of all territories with a high Islamic population. If the Balkanization of Russia were to begin, that would be terrible. We must fight that. The threat comes from abroad. The Islamic extremist groups in Dagestan * consist of 50% of foreigners. The only way is not to give in to their pressure, not to panic. We must act firmly and systematically, and the law enforcement agencies need to improve the way they work. Anatoly Nikitin, Murmansk Province. The internal affairs offices and traffic militia seem to think they are in business to make a profit. Are you fully informed about what goes on in these agencies? Putin, in the current year there have been more than 19,000 irregularities within the Interior Ministry's area of responsibility, and of these more than 2,600 were outright violations of the law. Many officials have faced criminal charges. The security services will be further strengthened. To give you a straight answer, yes, I am aware of the real situation in the agencies of law and order. Sergei Tatarenko, is the state planning to stop the migration of Chinese into the Far East? Putin, not to stop it, but to regulate it. We need to know where, how many, and what kind of migrants we require, and devise a way of attracting the manpower we need. The level of corruption in this sphere is very high. Lydia Ivanovna, Khimki, Moscow Province. Will a mechanism be created to fight corruption in the procurator's offices and the courts, and in the executive institutions of the state? Putin, apart from becoming tougher over this, we need to introduce fundamental changes. We need to start a real administrative reform. The fewer opportunities officials have to interfere in the making of decisions, the better. The court system should be independent but transparent, accountable to society. The judges already have a system of self-regulation. I hope it will start working. Iveta, student, Pedagogical University, Nizhny Novgorod. They say you are a political pupil of Anatoly Sobchak, one of the founders of the democratic movement. What is your attitude toward the defeat of the forces on the political right? Putin, Sobchak was my teacher at university. The defeat of the forces of the right gives me no pleasure. All the country's political voices should be represented in our parliament. Their absence is a major loss, but it is a result of their policies. They made mistakes both in the tactics and in the strategy of their political campaign. They had access to administrative resources. Anatoly Chubai is in charge of Russia's entire electricity system. They had everything, apart from an understanding of what people expect from a political party. There was also a lack of political will on the part of the miscellaneous forces on the right to agree on a joint course of action. I hope their defeat will not result in their disappearing from the political map. We shall help them too. We shall have discussions with the Union of Right Forces and Yabloko and try to make use of their human resources. Vladimir Bykovsky, Chuvashia. Do you allow yourself emotions? Putin. Unfortunately, I do. Dobroslava Dyakova, pensioner, Vyborg. I work in a hope center for the elderly and disabled, and talk a lot to those who are resting there. Many have relatives and friends in the Baltic states. Why does Russia not undertake more positive action to defend the Russian population in the Baltic states? Putin. In recent years, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been increasingly devoting attention to this. Many things there give us cause for concern. It cannot be said that these people are in full possession of their rights and freedoms. We are trying to help them both diplomatically and in court cases at various levels, but certain West European standards that are seen as appropriate in a number of other hot spots should also apply to the Baltic states. If in Macedonia the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and the European Community believe there should be representation for the Albanian population in the south of Macedonia, why is this principle not applicable in Riga, where 25% of the population is Russian? Why are there different standards? In order not to do more harm than good for our compatriots, we shall approach this matter cautiously. Anna Novikova, university teacher. People who distribute drugs should be given a life sentence. Putin, I propose changes to make penalties more severe. The Third Duma passed them, the Soviet of the Federation supported them, and a week ago I signed these amendments into law. There is a considerable increase in severity, up to 20 years imprisonment for certain categories. I think it is a significant improvement. Putin then read out a question he himself had chosen from those sent in by email. What is your attitude toward increasing the term for presidents? Putin, I am against it. Immediately after this communion with the people, Putin told the press, our state system is not yet fully established. In Russia, everything is still evolving. Direct communication with citizens is extremely useful. This is how Putin concluded the event, and it may explain why he appeared on the phone-in the first place. Strengthening democracy has a practical importance in Russia. A situation has developed that will allow us to create a unique multi-party system, with a powerful right center, social democracy on the left, allies to either side, and also with representatives of marginal groups and parties. This is now an achievable goal, a strange statement that does not reflect reality. If we consider the phone-in from a pre-election viewpoint, the main planks of Putin's platform as of December 18th would seem to be the fight against poverty, defense of the Constitution, the creation of a multi-party system, the struggle against corruption, the struggle against terrorism, and the development of mortgage lending. How much of this is our virtual president likely to implement? December 20th. Today is Secret Policeman's Day. The Chaikao GPU and KVD-KGB-FSB have been at it for 86 years. On the television news, this is the lead item. How awful. The tone of the report is very dispassionate, as if millions of lives had not been sacrificed to this blood-soaked service. What else can we expect in a country whose leader openly admits that, even while in the post of president, he remains in the active reserve of the firm? The final official summary of the parliamentary election results. United Russia, 37.55%, 120 seats. The Communist Party, 12.6%, 40 seats. The Liberal Democratic Party, 11.45%, 36 seats. Rodina obtained 29 seats. In 3 constituencies, in Sverdlovsk and Ulyanovsk provinces and also in St. Petersburg, by-elections will be held on March 14th because the successful candidate this time was none of the above. From tomorrow, the parties can propose their presidential candidates. Deputies are scuttling over to join United Russia. Particularly painful is the defection of Pavel Krasheninnikov, elected as an independent candidate, but previously known to the electorate as a liberal and a member of the Union of Right Forces. The Duma is becoming a one-party show. December 21st. Yavlinsky has declined to stand as a presidential candidate for Yabloko. He also declared that they would create a major Democratic Party, but made the announcement with the haughty expression that puts everybody off voting for him. Proof, if proof were needed, that we need new faces and new leaders. Today's are incapable of forming a democratic opposition. Kakamata also announced that the Union of Right Forces would not be putting forward a candidate. Her explanation was convincing. From the way people voted, it is clear that they don't want us leading the country. The communists also say they want no part in the election. A boycott of the presidential election by the opposition on the right and left. Is this now the only way for them to play a part in the country's politics after the December elections? December 22nd. Today, Putin submitted applications to the Central Electoral Commission from a group of electors who wish to start collecting signatures in support of his candidacy. The Kremlin's public opinion survey indicates that 72% of the electorate would vote for Putin if the election were held today. Who is standing against him? As of now, the only alternative to Putin is German Sterligov, an undertaker who makes coffins. He has no party behind him, only lots of money and the Russian ideal. He is a rank outsider. The other potential runner is Vladimir Zhirinovsky. He has stated that the Liberal Democratic Party will field a candidate. He too is an outsider, but has done his bit to become an insider with the Kremlin. Putin looks ridiculous in such company. Presumably in the next few weeks, the administration will cobble together a group of rather more respectable candidates for Putin to defeat. Nobody quite believes yet that Khodorkovsky is going to be found guilty. Most people think this is all just a Kremlin ploy, which will be dropped after Putin has been re-elected. On December 30th, the period for which Khodorkovsky can be detained will expire, but hearings have been arranged well in advance at the Bamani court in Moscow to extend his imprisonment. This evening, it became clear that the Procurator General's office is asking that Khodorkovsky should be held until March 25th. That is, he will see Putin's re-election from prison. Khodorkovsky was brought to the court only at 4 p.m. or so. Sometime after 6 p.m., when all the judges, employees, witnesses, plaintiffs, and defendants in other cases had left, the doors of the Bamani court were closed and the hearing of his case began. What are they so scared of? Is Khodorkovsky really the most dangerous man in Russia? Not even terrorists get this treatment, and Khodorkovsky is charged only with 7 counts of financial irregularities. He was taken back to the Matryoshkaya Tishina prison at about 10 p.m. The application of the Procurator General's office was granted. Some results of last Sunday's local elections of governors. In Tver province, 9% of the electorate voted for none of the above. In Kirov province, it was 10%. Those who vote against are the real Democrats in Russia today. They have done their duty as citizens by turning out to vote, and are mostly thoughtful people with an aversion to all those now in power. December 23rd. Ritual murders are taking place in Moscow. A second severed head has been found in the past 24 hours, this time in the district of Golyanovo in the east of Moscow. It was in a rubbish container on Altayskaya Street. Yesterday evening, a head in a plastic bag was found lying on a table in the courtyard outside apartment building 3 on Krasnoyarskia Street. Both men had been dead for 24 hours before the discovery. The circumstances in the 2 cases are almost identical. The victims are from the Caucasus, aged 30 to 40, and have dark hair. Their identities are unknown. The heads were found 2/3 of a mile apart. Such are the results of racist propaganda in the run-up to the parliamentary elections. Our people are very susceptible to fascist propaganda and react promptly. In Moscow, Dmitry Rogozin's Rodina party won 15% of the vote earlier this month. The Union of Right Forces and Yabloko have unveiled their new joint project, the United Democratic Council, an inter-party body to which each party will nominate 6 members. At the announcement, not even party workers seem to have much faith that the union would last. The general public seemed totally uninterested in what has become of Yavlinsky, Nemtsov, and the Yabloko party luminaries. Putin has held a meeting with the business elite, or rather there has been a meeting of the board of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry that the president attended. Putin favors the chamber over the RUIE, the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, which is considered the oligarchs' trade union. It was from the RUIE that Anatoly Chubais spoke out in defense of Khodorkovsky shortly after his arrest. He didn't pull his punches, talking of an escalation of the actions of the authorities and the law enforcement agencies in respect of Russian business. He warned that the business community's confidence in the government had been undermined. Russian business no longer trusts the current system of law enforcement or those running it. This was a direct accusation by the oligarchs' trade union that the forces under Putin's command were destabilizing society. Chubais called for Putin to adopt a clear and unambiguous position. These were unprecedentedly harsh words from business to the government. Putin's response was to tell them publicly to cut out the hysteric and to advise the government not to get drawn into this discussion. He ignored the substance of the oligarch's complaint and expressed his complete confidence in the law enforcement agencies. When in January Boris Gryzlov was appointed Speaker of the Duma, Putin promoted Rashid Nurgaliev, one of the most odious militia bosses, to be Minister of the Interior. This may also have been a response to whisperings at that time about Putin's supposed weakness as a leader, an attempt to demonstrate the robustness of the regime. Putin's meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry was much calmer, though. He sees the chamber as being in a different category from the RUI. The president of the CCI, that wily old Soviet fox Yevgeny Primakov, read his speech and quoted Putin on 5 occasions, prefacing his words with, as Vladimir Vladimirovich has correctly remarked. Primakov assured Putin that an oligarch and a major entrepreneur are quite different things. The word oligarch sounds pejorative. After all, what is an oligarch? Someone who gets rich through devious manipulation of, among other things, his tax bill, who may trip up his business comrades or make crude attempts to interfere in politics, corrupting officials, parties, deputies, and so on. Primakov's entire speech was in the register of Soviet servility, and Putin clearly loved it. Then it was time for questions. Naturally, they asked whether there was to be a review of the results of privatization. Even if they are not the oligarchs' trade union, the Yukos affair was on everybody's mind. Putin suddenly bawled like a market trader or a prison guard. There will be no review of privatization. The laws were complicated, muddled, but it was perfectly possible to observe them. There was nothing impossible about it, and those who wanted to, did. If 5 or 10 people failed to observe them, that does not mean everybody failed to. Those who observed them are sleeping soundly now, even if they didn't get quite so rich. Those who broke the law should not be treated the same as those who observed it. To be sleeping soundly now is also a Russian euphemism for being in the grave. After Putin's outburst, the proceedings continued smoothly. The businessmen made their reports to Putin and gave socialist undertakings to meet various targets, just as in the days of the USSR. Primakov carried on doing what nobody had sunk to since the advent of Gorbachev, namely licking the boots of the country's leader and vowing that no words could be more profound than his. In December 2003, this grated on the ear, and many were dismayed by Primakov's behavior. It subsequently became clear that he was just the first to see the way the wind was once more blowing. Soon everybody who made speeches in Putin's presence was quoting him copiously, just as was the practice in the Brezhnev era, and not asking him awkward questions. Valeria Novodvorskaya, the leader of the Democratic Union Party, received the Starovoytova Award in St. Petersburg for her contribution to the defense of human rights and strengthening democracy in Russia. The award is named after Galina Starovoytova, leader of the Democratic Russia Party, who was murdered by Special Operations hitmen from the Army's Central Intelligence Directorate, GRU, in the entrance to her own home. At the ceremony, Novodvorskaya said, "We are not in opposition to, but in confrontation with, the present regime. We shall not take part in the forthcoming elections. We shall boycott them, although this will not change anything." The opposition in Russia is first and foremost words, but Novodvorskaya uses them with exceptional accuracy and is the first to take on the state. The Moscow Municipal Court has increased the compensation awarded to one of the Nordost widows, Alla Alyakina, whose husband, a businessman, died in the theater siege on October 26, 2002, by 2 kopecks, a fraction of a penny. December 24th. The first meeting of the United Democratic Council of Yabloko and the Union of Right Forces, at which the main issue is the prospects for joint political survival. An item about fielding a presidential candidate representing a united Democratic front was removed from the agenda. From a conversation with Grigory Yavlinsky. Why is Yabloko refusing to participate in the presidential election? Because our elections are no longer even relatively democratic. Then why did you take part in the parliamentary elections? It was precisely the questionable results of the parliamentary elections which made it clear that things could not go on like that. During the last elections, unsanctioned political involvement of business was crushed. No businessman now dares to contribute money to a political cause without permission from the Kremlin. How do you see the future for Yabloko? The same as for the rest of Russia. They will probably set up a decorative pseudo-democratic parallel party, or fight us to extinction. I don't suppose for a moment that we shall be left in peace to prepare for the next elections. A one-party Duma? But the Communist Party is still in there. Formally, yes. But if you took 5 people from the remaining parties, put them in different rooms, and asked them crucial questions like, what should be done in Chechnya? How should the army be reformed? What should be done about education and health? What should our relations be with Europe and America? They would all give the same answers. We have a pseudo-multiparty parliament, pseudo-free and fair elections, a pseudo-impartial judiciary, and pseudo-independent mass media. The whole setup is a Potemkin village, a sham. Do you see this lasting for a long time? Things are changing rapidly, and anybody who thinks any of this will last for a long time is mistaken. Although to you and me, perhaps, it will seem quite long enough. I take an interest in what Yavlinsky has to say almost from force of habit. Other journalists are completely uninterested. In Moscow, the victorious United Russia Party holds its conference. Boris Gryzlov, the newly appointed Speaker of the Duma, declares, more than 37% of Russia's citizens, more than 22 million people, voted for us. We have obtained a majority in the Duma, which lays a great responsibility on us, and I do not believe in walking away from responsibility. I submitted an application to Putin, and he made the arrangements for my transfer to the Duma. Permit me to express my especial gratitude to President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. It is by following his course that victory has been assured. Our candidate in the forthcoming elections is already known. The President, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. Our duty is to ensure that he wins decisively. After the conference came the first meeting of the Parliamentary United Russia Party. Gryzlov told us about his vision of the Duma's political role. Political debate, it seems, is mere chatter and should be excluded. For Gryzlov, a Duma without debate will be a step forward. The Central Electoral Commission has registered a lobby group of electors proposing Putin's candidacy. As of today, they can conduct their campaign officially, as if they haven't been doing just that until now. December 26th. The 15th conference of the misleadingly named Liberal Democratic Party begins in Moscow under the slogan "Russians are tired of waiting." Zhirinovsky will not stand for president. We will put forward a complete unknown, but I personally will lead the party during the election of the president, he announced. The conference nominated Oleg Malishkin, a wrestling coach who is Zhirinovsky's bodyguard and a complete imbecile. In his first television interview as a presidential candidate, he had some difficulty remembering what his favorite book was. Putin does not simply lack a field of competitors against whom to run. The whole background against which the election is being organized is an intellectual desert. The affair has no logic, no reason, no sparkle of genuine, serious thinking. The candidates have no manifestos, and one cannot imagine them being able to conduct a political debate. What can we do? Election campaigns and hustings have been devised by democratic societies partly in order to allow the population some input into the deciding of their future, to give candidates advice and instructions. We have been told just to pipe down. Candidate number one knows best what everybody needs and accordingly requires no advice from anyone. There is nobody to moderate his arrogance. Russia has been humiliated. December 27th. Sterligov, the coffin maker, has been disqualified from standing by the Central Electoral Commission. Viktor Ampolov, a clown from the Workers' Russia Party, promptly put himself forward. A horseradish is no sweeter than a radish. December 28th. At last they have found a worthy opponent for Putin. Sergei Mironov, the Speaker of the Soviet of the Federation, has been proposed by the Party of Life, another of the dwarf parties set up by the presidential administration's deputy head, Vladislav Surkov *. He immediately announced, "I support Putin." The conference of the Russian Communist Party is taking place. The Communists have proposed Nikolai Kharitonov, an odd, garrulous man who used to be a KGB officer. How wonderful! Ivan Rybkin has announced he will stand. He is the creature of Putin's main opponent, Boris Berezovsky, now in exile abroad. Rybkin used to be the Speaker of the Duma and Chairman of the National Security Council. Who is he today? Time will tell. Meanwhile, Moscow is at a standstill. The rich haven't a care in the world. They are abroad on vacation. Moscow is very rich. All the restaurants, even the most expensive, are crammed or closed for corporate parties. The tables are laden with delicacies beyond the imaginings of the rest of Russia. Thousands of dollars are spent in an evening. Is this the last fling of the 21st century's new economic policy? December 29th. The first sitting of the new Duma. Putin announced that the parliament must remember that power derives from the people. Our main priorities are first and foremost to concentrate on issues affecting the quality of life of our citizens. It has taken considerable time and effort to move the Duma away from political confrontation to constructive work. It is essential to break through on every front. We have every right to call this a time that is seeing the strengthening of parliamentary democracy in Russia. All debate is useless. Vladislav Surkov, from the presidential administration, was also present. He is the spin doctor to whom United Russia owes its constitutional majority, a designer of political parties, slippery and dangerous. Vladimir Rizkov, an independent candidate from the Altai region, announced that he intends to challenge the composition of the Duma in the courts. The electorate did not give United Russia the mandate for a constitutional majority. Really? Well, what are you going to do about it? We're living in times when the state authorities are entirely without shame. Sergei Shoigu, Minister for Emergency Situations and a leading functionary of United Russia, and by no means the stupidest of them, suddenly proposed that United Russia should become the party providing public accountability in the fulfilling of the president's decisions. Irina Kakamata may after all stand for president. All the Democrats and liberals are condemning her in advance, saying the administration has offered her a deal in order to have at least one intelligent opponent for Putin to defeat. Viktor Yushchenko, formerly the head of Centrobank and now a deputy of the Rodina party, has also decided to stand. December 30th. Irina Kakamata has confirmed she will stand as a candidate. She thought it over for 24 hours after a lobby group proposed it to her. Was it sent by the Kremlin? She has until January 28th to collect 2 million signatures. Viktor Yushchenko will not need to collect signatures, because Rodina is a party with seats in the Duma. Rodina was dreamed up by Vladislav Surkov and is financed by various oligarchs. Sergei Glaziev, also from Rodina, will stand as an independent. Putin needed competitors, and he has received them as a New Year's gift. The new candidates have all promptly declared that the main thing is not to win but to take part. December 31st. It is a sad farewell to 2003. The Duma elections were a great victory for Putin's absolutism, but how long can you go on building empires? An empire leads to repression and ultimately to stagnation, and that is where we are heading. Our people have been exhausted by having political and economic experiments conducted on them. They want very much to live better lives, but do not want to have to fight for that. They expect everything to come down to them from above, and if what comes from above is repression, they resign themselves to it. The joke most popular on the internet: it is evening in Russia. Dwarfs are casting enormous shadows. The viewers of NTV's free speech program have voted for the Russian of the Year. Among the nominations were Vladislav Surkov, for bringing about the crushing victory of United Russia; academician Vitaly Ginzburg, Nobel Prize 2003, for work in quantum physics; the Novosibirsk film director Andrei Zvygintsev, whose first film, The Return, won the Lion d'Or at the Venice Film Festival; Georgy Yartsev, who coached the Russian soccer team to victory against Wales; and Mikhail Khodorkovsky, for creating the most honest and transparent company in Russia, becoming the country's richest man, and ending up in jail. The viewers chose Ginzburg. Surkov came last. At the end of the program, the presenter Savik Schuster revealed the rating of the nominees in a poll commissioned earlier from the Romir Public Opinion Survey Service. There too, Ginzburg came first and Surkov last. This shows the divergence between the Putin administration's model of reality and what actually exists. The virtual world of the official television stations is quite different. Vremya, the country's main news program, also ran a popularity poll for 2003. In first place was Putin, in second Shoigu, and in third Gryzlov. So there. Now, as it is almost time for the Kremlin chimes to ring out at midnight, a final thought for the year. Why are so many people emigrating? In the past year, the number of our citizens applying to live in the West has increased by 56%. According to the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Russia is ahead of every other country in the world in terms of the number of its citizens seeking to emigrate. January 4, 2004. The Conference of the Party of Life confirms Sergei Mironov as its presidential candidate. He repeats that he hopes Putin will win. Mironov is one of a number of props for the candidacy of Putin. Leaving nothing to chance is one of the main features of this campaign. Why are they so worried? In the Chechen village of Berkut, Russian soldiers have abducted Kasan Shaliv, who works for the Chechen militia. His whereabouts are unknown. January 5th. Putin holds a cabinet meeting. We need to explain the government's priorities to the Duma deputies, he insists repeatedly. He is not in a good mood. The Rose Revolution asterisk has triumphed in Georgia, and Mikhail Saakashvili asterisk is celebrating victory. Provisional results suggest he gained about 85% of the vote. This is a wake-up call to the heads of the other countries of the Commonwealth of Independent States, asterisk all those sitting around the table with Putin are well aware of this. There is a limit to how long you can trample people underfoot. When they really want change, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Is this what they are afraid of? January 6th. The final day for presidential candidates to lodge their documents. Kharitonov, Malishkin, Gashchenko, and Mironov have been proposed by parties in the Duma. There are now 6 independent candidates: Putin, Kakamata, Glaziev, Rybkin, Aksentev, and Brinsalov. Kakamata has problems with her right-wing political colleagues. Neither the Union of Right Forces nor Yabloko is in any hurry to support her or help with the collection of signatures. This makes her something of an outcast, which in itself might make Russians vote for her. We like pariahs, but we also like winners. People admire Putin for the way he manages to cheat everybody else. Those in the middle lose out. This is the night before the Russian Orthodox Christmas, when people traditionally give presents and do good deeds, although not in public. Putin flew by helicopter to Suzdal. He has an election to win, so his personal life is public property. In Suzdal, he walked around the ancient churches, listened to the singing of the novices in one of the convents, and posed for the television cameras and, no doubt, the press pack at the beginning of the Christmas service. The television shot was arranged to show Putin alone with the simple village congregation of little children and local women in their headscarves. Not a bodyguard in sight. He crossed himself. Thank God, there is progress in the world. He crosses himself very competently nowadays. Another Russian tradition is that those at the top and bottom of our society might as well be living on different planets. Exhibiting Putin among ordinary people at Christmas time does not mean life will change for them. I set off to see the most underprivileged of all in a place where none of the elite set foot. Psychoneurological Orphanage number 25 on the outskirts of Moscow. Moscow's outskirts are not like the city center, which nowadays is improbably opulent. The outskirts are quiet and hungry. Here there are no benefactors with toys and gifts, books and pampers. Not even at Christmas. Let's go to see the children, says the wise Lydia Slevik, director of this orphanage for the very smallest children, in a tone that suggests this will answer all my questions. Little Danila is sticking out like a candle from the adult arms of a caregiver. He seems to be with you, in that he has almost put his arms around you, but also not with you, lonely, distant. The world has passed him by. He is on his own. He holds his thin little back very straight, like a yogi. His shock of fair curly hair is like the candle's flame. The slightest breeze wafting in through the door from the corridor makes his silken locks flicker. He is a Christmas miracle, an angel. The only question is, to whom does this angel belong? Nobody is allowed to adopt him because of our idiotic laws. Danila's official status is a problem to which there is no solution. His natural mother did not officially renounce her maternal rights before running away. The militia are supposed to track her down, but they have more important things to worry about. This means that he cannot be adopted, even though he is such a little wonder. The sooner he is adopted, the better his chances in life will be, the sooner he will recover and will forget all that has happened to him. But the state too has more important things to worry about. The surroundings here are warm and clean, as in a good nursery. A sign above the door tells us that the group to which Danila and 11 other little boys and girls belong is called the Baby Starlings. Their patient caregivers are kind, very tired, overworked women. Everything here is good, except that the children don't cry. They are silent or they howl. There is no laughter to be heard. When he is not grinding his teeth, 15-month-old Danila is silent, peering attentively at the strangers who have arrived. He does not look at you as you would expect of a 15-month-old baby. He peers straight into your eyes, like an FSB interrogator. He has catastrophically limited experience of human tenderness. It is the night before Christmas in the orphanage on Yelitskaya Street, and a Christmas present has just been delivered. His name is Dmitry Dmitrievich, and he has severe liver and kidney insufficiency. He was born in December 2002, and in May 2003 his mother forgot him in the entrance to an apartment building. Amazingly enough, the militia managed to track her down and she wrote out the necessary declaration. I apply to renounce my parental rights. Dmitry Dmitrievich has been brought to the orphanage from the hospital. He has spent half his life in intensive care and now has no hair on the back of his head. It has rubbed off because he has always been lying on his back. The new boy in the group sits in a special baby walker and studies this unfamiliar place. There are rattles and toys in front of him, but Dmitry Dmitrievich seems more interested in people. He examines the consultant. He wants to take a good look at her, but does not yet know how to work his little legs, which, since he's been bedridden for so long, are not helping him to turn the baby walker to face Lydia Konstantinovna. She doesn't intervene. She wants him to learn how to get what he wants. "Come on, Dmitry Dmitrievich," she says. "Take a grip on life. Fight back." Unaided, Dmitry Dmitrievich does fight back, and a few minutes later he has won and is facing Lydia Konstantinovna. "What kind of work do you feel you are doing here? The work of Mother Teresa, or of someone who has to clean up after our society? Or do you just feel very sorry for these children?" "The children do not need pity," Lydia says. "That is the most important lesson I have learned. They need help. We are helping them to survive. Because of the work we do, they can hope to find foster parents. I and my staff never refer to this as an orphanage in front of them. We call it a nursery so that later, in a quite different life if they are adopted, the children will not have even a subconscious memory of having once been in an orphanage." "You are working so that the children entrusted to your care should be adopted?" "Yes, of course. That is the most important thing I can do for them." "What do you think about adoption by foreigners?" "Our patriotic politicians demand that we put a stop to it." "I think adoption by foreigners is a very good thing. There are some horror stories about Russian foster families too, only they don't get mentioned. Right now there is talk of withdrawing one of our children from his Russian foster parents. He will be coming back to us. Another problem is that Russian foster parents will not take children from the same family. Foreigners are happy to do that, which means that brothers and sisters are not separated. That is very important. We had a family of 6 children adopted in America. Natasha, the youngest of the 6, was brought in to us wrapped in a piece of wallpaper. Her 4-year-old brother wrapped her up in that to keep her from freezing because there was nothing else in the house to use. So what is bad about the fact that all 6 of them are now in the United States? I feel very happy when I look at the photograph I was sent from there. Nobody would believe the state they were in here. Only we remember that. In the past year, 15 of the 26 children who have been adopted from our orphanage have been taken by foster parents from abroad, mainly from the USA and Spain. There were 3 pairs of brothers and sisters. Russian people just wouldn't take them. They didn't want to, or they couldn't afford to. They didn't want to. And as a rule, rich people in Russia don't adopt children at all. What kind of people will they grow up to be, the way our country has turned out now? The wave of charitable giving in Russia came to a stop in 2002 when the Putin administration revoked tax privileges for charities. Until 2002, children in our orphanages were showered with gifts and New Year's presents. Now the rich no longer give them presents. Pensioners bring them their old, tattered shawls. The World Bank has a special program called A Chance to Work, which gives disadvantaged children work experience and an opportunity to learn valuable job skills. If anyone did that in our society, they would most likely be viewed with suspicion. What's in it for them? The neighbors would wonder. It is the orphans themselves who show compassion. Nadia left the orphanage when she was too old to remain and was allocated a room by the local authority as the law requires. She promptly moved in 4 other orphans. Completely unfamiliar with the ways of the world, they had exchanged their own rooms for mobile phones and had found themselves on the street. Now Nadia is feeding them, but she is penniless. None of them can find work. Hers is true charity. She can see no point in trying to approach the banks and other wealthy institutions. They wouldn't let her pass security. Meanwhile, our nouveau riches are skiing this Christmas in Courchevel. More than 2,000 Russians, each earning over 500,000 rubles, $17,400 a month, congregate there for this saison roost in the Swiss Alps. The menu offers 8 kinds of oysters. The wine list includes bottles at €1,500, $1,980. And in the retinue of every nouveau riche you can be sure of finding the government officials, our true oligarchs, who deliver these vast incomes to the favored 2,000. Not a word is heard in the televised Christmas reports from Courchevel about hard work having led to the amassing of these fortunes. The talk is of success, of the moment when everything just fell into place, of the firebird of happiness caught by its tail feathers, of being trusted by the state authorities. The charity of officialdom, otherwise known as corruption, is the quickest route to Courchevel. It is a modern version of the tale of Ivan the Fool, who just couldn't be poor, no matter how badly his brothers cheated him. Just pay the Kremlin and riches and power will come your way. January 8th. Zhirinovsky's bodyguard has been registered by the Central Electoral Commission as the first candidate in 2004 for the presidency of Russia. Hip hip hooray. Zhirinovsky has power of attorney over Malishkin. In Krasnoyarsk region, the peasants are being paid in sick calves. The potentate ruling over this region is the oligarch closest to Putin, indeed his representative there, Vladimir Potanin. No wages have been paid in cash at the dairy farm in Ustyug for over 3 years. The peasants are given calves instead. All the machinery has been sold off to settle debts. The vet was fired long ago, so there is nobody to look after the ailing calves. January 9th. This really is a first for us. The pupils of the International Orphanage in Ivanova are on hunger strike. The orphanage was founded in 1933 to provide for children from many different countries whose parents were in the prisons of states with reactionary or fascist regimes. The children are demanding that the International Orphanage be left alone, not broken up and privatized and the building sold. They were successful. January 10th. In the Chechen village of Avshary, unidentified soldiers have abducted the human rights campaigner Aslan Davaltukov from his home. The kidnappers drove up in 3 armored personnel carriers and 2 armored UAZ jeeps. January 13th. Today is Russian Press Day. In anticipation, the Romir Public Opinion Survey asked people, which social institutions do you most trust? 9% trust the media, 1% trust political parties, 50% trust Putin, 28% trust nobody, and 14% trust the Russian Orthodox Church. The government and the army scored 9% each. Local government and the trade unions scored 3%, and the law enforcement agencies managed 5%. People were, of course, at liberty to trust more than one institution. Some did. Victims of the terrorist acts of recent years have sent an open letter to all the presidential candidates. It reads, "The presidential election is a time for reviewing the past and for the outgoing authorities to account for what they have been up to while in office. There must be few people in Russia who have suffered more in this period than we. We lost those dear to us when apartment buildings were blown up in 1999 and when the theater on Dubrovka was seized by terrorists in 2002. We call upon you to include investigation of these terrorist acts in your manifestos. We would like to know what each of you will do if elected. Will you set up genuine, independent, and impartial inquiries, or will the conspiracy of silence surrounding the deaths of our loved ones continue? We have tried in vain to obtain credible explanations from the state authorities. The present president of the Russian Federation was under an obligation to reply, not only by virtue of his position, but simply as a matter of conscience. The deaths of our loved ones were, after all, directly related to his political career and to decisions made by him. The blowing up of apartment buildings persuaded the Russian people to support his hard line on Chechnya during the last presidential election, and he personally gave the order to use gas in Dubrovka. The signatories then submit a list of questions to the candidates, which they have previously addressed to Putin without any response. Regarding the blowing up of the apartment buildings. 1. Why did the authorities obstruct the investigation of events in Ryazan when FSB agents were caught red-handed, preparing to blow up an apartment building? 2. How did the Speaker of the State Duma come to issue a statement about the blowing up of the apartment building in Volgodonsk 3 days before it occurred? 3. Why was there no investigation of the discovery of the high-explosive hexogen in sacks labeled sugar at the army base in Ryazan in the autumn of 1999? 4. Why, under pressure from the FSB, was the investigation closed into the transfer of hexogen from army storage facilities to fictitious firms through the Rosconverse Rivcentral Research Institute? 5. Why was the lawyer Mikhail Trepashkin arrested after establishing the identity of the FSB agent who rented the premises for placing the bomb in the apartment building on Gurianov Street? Regarding the Dubrovka siege, the taking hostage of the audience of the musical Nordost. 1. Why was the decision made to begin a gas attack at the very moment when a real opportunity had arisen to negotiate the release of the hostages? 2. Does the fact that the authorities decided to use a slow-acting gas, which would have given time for explosive devices to be detonated, indicate that they already knew the terrorists had no real explosives on them? 3. Why were all the terrorists, including those who had been incapacitated, killed when they could have been arrested and required to give evidence to an inquiry? 4. Why did the authorities conceal the fact that K. Turkabeef, who, after his name became known, died in a car crash, was an FSB agent who took part in the seizure of the theater? 5. Why, when the assault was planned, was no attempt made to organize on-site medical assistance for the hostages, a neglect that resulted in the deaths of 130 people? The only replies were from Irina Kakamata and Ivan Rybkin. She has supported the Nordost victims from the very beginning. Altogether, Kakamata is beginning to seem the most normal of the candidates. Everything she has said so far has been worth listening to. She has been saying that under Putin the country cannot progress. Irina Kakamata. I have not studied the explosions in Moscow and Volgodonsk, so I shall reply only to the questions about the events at Dubrovka. The decision to mount the assault was made on the third day of the siege. I was inside the building on the first day, and am replying on the basis of what happened then. My impression is that on the first day, it would have been possible to free the hostages through negotiation. I believe the purpose of the assault was a show of strength, and that saving people's lives was not a high priority. It remains a riddle to me how it was possible to kill every one of the terrorists, who were situated in different parts of the building and auditorium, and why, after the gas attack, all the terrorists died, while some of the people next to them died and others survived. I suspect they were disposed of, because as living witnesses they might have testified in open court that the hostages could have been released. I emphasize that this is a suspicion, because there should be a presumption of innocence. We in the Union of Right Forces organized an investigation of our own, and came to the conclusion that no thought was given to trying to rescue the hostages. Everything was unplanned, and the result was a shambles. The military side was deemed the most important aspect of the operation, and nobody was even appointed to take care of the civilians. I can add on my own account that after the Dubrovka tragedy, Mr. Putin misled the whole world. Replying to a question from a journalist from the Washington Post, he said, "These people did not die as a result of the gas, because the gas was harmless. It was harmless, and we can say that in the course of the operation, not a single hostage was harmed by the gas." While President Putin and his cohorts were quaking with fear in the Kremlin, not for the lives of their citizens, but of losing power, a number of people were brave enough to try to save the hostages by voluntarily going into the terrorists in order to attempt to free at least the children. I thank God that I, the mother of 2 children, had the courage and resolution to go in and negotiate with the terrorists. In the past, I have not made public much of what I saw in the Dubrovka theater complex or, in particular, how the president and members of his administration reacted to my effort to save lives. I mistakenly thought that President Putin would ultimately help to establish the truth and would apologize for his order to employ a deadly gas. Putin, however, remains silent and gives no answers to people who have lost those dearest to them. The president has made his choice and decided to conceal the truth. I also have made my choice and will tell the truth. As a result of my negotiations with the terrorists in the theater on October 23, 2002, and what happened subsequently, I came to the conclusion that the terrorist had not the least intention of blowing up the theater complex, and that the authorities had not the least interest in trying to save all the hostages. The main events occurred after I returned from negotiating with the terrorists. Alexander Voloshin, the head of the presidential administration, threatened me and ordered me not to interfere further. Thinking over what occurred, I have come to the inescapable conclusion that this terrorist act helped to reinforce anti-Chechen hysteria, to prolong the war in Chechnya, and to maintain the president's high approval rating. I am convinced that Putin's actions in covering up the truth are a crime against the state. I undertake that, when I become president, the citizens of Russia will learn the truth about the blowing up of the apartment buildings, the tragedy at the theater complex, and many other crimes committed by the authorities. Recently, many of my friends have tried to dissuade me from entering the presidential election. In public, they state that I am almost betraying the interests of the Democrats, who are calling for a boycott of the elections, but in private, they warn that I will simply be killed if I tell the truth. I am not afraid of this terrorist regime. I appeal to everybody else not to be intimidated by them. Our children must grow up free people. Ivan Rybkin also replied, "Both the blowing up of the apartment buildings and the events at Dubrovka are a consequence of the anti-terrorist operation and, more precisely, of the Second Chechen War being waged in the North Caucasus." President Putin rode into the Kremlin on the crest of this wave, promising to restore order. He has proved incapable of doing so. People are dying in terrorist outrages everywhere. The war continues without respite, for which Putin and his immediate entourage are guilty. To this day, there is much that is completely unclear and inexplicable about all these tragedies. Concerning the blowing up of the apartment buildings, I believe a crime was committed by the security agencies. Even if we accept the claim that the FSB agents discovered planting explosives in Ryazan were engaged in exercises, all the official rules and instructions were ignored. How did Seleznyov, the Speaker of the Duma, know? This is not just odd, it is appalling. Having made this announcement, he should face criminal investigation and reveal where he got his information, so that we can see clearly who really ordered and who really carried out this atrocity. The approaches and training that the security forces are receiving in the course of the Chechen War are being extrapolated to the whole of Russia. They are totally brazen and believe that the end result is all that matters. This is extremely dangerous. On Dubrovka, all the behavior of the state authorities points to the fact that when it became clear there was a real possibility of freeing the hostages, they decided to mount an assault. Everyone in Moscow and all over Russia is talking about the fact that the assault was ordered to conceal the real facts about what happened there. Was the government in the know? I find it particularly unpleasant to answer this question, because during the events in Budyonnovsk, at a very secret meeting, the security forces contradicted everything the government has maintained. I was told that this gas and other chemical means could not be used in a bus with hostages because the terrorists would have time to detonate their explosives. As they were losing consciousness, they might also start firing at random. As it was used this time, the government clearly knew there would be no explosions. The terrorists were shot while unconscious because they would have had a great many interesting things to tell an independent inquiry. The whole of Russia is asking why unconscious people were shot, identified, approached, and shot in the head. The authorities failed to keep the FSB agent, Turkabiev, out of public view, and that is why he was killed. I know how angry people were, because they knew Turkabiev had authorization from the presidential administration. He himself boasted about the fact that he had managed to redirect the terrorist leader Mufsar Bariev's attack from the Duma to Dubrovka. The lack of assistance to those who suffered during the assault was barbaric and is wholly on the conscience of those responsible for the final phase. There is an attempt to divert popular anger over the lack of timely medical aid onto the mayor of Moscow, but it is not the mayor who is responsible for fighting terrorism. That is the job of the FSB. The cascade of medals and stars onto the chests and epaulets of security forces who ought to have been punished for letting Bariev's unit through in the first place confers honor neither on those decorated nor on the individual who decorated them. Again, we need an independent inquiry. I am not one of those who believe that the time will come when the archives are opened and we discover the truth. That day will never come. We need an investigation now, so that such an atrocity is never repeated, so that there is never a repetition of this appalling mistreatment of our citizens. Meanwhile, as a result of defections, the United Russia Party has gained a sufficient majority in the Duma to change the constitution. Gennady Rykov applied to join them today, taking the number of Putin's supporters in the parliament to 301. Apathy is ever more palpable. People are certain that nothing good can be expected. The presidential election is discussed on television, but otherwise nobody says a word about it. They already know how it will end. There is no debate, no excitement. In Moscow, the best-known Russian human rights campaigners this evening celebrated the Old Russian Orthodox New Year in their own way. They gathered at the Andrei Sakharov Museum and Social Center to try to form either a broad democratic front or a democratic club, as Vladimir Rizkov is suggesting, and to do it outside the traditional democratic institutions of the Union of Right Forces and Yabloko. The most businesslike proposals were made by Yevgeny Yasin. If we want a really broad union, we need a very limited program. We need very few demands in order to get as many people as possible to join. Our one aim should be to defend the gains of Russian democracy, to confront the authoritarian police state regime. Toward the end of a heated discussion that lasted many hours, tidings from prison were brought to the Sakharov Center. Karina Moskalenko, a lawyer, arrived direct from Matryoshkaya Tishina prison, where she had had a meeting with her client Mikhail Khodorkovsky. She conveyed Khodorkovsky's good wishes to all the champions of human rights and the news that the only ideal that enthuses him today is the ideal of defending human rights. If he gets out of prison, He is determined to devote himself exclusively to working for the betterment of society. They have managed to bring an oligarch to civic consciousness. The activists clapped like children at a Christmas party. January 14th. Moscow's Bahmani court, as much in the Kremlin's pocket as ever, continues to refine the art of selective justice, where what counts is not the law, but the individual it is being applied to. If that person is an enemy of Putin, the Bahmani judges are pedantic. If he is a favorite, they do not get vexed over legal niceties, or even require him to attend the hearing. Today, Judge Stanislav Voznesensky was considering a claim from Nadezhda Bushmanova of Ryazan province, the mother of Alexander Slesarenko, a soldier killed in the Second Chechen War. Alexander was fighting in the Armavir Special Operations Unit of the Interior Ministry. In September 1999, at the very beginning of the Second Chechen War, this unit was included in a special operations group under the command of Viktor Kazantsev, at that time commander of the North Caucasus Military District. Kazantsev committed an error and Alexander, among many others, was killed. Here is what happened. Everything began on September 5th, officially the first day of the war, when Putin issued a decree to begin an anti-terrorist operation. There was fighting in villages in Dagestan. At around 1,700 hours, the fighters occupied the Dagestan village of Novolakskoye on the border with Chechnya, and a unit of the Lipetsk Militia Special Operations Unit found itself holed up in the militia station. It needed rescuing. On the night of September 5th, the 120 men of Special Operations Unit 15 were called into action. Among them was Alexander Slesarenko. On September 6th, the unit was at the Mozdok Army Base in North Ossetia. On September 7th, they were deployed to the Dagestan village of Badashirt, and on September 8th to Novolakskoye. At this point, the Armavir men came under the command of Kazantsev. He had been placed in overall charge of the operation to clear the Novolakskoye and Hasevirt regions of Dagestan, and all categories of troops were under his command. On September 8th, Kazantsev ordered Major General Nikolai Cherkashenko, his deputy in charge of the interior troops, to present a plan to take the adjacent commanding heights in accordance with Kazantsev's general instruction. On September 9th, Kazantsev approved the plan, and at 2,130 hours, Major Yuri Yashin, commanding officer of the Armavir unit, received the order to attack and occupy and hold the heights until the arrival of reinforcements, so that fire could be directed down onto Novolakskoye. The Armavir men did as they were ordered and moved in at top speed, deaf and naked, as they say in the army, without secure means of communication, using only open-channel walkie-talkies with batteries that, because there had been no time to recharge them, were flat. How much ammunition they would need had not been calculated, because the Armavir men had not been told how long they would have to hold out. They were expendable, and anyway they didn't even belong to Kazantsev's regular forces. The war in the Caucasus is very odd. All the federal troops are supposedly on the same side, but the reality is quite different. The soldiers under the Ministry of Defense are at daggers drawn with the FSB, and the interior troops are at loggerheads both with their own interior ministry and the army. When officers say, "The casualties were not ours," that means in army speak that the fallen were militiamen or soldiers of the interior troops. This is why a battle has been raging for many years over who should head the joint command of forces and resources in the North Caucasus. If an army man is in charge, there is no way non-army personnel will get the ammunition and walkie-talkies they need. That is what happened on this occasion. Kazantsev, an army man, was in command of non-army men. By 0100 hours on September 10th, 94 non-army special operations troops had occupied the heights without losses. At 0600 hours, Major General Cherkashenko received a confident report from Major Yashin and passed the information to Kazantsev, who immediately drove off, reassured that the hills had been taken. He was absent until 0840 hours, but at precisely 0620 hours, Yashin suddenly found himself with a battle on his hands. At 0730 hours, Chechen fighters began to encircle the special operations troops. Yashin radioed for assistance, but Cherkashenko, left to represent Kazantsev at the command post, was unable to help. He knew that another group of interior troops, commanded by Major General Grigory Tarantiv, had already tried to break through to Yashin's detachment, but had been repelled by stiff opposition. 14 men had died, and there were many wounded, including Tarantiv himself. On the slopes of the heights, 5 armored personnel carriers were in flames. Apart from Tarantiv's detachment, no others would go to the aid of Yashin because they were army men and because Kazantsev was asleep. At 0830 hours, Yashin shouted to Cherkashenko that they all had only a single round of ammunition left and needed to retreat. Cherkashenko agreed. At 0840 hours, Kazantsev, having woken up, burst into the command post. He couldn't understand why Yashin was retreating. He had ordered him to hold the position at all costs. At this point, all contact with Yashin was lost. The walkie-talkie batteries had run out. The major was deaf and entirely on his own. Yashin divided the unit into groups, headed one himself, entrusted another to Lieutenant Colonel Gadushkin, and at about 1100 hours, gathering their strength, they began to retreat downhill. This was the only way the unit could hope to survive. Kazantsev was at the command post and observed the movements personally. He then gave orders to bomb the slopes. Why? Because he had his plan and had already reported upstairs the time within which the fighters on the hill would have been eliminated. At 1500 hours, 2 low-flying Su-25 attack planes appeared in the sky over Yashin's group and delivered a targeted strike at the Interior Ministry troops who were breaking out of their encirclement. The targeter, on Kazantsev's specific orders, was the commanding officer of the 4th Air Army and Anti-Aircraft Defense Forces, Lieutenant General Valery Gorbenko. As the bombs were dropped, these two heroes, Kazantsev and Gorbenko, were standing at a field observation point and saw with their own eyes that Yashin's group were launching signal flares to indicate where the bombs should not be dropped. Why was the Armavir Special Operations Unit punished in this manner on September 10th? Because it had been set up. They were sacrificed to protect Kazantsev and his idiotic plan. They were invited to die as heroes rather than escape the encirclement and be potential witnesses, but failed to take the hint. This is the method of our security bosses, later employed many times in Chechnya and elsewhere. Nordost was a clear enough demonstration of the same thing. It is a method sanctioned repeatedly by Putin. If you survive, you must be vilified and punished. The Military Procurator's Office of the North Caucasus Military District is, under our monstrous judicial system, effectively dependent on the commanding officer of its district, in this case Kazantsev, for the allocation of promotions, accommodations, and privileges. It considered a criminal case regarding the killing of the Armavir men, brought by their relatives. The court acquitted Kazantsev on all counts. More than that, it depicted him as a hero surrounded by cowards. Here is a quotation from the court records. In reality, the interior troops were retreating in disarray. The situation was close to critical. Kazantsev made the decision to move to the forward sector himself. He personally halted the subdivisions of interior troops who were fleeing in disorder, and personally identified a new mission to them, attempting to deploy the remainder of the interior troop subdivisions to cut off the fighters. Kazantsev is an army hero, and the interior troops are cowards. This is the verdict of the court. The soldiers certainly were fleeing, but from a death trap they had been put in. They tried to survive the bombing as best they could, which was being directed at them on the orders of imbeciles. They were dragging their wounded, calling for assistance to retrieve the bodies of those who had been killed. Kazantsev observed all this. The final toll from that single treacherous bombing of the heights at 1500 hours by 2 Su-25 attack aircraft was 8 dead and 23 wounded. Only 1 soldier was killed in combat with the Chechen fighters. The overall losses of interior troops in the course of Kazantsev's operation of September 9th to 10th were over 80 men, according to the inquiry. No further details are available. The soldiers of Major Yashin's doomed detachment were making their way back to their own lines for several days afterward. Alexander Slesarenko's body was returned to his home in Ryazan province 2 weeks later, in a sealed coffin. The coffins were buried in the graveyards of Russia, and the state stuck into their grave mounds the very cheapest of memorials, an insult to the men who lie beneath them. Overcoming her grief, Alexander's mother applied to the Baumani court, within whose jurisdiction the Ministry of Defense lies. Judge Vosnesenski directed the treasury to pay her 250,000 rubles, $8,700, in compensation. Needless to say, it did not come from the pocket of Kazantsev, who was by then a favorite of the president and Putin's personal representative in the North Caucasus. Kazantsev has been showered with medals, orders, and titles by Putin for his part in the so-called anti-terrorist operation for bringing Chechnya to the state the president wanted it in. Judge Voznesensky is a young man, dynamic and modern, and doesn't clam up at the mention of administrative interference in the judicial process. He knows exactly what you are talking about. I know him well. He is brilliantly educated and peppers his conversation with Latin expressions, revealing a level of erudition unheard of among Russian judges. Voznesensky did not, however, delve too deeply into the details of Private Slesarenko's death, or indeed bother summoning that hero of Russia, General Viktor Kazantsev, to the courtroom. So, once again, the taxpayers of Russia uncomplainingly pick up the tab for the Second Chechen War and the idiocies of its generals, plus all the other expenditure on successive military escapades in the North Caucasus. How long is this going to continue? The tragedy of the Second Chechen War has been the launch pad for the stellar careers of all those implicated in it as comrades in arms of the present president. The more bloodshed, the higher they rise. So who takes responsibility? It simply does not matter how many people Kazantsev sends to their death. It does not matter how often he collapses drunkenly into the arms of others, including journalists. It is water off a duck's back. The only thing that matters in Russia today is loyalty to Putin. Personal devotion gains an indulgence, an amnesty in advance, for all life's successes and failures. Competence and professionalism count for nothing with the Kremlin. The system that has evolved under Putin profoundly corrupts officials, both civilian and military. Alexander's mother tells me, I shall never reconcile myself to the fact that my Sasha was sacrificed to a general's ambition. Never. January 15th. In Moscow, there is a fuss over a new history textbook. Members of United Russia are demanding that Putin require that, prior at the events of the Russo-Finnish War of 1939 and of Stalin's collectivization of agriculture, be included. They insist that our children should once more read a Soviet treatment of the Second World War and the supposedly positive role played by Stalin. Putin is going along with this. Homo Sovieticus is breathing down our necks. Another textbook has meanwhile been banned for including the comment by academician Yanov that Russia is in danger of turning into a national socialist state armed with nuclear weapons. Relatives of the Nordost victims have a meeting at the Procurator General's office in Moscow with Vladimir Kalchik, a serious crimes investigator running the inquiry into the theater hostage-taking. They have asked me to accompany them in order to reduce the likelihood that Kalchik will deceive or insult them. When there are no outsiders present, Kalchik constantly insults the relatives of those who died, and has never been brought to book for this. He is under personal instructions from Putin to falsify the investigation and ensure that information about the gas used should be suppressed. Passports on the table. Kalchik barks, signaling the beginning of the meeting. Nordost Association? What is that? Who has recognized this organization? Can we talk like civilized human beings? Tatyana Karpova asks. She is the mother of Alexander Karpov, one of the hostages who died, and she is the chairperson of the Nordost Association. How many terrorists were killed? How many managed to escape? According to our data, all the terrorists in the building were killed, but it is impossible to give a 100% guarantee. Why were all the fighters killed? Well, they were, and that's all there is to it. These things are decided by the security forces. They are risking their lives when they go in, and it is not for me to tell them who they should or should not kill. I have my own opinion as a human being, and I have my opinion as a lawyer. Do you consider that a published videotape of a shooting suggests that any of the hostages could have been killed in this manner? Tatyana is referring to images from the morning of October 26, 2002, immediately after the assault at the entrance to the theater complex, which show an unidentified woman in military camouflage aiming a pistol at, and possibly shooting, an unidentified man whose hands are tied behind his back. Nobody is finishing off anybody in that clip. Journalists would like to represent it as a killing. We have had it analyzed. What is there is a corpse being dragged from one location to another, and the woman is merely indicating where it is to be put. We know whose corpse it was. Whose? If I tell you, you will only say it is all lies. Is it the body of Vlach? Gennady Vlach was a Muscovite who entered the occupied building on his own initiative to search for his son. Yes, it is. The examination will demonstrate that. Kalchik knows perfectly well that Vlaka's son and his ex-wife have studied this tape carefully and categorically denied that the person being dragged about is Gennady. Nothing fits. Not his build, his hair, or his clothing. Tatiana continues, "Do you admit that there was looting in the hall after the assault?" Yes. The rescuers, the security forces, were in there, and if they saw a purse, they popped it into their pocket. They are only human. It's the kind of country we live in. Their salaries are wretchedly low. Are you investigating instances of looting? Oh, come on. Of course not. We desperately want to know the truth about how our relatives died. Are you intending to press charges against any officials for failing to provide medical support in the aftermath? If you were all given $1 million like they do in the West, you would shut up straight away. You would do a bit of weeping and then just shut up. Vladimir Kurbatov, father of a 13-year-old member of the Nordost caste who died, I would not shut up. I would still seek the truth about when and where my daughter died. As it is, nobody knows. Ludmila Trunova, a lawyer present at the meeting. How did the body of Grigory Bourbon, one of the hostages who died, come to be discovered on Lenin Prospect? Says who? I don't know. Tatiana Karpova. Why was the body of Gennady Vlach cremated? As if he were one of the terrorists? That is none of your business. Why don't you ask questions about your old man? A question about Turkabeef? Turkabeef was never there. Politkovskaya did not help us. I wrote in my newspaper about FSB officer Turkabeef's role in the siege. She refused to give us information about him. She just said she didn't know anything. Has anybody been charged in connection with this affair? No. Kalchik is a typical representative of the law enforcement and security officials of the new era of Putin. They are actively encouraged to treat people high-handedly. In Magadan, meanwhile, large numbers of conscripts have fallen ill on the way to their units. Putin reacts instantly, calling this a criminal way to treat people. The raw recruits were lined up on an airfield for several hours wearing only light clothing, and more than 80 ended up in the hospital with pneumonia. One of the soldiers, Volodya Beryozin from Moscow province, died on December 3rd from hypothermia. Beryozin had been a strong, healthy boy who was selected to serve in the president's regiment. Volodya's father, like everyone else, is demanding an explanation from the president of how such a thing could occur. It is already January 15th, and Volodya Beryozin was buried 9 days ago, but Russia became indignant only after Putin expressed his anger. Soldiers are dust beneath their officers' boots. That's the way it is here, and Putin, himself the incarnation of a stereotype, accepts it. His anger is a pre-election stunt. No more than that. January 16th. The body of Aslan Davaltikov, abducted from his home on January 10th, has been found showing signs of torture. He had been shot in the back of the head. The body was found on the outskirts of Gudurms. Aslan was a well-known Chechen human rights campaigner. Despite the intervention of international organizations, the investigation of the murder proved fruitless. Glory be to our Tsar. An investigation is underway into the case of the frostbitten soldiers. Their inhuman treatment began at the Chkalov military aerodrome in Moscow province. The weather was far from warm, and new recruits were crammed for 24 hours into an unheated arms store, sleeping on crates or on the cold floor. They were given nothing at all to eat, either then or on the subsequent journey. They were transported in a cargo plane at a temperature of 22 degrees Fahrenheit, like logs, and were all frozen to the marrow. When they landed in Novosibirsk, they were forced out onto the airfield and made to stand in a biting wind at 2 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours. At Komsomolsk-on-Amur airfield, they spent 4 hours in light clothing at 13 degrees Fahrenheit. In Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, it became obvious that some of them were seriously ill, but the officers escorting them ignored the situation. In the barracks where they were accommodated after the flight, the temperature was 54 degrees Fahrenheit. By now, almost 100 of them were ill. There were no facilities to treat them. The army doctors had only antibiotics that had expired in the mid-1990s, and there were no disposable hypodermic needles. The medics gave them cough medicine. The Chief Military Procurator's Office has announced that it will shortly be questioning Colonel General Vasily Smirnov, head of the Central Logistics Board of the Ministry of Defense, in connection with the case of the frozen soldiers. This is an unprecedented liberty imaginable only if they have been given the green light from higher up. 22 generals have already been questioned, the first time generals have ever been quizzed over anything that happened to conscripts. It is wonderful to see the president acting as Russia's foremost champion of human rights, but will he be wearing the same mask after the presidential election? Our democracy continues its decline. Nothing in Russia depends on the people. Everything depends on Putin. There is an ever greater centralization of power and loss of initiative by officialdom. Putin is resuscitating our ancient stereotype. Let us wait until our Lord the Baron comes back. He will tell us how everything should be. It has to be admitted that this is how the Russian people like it, which means that soon Putin will throw away the mask of a defender of human rights. He won't need it anymore. Where have all the Democrats gone? Alexander Zhukov, a former Democrat and now a member of United Russia, considers that it is a good thing when there is a ruling party in parliament. The electorate will see clearly who is responsible for everything. In the previous 3 Dumas, that was not the case. It is plain that United Russia is going to encourage a market economy based on reduction of the tax burden, development of free business and reducing the role of the state, reforming of natural monopolies, bringing Russia into the world market, and reform of social welfare, which is not functioning satisfactorily at present. There is no reason to worry about this Duma. Democratic procedures are being observed better than in its predecessors. Zhukov was shortly afterward appointed a deputy prime minister. January 17th. Political splits and defections continue. The Russian Revival Party, another of the dwarf parties, this one headed by Gennady Seleznyov, has decided to support Putin in the election and to dump Sergei Mironov, chairman of the Soviet of the Federation and leader of the Party of Life, with whom it had an alliance during the parliamentary elections. The decision was taken after analyzing the parties showing in the elections. Between them, the parties of these two leaders won just 1.88% of the vote. Television shows Putin reiterating, "We do not need an argumentative Duma." The members of United Russia assure the country that their takeover of parliament is more honest with the electors. It is becoming increasingly obvious that strict military discipline rules within the United Russia Party. None of the deputies is allowed to give interviews to journalists or to vote according to conscience. The party now has 310 deputies. Deputies are still joining up and swearing allegiance. The presidential election campaign is really very odd. There isn't actually any need for cunning spin doctors. Everyone already prefers Putin, even those standing against him. The idiot bodyguard Malishkin has admitted as much. There was an item on television about Malishkin's mother, who lives in Rostov province in a house without running water. She says she will vote for Putin because she is very pleased with him. Mironov has even asked in amazement, "Why are we all standing as candidates? We should all stand shoulder to shoulder with him." Sergei Glaziev, another pseudo-candidate, declares to the people, "I like Putin. I have a lot in common with him. What I don't like is the way his decisions are implemented." The failure of the Democrats and liberals to put forward a joint candidate themselves looks increasingly like political suicide. In Grozny, in broad daylight, Russian troops abducted Khalid Edelkayev, 47, a taxi driver, on the road leading to the village of Petropavlovskaya. His whereabouts are unknown. January 18th. The Central Electoral Commission is beginning to receive signatures from supporters of the non-party candidates. But is there anyone left who is actually against Putin? Only Irina Kakamada. Within the Communist Party, there is a conflict between the leaders, Zhuganov and Semygin, and they have no time left over for a committed political battle against Putin. Rogozin of Rodina says he wants to support Putin. Glaziev is still shilly-shoalying. The deadline for submitting signatures is January 28th, and there are 55 days remaining until the election. How did Putin get re-elected? January 19th. Committee 2008, an organization campaigning for fair elections, but hoping to get them only in 2008, has issued a manifesto in which it says it is currently repugnant to live in Russia. As if we didn't know. The chairman of the committee is the former world chess champion, Garry Kasparov. He is intelligent and self-reliant, which is a good start. January 20th. During the night, masked gunmen in white Zigulis without number plates, the trademark of Ramzan Kadyrov's forces, kidnapped Milana Kadzoeva from her home in the Chechen village of Kotaryurt. Milana is the widow of a fighter. She has 2 small children. Her whereabouts are unknown. January 21st. Irina Kakamata has made a public appeal to the Russian business elite for funds. Leonid Nevzlin, a friend of Politkovskaya's, has offered to support her. Chubai refused. Those who survived the siege of Leningrad are beginning to receive medals and payments to mark the 60th anniversary of the raising of the siege. They are getting between 450 and 900 rubles, $16, $31. The survivors are poor, and in St. Petersburg people lined up for many days to receive it. In all, about 300,000 people were eligible to receive this pittance, but only 15,000 succeeded. The survivors disliked the new medals intensely, which read Resident of Besieged Leningrad, and, for the defense of Leningrad, the Peter and Paul Fortress is depicted from an unimaginable perspective, and tank traps that were never there are shown on the embankment. It's all been done Soviet style. Like it or lump it. January 24th. In Grozny, unidentified persons wearing camouflage fatigues and driving a military UAZ jeep abducted Turpal Baltabeev, 23, from the Hippodrome bus stop. His whereabouts are unknown. January 27th. Putin is in St. Petersburg. His election campaign continues against the backdrop of the 60th anniversary of the raising of the siege of Leningrad. He flew to Kirovsk, to the legendary Neva bridgehead, where his father, Vladimir Spiridonovich Putin, fought and was severely wounded. It was from the Neva bridgehead that, on January 18, 1943, the siege of Leningrad was lifted. During the siege, Putin's elder brother starved to death. His mother barely survived. Between 200,000 and 400,000 soldiers died trying to break through here. The exact number and the names of many are unknown to this day, because most were simply Leningrad volunteers who died before they could be enlisted as soldiers. The bridgehead is nearly a mile long and several hundred yards wide. Even today, no trees grow there. Putin laid a bouquet of dark red roses at the monument. In honor of Putin's arrival, a meeting of the Presidium of the State Council was held. This is a purely consultative but highly ceremonious institution created by Putin to keep the governors of Russia's provinces happy. Today's session was devoted to the problems of pensioners, of whom there are more than 30 million in Russia. Some 20 were herded along to a meeting with Putin, wearing old suits and shabby cardigans. They were from Leningrad province and spoke of their abysmally low quality of life. Putin listened to them all, interrupted nobody, and said, "It is essential for us to consider how we can provide a dignified life in old age. This is a crucial task for the state." The words "a crucial task" are heard constantly, but, depending on the audience, it is the welfare of the peasants, or improving the health service, that is crucial. It is the familiar mimicry of a KGB agent, but the people seem not to notice. This time Putin promised to double the amount by which pensions will be indexed in 2004. The average monthly addition will amount to 240 rubles, $8.35, for which they will be able to buy 18 ounces of good quality meat. Kakamata has published her manifesto. During the past 4 years, the state authorities have suppressed all political opposition and destroyed the independent mass media. The party of government in the Duma has no program and no ideas. If in 4 years' time, by 2008, those who support democracy have not made themselves heard, Russia will slide back irreversibly into authoritarianism. I challenge Putin to a debate, because I want to hear from him exactly what kind of Russia he wants to build. I have collected 4 million signatures in support of my candidacy. I am prepared to be the cork shot from the bottle confining the genie of the will of Russia's citizens. Good, effective stuff, but Putin didn't raise an eyebrow at any of the statements, as if they hadn't been made. Nobody insisted that he should respond. Our society is sick. Most people are suffering from the disease of paternalism, which is why Putin gets away with everything, why he is possible in Russia. January 28th. At 6 p.m., the Central Electoral Commission ceased to accept signatures of supporters of presidential candidates. Putin, Mironov, and RYB Kin had already submitted theirs. Kakamata handed in hers at 3 p.m. The entrepreneur Anzoriak Sentif sent in a letter withdrawing his application. There are alternatives: Kakamata for Zapadnik, Karatanov for communists, Malishkin for political extremists and hoodlums, Glaziev for believers in our new superpower status. January 29th. Vladimir Potanin continues trying to position himself as a good oligarch. That is to say, one not comparable with Khodorkovsky. He is proposing to reform the oligarchs' trade union. Business is a constructive force. We need a new, meaningful dialogue with the state authorities. Business should consider the needs of society, should explain who we are. He also talks about moderating the ambitions of the oligarchs and says that big business has no need of representation in the country's leading councils. Potanin was given prime time on television to say all this. Everyone takes that to mean that he had the blessing of Putin himself. February 2nd. On television, Putin cuts the price of bread by using the old Soviet method of stopping grain exports. Why were we exporting grain anyway, if the country is going hungry? There is nobody to put this question as the opposition has no access to the media. Putin hears reports that in many regions the cost of bread has doubled over the past month and demands that these uncontrolled price rises be stopped immediately. On television, he promises to look into the payment of pensions to people disabled in childhood during the Second World War. Zurabov, the Minister of Health and Social Welfare, reports to him that he is quite sure the necessary legislation will go through all its readings in the Duma very rapidly. It is as if the Duma had no timetable for other legislation. All that matters is the president's requirements for his election campaign, which seems to consist of constantly doling out money. At the same time, Zurabov reports to Putin on pensions for priests. Putin takes a great interest in the welfare of priests. Zurabov reminds him that before the fall of the USSR, priests had no entitlement to a pension at all. In place of genuine pre-election debates, we get yet another episode of the ongoing political soap opera that is the Rodina Party. A furious row between Rogozin and Glaziev instead of debates about the future of the country. Rogozin heaps abuse on Glaziev. Glaziev blusters a lot of nonsense in reply, and nobody talks about what it is that Putin might have to offer the country in a second term. Almost none of the candidates who are supposed to be opposing Putin have any ideas at all. In Moscow, Yelena Tretyakova was almost blown up by a small bomb planted outside her apartment building. Was it just hooliganism? She recently published an anti-Putin book, Tales of a Kremlin Digger. She was a member of the Kremlin press pool, but then saw the light and wrote a book about the inner life of the Kremlin that shows him in a highly unflattering light. Tretyakova was shortly to emigrate from Russia. February 3rd. At about 5 p.m., there was a terrorist outrage in Vladikavkaz. A Ziguli car was blown up just as military cadets were driving past on a truck. One woman died, and 10 people were injured. One cadet is in critical condition. February 4th. In Grozny, unidentified armed men wearing masks and camouflage fatigues abducted Satsita Kamiva, 23, from her home on Aviatchnaya Street. Her whereabouts are unknown. Meanwhile, in Moscow, Putin's election campaign headquarters are said to have been set up, but they are just as virtual as Putin himself. The address is number 5, Red Square, only nobody is allowed in. Putin has appointed as leader of his election team Dmitry Kozak, the first deputy head of the presidential administration in charge of legal and administrative reform. Kozak has the reputation of being the cleverest person in the administration, after Putin, of course. Like Putin, he is a graduate of the law faculty of Leningrad University. He worked there in the procurator's office and in the St. Petersburg City Hall, and in 1989-99 was deputy governor of St. Petersburg. In other words, he is one of Putin's Petersburg Brigade. The League of Committees of Soldiers' Mothers is to set up a political party. In Russia, parties are born for one of 3 reasons. Because there is a lot of money somewhere, because somebody has nothing better to do, or because somebody has been driven to desperation. The Party of Soldiers' Mothers is entirely a product of the December 7th parliamentary elections, born in the wilderness of a Russian politics purged of all democratic forces. We are mature enough now to found a party, says Valentina Melnikova, chairperson of the organizing committee. We have been talking about it within the movement for a long time, but previously we could call on the support of the Union of Right Forces and Yabloko in our campaign for reform of the army, to help soldiers, for the abolition of conscription and legislative initiatives. Yavlinsky and Nemtsov were still players, but now everything is in ruins. We're standing amid a political Hiroshima, but we still have problems that need to be resolved. There is nobody left for us to turn to, nobody on whom we can pin our hopes. All the present political parties are a continuation of the Kremlin by other means. You half suspect that the Duma deputies scuttle off every morning to Red Square to receive their instructions from the Lenin Mausoleum, and then go away to do as they have been bid. That is why we have decided to form a party ourselves. The Party of Soldiers' Mothers, then, is a party of desperation, born of the complete political hopelessness that is the sum total of the last 4 dismal years. In an era when everything is under the Kremlin's control, this is a straightforward grassroots initiative, which has appeared without the benefit of administrative resources, in which Vladislav Surkov, Russia's ubiquitous political fixer, has been allowed absolutely no part. The decision to create the party was made very simply. After the Duma elections, women from Mayas, Nizhny Novgorod, Sochi, and Nizhny Tagil called the Moscow office of the League of Committees of Soldiers' Mothers. The committees in these cities were the driving force behind the creation of a new political party. The remnants of Yabloko and the Union of Right Forces are, of course, a sorry spectacle, but a concomitant is the appearance of public initiatives from deeply committed people with an immense dissident potential. Putin wants everything close-cropped, but from his coppicing of the opposition something positive is sprouting. A time for new initiatives is coming. The devastation of the political arena emboldens those who refuse to live under the old Soviet clichés and intend to fight. In order to survive in enemy territory, when no one else will fight for you, you have to summon up your resolve and start fighting for yourself. In the language of the soldiers' mothers, that means fighting for the lives of soldiers against the army recruitment machine that devours them. The last straw was an incident involving Ida Kuklina and Putin. Ida has been working for 10 years in the Moscow Committee and is now even a member of the Presidential Commission on Human Rights. She had put a lot of energy into getting the pension raised for conscripts who have been reduced to the state of Category 1 invalids. The current pension is 1,400 rubles, or around $49 a month. Category 1 invalids are amputees and those bedridden with spinal injuries or confined to wheelchairs. Ida Kuklina handed a petition to Putin personally at one of the meetings of his commission. He wrote a generally encouraging, if not very specific, recommendation on it. The question is posed correctly. Putin, and forwarded it to the government and the pensions department. The Deputy Prime Minister for Social Welfare, Galina Kirilova, responded tartly that there would be a revolt of the disabled if the attempt was made to raise the level of pensions for conscripts who had just been crippled to the level of ex-servicemen disabled during the Second World War or the Afghan and other local wars. That, Kirilova opined, would be unethical. Ida again approached Putin, again received a positive response, and was again turned down by the officials. This happened 3 times in succession. It was at this point the mothers decided that the only solution was to become legislators themselves. The intention is to have deputies from the Party of Soldiers' Mothers in the Duma after the parliamentary elections in 2007. Who will be the leader of your new party? Are you going to invite some clued-up politician? One of our own people, Valentina Melnikova, replies emphatically. While I was speaking to the soldiers' mothers about the future, we heard about a fresh atrocity within the army. Private Alexander Sobakiev was brutally tortured in the Dzerzhinsky Special Operations Division of the Interior Ministry's troops. His family last heard his cheerful voice on the telephone late in the evening of January 3rd. Alexander, not quite 20 years old, was in his 2nd year in the army, already a lance corporal and dog handler in the sapper battalion. He called to say that everything was fine. They recalled the day they had seen him off to the army and laughed at the thought that they would soon be celebrating his return. That very night, in the early hours of January 4th, if we are to believe the documents that accompanied the zinc coffin, Alexander hanged himself using his own belt, and there were no suspicious circumstances. On January 11th, his body was brought home to the tiny forest village of Velvobaza, 180 miles from Perm. The representatives of his division, who brought the coffin, explained to his parents that it was suicide. There was no coroner's certificate. The parents did not believe this and demanded that the coffin be opened. The first to back off in horror were his service colleagues. Alexander's body was not only covered in bruises and razor cuts, but the skin and muscles on his wrists were cut to the bone, bearing the tendons. A doctor from the local hospital was asked to come and, in the presence of the local militiamen, a cameraman, a CID photographer, and officers from the district military commissariat, recorded that this mutilation had occurred while Alexander was still alive. The parents refused to bury their son, demanding an inquiry. His mother stayed home, but his father went straight to Moscow to the Dzerzhinsky Special Operations Division and to the capital's newspapers. That is how the outrage came to light. Putin did not react on this occasion. Indeed, if he were to react to every atrocity in the army, he would be doing so almost every day, and the electorate would start to wonder why these occurrences were so common and why the commander-in-chief, i.e., Putin, hadn't done anything about it before. Accordingly, no attempt was made to track down Alexander's killers. The military procurator's office did everything in its power to ensure that the truth remained hidden. Alexander fared less well than Volodya Byaryozin, for whose death from cold and starvation officers will appear in court, thanks only to the fact that Putin's election campaign had just begun, and that he got his hands on the story first. Alexander's death is not being investigated with any urgency. Although his parents refused to bury the body of their son until an independent inquiry made public the truth about his death, this was refused. The family ran out of money to pay for keeping his body in the Kadimker district mortuary, and Alexander was buried as a suicide. How many more of our sons will have to be sacrificed before a great joint campaign by the public sees this army reformed root and branch? It is a question that refuses to go away. Do we see a change in the mood of society? A civil society beginning timorously to emerge from the kitchens of Russia in the same way that, after a purge in Chechnya, people very quietly, very cautiously creep out of their cellars and bolt holes? As of yet, no, although many are beginning to realize what people in Chechnya have realized after being subjected to the anti-terrorist operation. You have to rely on yourself if you want to survive. You have to defend yourself if nobody else will. The rampaging of the bureaucracy is more out of control than ever after the triumph of their United Russia Party, and there are still far too few public initiatives. As election day approaches, the television news bulletins increasingly resemble heartening dispatches on Putin's achievements. The greater part of the news is taken up with bureaucrats reporting to Putin in front of the cameras, but without any semblance of independent commentary. Today, Sergei Ignatiev, the chairman of Centrobank, was briefing him on the improbable growth of the gold and currency reserves. To the accompaniment of a lot of political chatter about the welfare of the people, the Fourth Duma is passing lobbyist-driven legislation even more blatantly than the Third Duma. There is, for example, a proposal for a significant reduction of value-added tax for estate agents. This is simply laughable, because estate agents in Russia are millionaires. Nobody raises the matter in the mass media, although they whisper about it a good deal. Journalists practice rigorous self-censorship. They don't even propose such stories to their newspapers or the television stations, certain in advance that their bosses will axe them. The Eighth World Gathering of the People of Russia has ended. It was touted as the big event of February and almost resembled a Congress of the United Russia Party, with all the top government bureaucrats turning up. Funnily enough, though, nobody can remember when the Seventh World Gathering took place. At the gathering, the president's oligarch banker, Sergei Pugachev, sat at the right hand of the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church. Pugachev is one of the Putin oligarchs who replaced the Yeltsin oligarchs, and the government even goes so far as to refer to him as a Russian Orthodox banker. At Pugachev's instance, the gathering adopted an odd kind of 10 commandments for businessmen, called a Code of Moral Rules and Principles for the Conduct of Business. The code pontificates on matters such as wealth and poverty, nationalization, tax evasion, advertising, and profit. One of the commandments informs us that wealth is not an end in itself. It should serve to create a goodly life for the individual and the people. Another warns that in misappropriating property, failing to respect communal property, not giving fair recompense to a worker for his labor, or deceiving a business partner, a person transgresses the moral law, harming society and himself. Moreover, on the subject of tax evasion, not paying one's dues is stealing from orphans, the aged, the disabled, and others least able to protect themselves. Transferring part of one's income through taxation to provide for the needs of society should be transformed from a burdensome obligation grudgingly fulfilled, and sometimes not fulfilled at all, into a matter of honor, deserving of the gratitude of society. On the poor man is also under an obligation to behave worthily, to strive to labor efficiently, to raise his vocational skills in order to rise out of his impoverished condition. Again, the worship of wealth is incompatible with moral rectitude. The code contains allusions to Khodorkovsky and to Berezovsky and Guzinski. There should be separation of political from economic power. The involvement of business in politics and its influence on public opinion must always be transparent and open. All material assistance given by business to political parties, public organizations, and the mass media must be publicly known and monitored. Clandestine support of this nature deserves to be publicly condemned as immoral. In that case, of course, the entire election campaign of United Russia was immoral, as is the fact that Putin's oligarch is a senator. All this is intended to reinforce the idea that it is right and honorable to be a good businessman in Putin's pocket, but that if you try to be independent you are bad and must be destroyed. The code is manifestly anti-Yukos. Although it is supposedly voluntary, it is, like everything in Russia nowadays, compulsorily voluntary. You don't have to join United Russia, but, if you don't, your career as an official is going nowhere. Metropolitan Kirill, tipped as the successor of the rapidly declining and constantly ailing patriarch, conducted the session when the code was discussed. He said quite openly, "We will go to everybody and invite them to sign. If any refuse to sign, we shall make sure that their names become known to all." Some priest, in any case, who is preaching this morality to us. That same Russian Orthodox Church that gives its blessing to the war in Chechnya, to arms trading, and to the fratricide in the North Caucasus. The adoption of this code of moral principles for businessmen is an extraordinary bid by the Russian Orthodox Church, which is disestablished, to involve itself in internal and foreign policy. The RUI commented that the Church itself needs to be reformed. Its own stagnation is the reason that it comes out with such bizarre fancies. Viktor Vekselberg, one of the oligarchs rumored to be next in line for imprisonment by Putin, has suddenly announced he is buying the collection of Faberge Easter eggs that belonged to the family of our last emperor, Nicholas II. Nobody doubts that Vekselberg is simply trying to ransom his way out of trouble by demonstrating that he is on the side of Russia, which the administration accepts as a coded way of saying, on the side of Vladimir Vladimirovich. Vekselberg insists that the return of these treasures to Russia is something personal to me. I want my family, my son and daughter, to have a different understanding of their place in life. I want big business to participate intelligently in public works. I am not seeking advantage, proving anything to anybody, or whitewashing anything. The oligarch doth protest too much, methinks. February 5th. In Cheremkovo, in Irkutsk province, 17 workers of the No. I Sector Communal Residential Services Office have gone on hunger strike. They are demanding payment of their wages, which are 6 months in arrears. They are owed a total of about 2 million rubles, $70,000. They are following the example of their colleagues in another sector who had to go on hunger strike at their workplace for only 3 days to get their wages paid. In Moscow, there has been a meeting of Open Forum, an event attended by political analysts, not necessarily the main ones, but reputable people who have been involved as political advisors in all the national and regional elections. They agreed on one important matter. In the 4 years of Putin's rule, the modernizing of Russia has been sidelined by the goal of strengthening the power of one individual. Those associated with him are neither a class nor a party, just people who are in step with Putin. The analysts also agreed that the model of a managed democracy does not work. February 6, 8:32 a.m. 3 months after the terrorist attack outside the National Hotel, there has been an explosion in the Moscow metro, at the interchange between the Paveletskaya and Avtozavodskaya Zamoskvoretskaya lines. The train was heading into the city center during the rush hour when a bomb exploded beside the first door of the second carriage. The device had been placed 6 inches above floor level in a bag. After the explosion, the train's momentum carried it a further 330 yards, and a fierce fire broke out. 30 people died at the scene, and another 9 died later from their burns. There are 140 injured. There are dozens of tiny, unidentifiable fragments of bodies. More than 700 people emerged from the tunnel, having evacuated themselves in the absence of any assistance. In the streets there is chaos and fear, the wailing sirens of the emergency services, millions of people terrorized. At 10:44 the Volcano 5 contingency plan for capturing the culprits was implemented, more than 2 hours after the explosion. Who do they think they are going to catch? If there were any accomplices, they will have fled long ago. At 12:12, the police started searching for a man aged 30 to 35, of Caucasian appearance. Very helpful. At 1:30, Valery Shantsev, the acting mayor of Moscow while Luzhkov is in the USA, announced that the victims' families will receive 100,000 rubles, $3,479, in compensation, and the injured will be paid half that amount. Terrorists with explosives can move around Moscow without hindrance, despite the extraordinary powers granted to the FSB and militia, and still the people support Putin. No one suggests a change of policy in Chechnya, despite the 10 terrorist acts involving suicide bombers in the past year. Red Square is now almost permanently closed to visitors. The Palestinization of Chechnya is obvious. An hour after the explosion, a statement was issued by the Movement Against Illegal Immigration, an organization created by the security forces. Its leader, Alexander Belov, declared, "Our first demand is to forbid Chechens to travel outside Chechnya." To this day in the USA and Canada, there are special reservations set aside for awkward peoples. If an ethnic group does not want to live like civilized human beings, let them live behind a barrier. Call it what you like, a reservation, a pale. We need somehow to defend ourselves. We can no longer pretend that the Chechens, of whom the majority are linked in one way or another with the Chechen resistance, are citizens in the same sense as Chuvashes, Buryats, Karelians, or Russians. For them, this is a continuation of the war. They are taking revenge. The Chechen diaspora in Russia, including Chechen businessmen, are a hotbed of terrorism. I am only saying what 80% of Russians think. He is right. That is exactly what the majority thinks. Society is moving toward fascism. Only a few members of the state authorities continue even trying to think. General Boris Gurmov, the governor of Moscow province and a hero of the Soviet Union for service in Afghanistan, spoke out. "When I heard about the explosion in the metro, my first thought was that all this began back in Afghanistan. The decision of the leaders of the USSR to send troops to Afghanistan was irresponsible in the extreme, as was the later decision of the leaders of Russia to send troops to Chechnya. These are the fruits of those decisions. They said they were going after gangsters, but entirely innocent people are now suffering as a result. This will continue for a long time into the future. On the state television channels, they keep drumming into people that terrorism is a disease of liberal democracy. If you want democracy, you must expect terrorist acts. They somehow overlook the fact that Putin has been in power for the past 4 years. Putin, despite the explosion, is having talks with the president of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, who is in Moscow. Putin merely mentioned in passing, "I wouldn't be surprised if this were to be exploited in the run-up to the election as a means of putting pressure on the current head of state." There is a marked coincidence between the explosion and the fact that plans for peace in Chechnya are again being put to us from abroad. Our refusal to conduct negotiations of any kind with terrorists. What negotiations? Suicide bombers blow themselves up. He was anxious, his eyes flickering around, betraying a hysterical man who does not know what to do next. In the next few days, there is to be scrutiny of the lists of signatures of the non-party presidential candidates. Ivan Rybkin, former head of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, Sergei Glaziev, leader of the Rodina Party, and Irina Kakamata. The authorities' actions betray the fact that the person they are most worried about out of these three is Rybkin, even though his opinion poll rating is virtually zero. The head of the Central Electoral Commission, Alexander Veshnyakov, has stated in advance of the scrutiny that a preliminary check of Rybkin's lists has shown that 26% of the signatures are invalid. Precisely 26%, not 27 and not 24.9. Because the law says that if the number of invalid signatures exceeds 25%, they can refuse to register the candidate. People are laughing and saying that at least it's not 25.1%. Where, actually, is the election campaign? So far, there is nothing to be seen. The would-be candidates were in no hurry to stand, and most of them are in no hurry to win. Nobody seems worried by this, neither the candidates nor their supporters. As for candidate number 1, he makes no attempt to fight, argue, and win. Irina Kakamata is convinced that the Kremlin has succeeded in persuading everybody that they can't beat a conspiracy. There is no open struggle. Nobody believes it will help. The Rodina Party continues its internal feuding. They do not want to win the election, either. Dmitry Rogozin, who is also the deputy speaker of the Duma, has even announced that he will support Putin in the election, not Glaziev, the co-chairman of his own party. They seem a very odd lot. Do they ever give a thought to their supporters? They give the impression that what the electors think is of no concern, and that everything will be decided without consulting them. Rogozin even calls for the presidential election to be cancelled and a state of emergency declared because of the terrorist acts. February 7th. 5 new blood donor centers have been opened in Moscow. There is an urgent need for all blood groups for the 128 bomb victims who remain in the hospital. But where are the explosives detectors in the metro? Where are the patrols? We Russians are innately irresponsible, always seeing conspiracies against us. We never bother to push anything through to completion, just hope for the best. The militia check passports in the metro, but no doubt terrorists make sure their documents are in order. The militia catch some hungry Tajik who can't find work in his homeland and has come to dig our frozen soil because we don't want to do it ourselves. They shake him down for his last 100 rubles, $3.50, and let him go. Where are the security agencies who should answer for the fact that the attack was successful? Where are the security people on the ground? Thousands of half-starved conscripts of the interior troops have been brought in to guard Moscow. That's good. At least they will be paid and be able to eat. At least they are not in their barracks. But measures like these are ineffective, mere reaction. As soon as people start to forget this nightmare, everything will return to how it was. The writer and journalist Alexander Kabakov comments, "We are still alive only because those who commission these acts are short of people to carry them out. But why those who commission terrorist acts are still alive is quite another question. Putin has not fired Patrushev, the director of the FSB. He is a personal friend. How many more acts of terrorism have to succeed before Putin realizes his pal is no good at his job?" The Memorial Human Rights Center has issued a statement. "We grieve for those who have died and sympathize deeply with the injured. There can be no justification for those who planned and executed this crime." The president and law enforcement agencies are confidently asserting that this was the work of Chechens, although no evidence of this has yet come to light. If their speculation should prove correct, the present tragedy will unfortunately have been only too predictable. The refusal of the country's leaders to take any steps toward a real, rather than a decorative, political settlement of the conflict has only strengthened the position of extremists. These are people who set out no sane political goals on the basis of which compromise might be possible. Over recent years, human rights associations and many public and political representatives have warned repeatedly that the brutal acts of the federal forces in Chechnya spell danger for every person living in Russia. For a long time now, hundreds of thousands of people have been living out every day in a lethal environment. They are being forced out, cast beyond the limits of civilized life. Thousands of humiliated people whose relatives and friends have been killed, abducted, physically and psychologically crippled, represent, for the cynical and unconscionable leaders of terrorist groups, a source from which to recruit their followers, suicide bombers, and those who commit terrorist outrages. Peace and tranquility for the citizens of Russia can be achieved only by a resolute change of policy. Ivan Rybkin has disappeared. A bit of excitement in the election at last. One of the candidates is nowhere to be found. His wife is going crazy. On February 2nd, Rybkin criticized Putin in very harsh terms, and his wife believes that did it for him. On February 5th, Ksenia Ponomaryova, the coordinator of the support group that put Rybkin forward, warned that massive sabotage was being prepared against him. His headquarters have been receiving reports from the regions for a week about unauthorized interrogation of his supporters. The militia visited the homes of people collecting signatures, questioned them, and took statements. They wanted to know why they were supporting Rybkin. In Kabardino-Balkaria, students gathering signatures were threatened that the militia would inform the university administration and consider whether it was appropriate for them to be allowed to continue their studies. February 9th. No details have yet been established of the type of bomb used in the metro or of the composition of its explosive. Putin keeps repeating, as he did after Nordost, that nobody inside Russia was responsible. Everything was planned abroad. A day of mourning has been declared for those who died, but the television stations barely observe it. Loud pop music and markedly cheerful TV advertisements make you feel ashamed. 105 people are still in the hospital. 2 of those who died are being buried today. One is Alexander Ishinkin, a 25-year-old lieutenant in the armed forces born in Kaluga province, where he will be buried. He graduated from Bauman University and went to serve as an officer. On February 6th, he was going back home to Narofominsk, where his unit is stationed. He had come to Moscow to obtain spare parts for a vehicle and had taken the opportunity to visit some university friends. That morning, he got on the metro to travel to Kiev station, with a change at Politkovskaya. When Alexander didn't return, his mother assumed he had missed the train. Just before going to the metro, he had called to say he would be back at 11 o'clock. His uncle Mikhail identified his body in the mortuary. He couldn't believe it. 7 years ago, Alexander's father was killed, and since then Alexander had been the very dependable head of the family. His mother wept. "It's as if my soul has been taken from me. He promised me grandchildren. Even in issuing his death certificate, the state can't refrain from dishonesty. The box for cause of death has been crossed through. Not a word about terrorism." The other person being buried today is Vanya Aladian, a Muscovite just 17 years old. The procession of Vanya's family and classmates stretches through half the cemetery. He was a lively, cheerful, friendly boy people called Hurricane Vanya. 3 days earlier, he had got a job as a courier and on February 6th was traveling to work. On February 16th, he would have celebrated his 18th birthday. Rybkin is still missing. Gennady Gudkov, the deputy chairman of the Duma Security Committee and a retired FSB colonel, is letting it be known that Rybkin is safe. But where is he? Does the state have no special obligations toward presidential candidates? Rybkin's wife, Albina Nikolaevna, insists that he has been kidnapped. The Presnya District Procurator's office has unexpectedly opened a criminal investigation under Article 105, premeditated murder, but the Central Directorate of Internal Affairs began insisting there is good reason to suppose that Rybkin is alive. An hour later, the Presnya office changed its mind about the murder inquiry on orders from the Procurator General's office. What is going on? The political commentators agree that a semblance of competition has been created, saving the election from being a complete farce, as it would have been if Putin's only opponents had been a coffin maker and a bodyguard. Zero risk, of course, but highly embarrassing. No doubt that is why, in the end, they registered everybody and decided that a mere 21% of Rybkin's signatures were invalid, even though the day before they had said it was 26%. The only snag is that Rybkin has vanished. The idea of boycotting the elections, which the Liberals and Democrats were proposing, has fizzled out. They didn't try very hard. February 10th. In Moscow, a further 13 people killed in the metro explosion have been buried. 29 people remain in critical condition. The death toll has risen to 40. One more person has died in the last 24 hours. Rybkin has been found. A very strange episode. At midday, he broke radio silence and announced that he was in Kiev. He said he had just been on vacation there with friends and that, after all, a human being has a right to a private life. Ksenia Ponomaryova promptly resigned as leader of his election team. His wife is shocked and refusing to talk to him. Late in the evening, Rybkin flew into Moscow from Kiev, looking half dead and not at all like someone who has been having a good time on vacation. Rybkin remarked it had been more heavy-going than negotiating with the Chechens. He was wearing women's sunglasses and was escorted by an enormous bodyguard. "Who was detaining you?" he was asked, but gave no reply. He also refused to talk to the investigators from the procurator's office who had been searching for him. His wife, while Rybkin was flying home, gave an interview to the Interfax news agency saying she felt sorry for a country which had people like that as its leaders. She was referring to her husband. It was later announced that Rybkin might withdraw his candidacy. Grigory Yavlinsky's new book on peripheral capitalism in Russia has been launched in Moscow. It has been published in Russian, but on Western money. The book is about the authoritarian model of modernization, which Yavlinsky considers non-viable. In spite of this book, Yavlinsky has effectively given up the struggle against Putin. In St. Petersburg, skinheads have stabbed to death 9-year-old Kursheda Sultanova in the courtyard of the apartments where her family lived. Her father, 35-year-old Yusuf Sultanov, a Tajik, has been working in St. Petersburg for many years. That evening, he was bringing the children back from the Yusupov Park ice slope when some aggressive youths started following them. In a dark connecting courtyard leading to their home, the youths attacked them. Kursheda suffered 11 stab wounds, and died immediately. Yusuf's 11-year-old nephew, Oliver, escaped in the darkness by hiding under a parked car. Oliver says the skinheads kept stabbing Kersheda until they were certain she was dead. They were shouting, "Russia for the Russians." The Sultanovs are not illegal immigrants. They are officially registered as citizens of St. Petersburg, but fascists are not interested in ID cards. When Russia's leaders indulge in sound bites about cracking down on immigrants and guest laborers, they incur responsibility for tragedies such as this. 15 people were detained shortly afterward, but released. Many turned out to be the offspring of people employed by the law enforcement agencies of St. Petersburg. Today, 20,000 St. Petersburg youths belong to unofficial fascist or racist organizations. The St. Petersburg skinheads are among the most active in the country and are constantly attacking Azerbaijanis, Chinese, and Africans. Nobody is ever punished because the law enforcement agencies are themselves infected with racism. You have only to switch off your audio recorder for the militia to start telling you they understand the skinheads, and as for those blacks, etc., etc. Fascism is in fashion. February 11th. The candidate Rybkin soap opera continues. Rybkin makes statements each more startling than the last. For example, "During those days I experienced the Second Chechen War." Nobody believes him. The jokers are asking, is there a human right to 2 days of private life in Kiev? Before this, Rybkin had the reputation of being a meticulous person, not at all given to wild living, highly responsible, not a heavy drinker, and even slightly dull. 2 days in Kiev are very much out of character. So what really happened in Ukraine? And did it happen there? Rybkin reports that after he disappeared, he spent a certain amount of time in Moscow province at Woodland Retreat, the guest house of the presidential administration. He was taken from there and, when he could tell where he was again, found himself in Kiev. He says further that those controlling him compelled him to call Moscow from Kiev and talk light-heartedly about having a right to a private life. So what was going on? What was the motive? There has been no inquiry into the Rybkin affair, so I offer these suggestions. As we know, Putin refused to take part in public debates on the grounds that the public supposedly already knew whom to vote for. This was clearly an excuse. Putin is not good at dialogue, especially when the topic is one he is uncomfortable with. This has been demonstrated on trips abroad when the administration is unable to gag reporters. Journalists ask questions the president finds awkward, and he flies off the handle. Putin's preferred genre is the monologue, with leading questions prepared in advance. We have allowed our political firmament to configure itself in such a way that there is now only one luminary. He is infallible and enjoys a sky-high rating, which appears invulnerable to everything except the man himself and his murky past. But then, out of the rabble of candidates knocked together by the Kremlin, in the week preceding February 5th, Rybkin jumps up and starts hinting at compromising materials that discredit the luminary and his illustrious past, the obvious suggestion being that he is going to reveal some of this. Moreover, Rybkin had the audacity to describe Putin as an oligarch, a soundbite that was completely off-message, since our luminaries campaign is based on showing the people how bad the oligarchs who are not on our side really are. Rybkin was beginning to give our number one presidential candidate grounds for serious unease. There was, moreover, the shadow of Boris Berezovsky behind Rybkin. Perhaps he really had something. In the week before the abduction, Rybkin was beginning to look like a loose missile with a warhead of materials that might seriously damage the Kremlin. But what could they be about? That was why they needed to employ psychotropic drugs, which are now so sophisticated that a person cannot stop himself from blurting out everything he knows. The main source of information was Rybkin himself, not those around him, not his staff, but his brain. That is why they switched it off while they fished around in it. The likelihood is that Rybkin himself has no idea what he told them in those days, or to whom he told it. There is also Woodland Retreat, a secluded place conveniently closed to outsiders, and Kiev, and the blatant compromising of him after his reappearance when even his indignant wife, talking to an official news agency, was made use of. Let us look at the detail, the practicalities of the operation. The fact that Rybkin was taken to the Woodland Retreat guest house is evidence that the presidential administration was privy to his abduction, as was the FSB. The President's Secretariat is an outfit that has long been described as a subdivision of the FSB. These two offices are the principal managers of Russia and do not merely work hand in glove, but function as a single entity. In addition, the fact that Rybkin had been seen at Woodland Retreat and would shortly return there was blurted out by Gudkov, who had evidently either elicited the information from old contacts or had it leaked to him. Immediately after Gudkov blabbed his mouth, the guest house administration was able to deny that Rybkin was there. And indeed, he was no longer there. They were already arranging for his return via Kiev. An important detail is that the presidential candidate was secretly smuggled from Russia into Ukraine. There is no customs or passport record of his crossing the border. Technically, this is quite possible. There are holes in the border, and it is no secret that Ukrainian guest laborers drive into Russia through these holes, which are large enough for vehicular traffic, when they want to avoid unnecessary encounters with officials whom they would have to bribe. However, what is interesting in the Rybkin case is not the technique of how he was transferred over the border, but the fact itself that he was spirited from the guest house of the Secretariat of the Administration of the current President of the Russian Federation to VIP apartments in Kiev, controlled by the administration of the current President of Ukraine. Leonid Kukma is close to the administration because he is an accomplice in their political crimes, and in return for that we might well help him out in a similar way, if he were ever to need assistance. This is also the reason the state wants to develop the Commonwealth of Independent States, but not to make its borders too watertight, so that former colleagues in the KGB of the USSR should be better able to carry out joint special operations both here and there. Let us look next at personalities. Who could give the order to shake information out of Rybkin, after first having switched off his conscious mind? Cui bono? Our luminary, surely. We are not talking here about orders, needless to say. Our top cats have only to raise an eyebrow, hinting at their august displeasure, for their serfs to rush immediately to carry out their wishes. In our political wonderland, this eyebrow twitching even has a name. It is known as the Pasha-Grachev effect, referring to the time when the former Minister of Defense was apparently thoroughly fed up with the fact that Dmitry Kolodov, a journalist, was unearthing his dark secrets. The Minister of Defense is said to have hinted to his military friends how greatly Kolodov was pissing him off. The next thing you know, the journalist was blown to pieces. No doubt the Grachev effect was in play here too. Rybkin, thank God, was not murdered, but only because to have the angel of death intervening so blatantly in the election would have worked against the interests of candidate number one. These are the kinds of criminal goings-on, complete with psychotropic drugs, that we get when one candidate, who happens to be the current president, is simply incapable of performing in pre-election debates, is incapable of discussion, is irrationally afraid of opposition, and, moreover, has come to believe in his own messianism. We are not so stupid as to believe that Rybkin was running away from his wife. To all appearances, then, Rybkin had relatively little compromising material. The soap opera had no further episodes. Everybody forgot about him, including Putin. The end result, crucially for a society short of alternatives, was that Rybkin failed to confront the regime publicly. Throughout January, people were being abducted in Chechnya, only for their bodies to be found later. The number of those abducted is comparable to the number killed on February 6th in the Moscow metro. In Chechnya, everyone is at war with everybody else. There are armed men everywhere, the so-called Chechen security forces. The commonest expression on people's faces is gloom. There are large numbers of half-insane, traumatized adults. Children, who resemble children only in their physical appearance, make their way to school. The armored personnel carriers plow arrogantly past, and from them soldiers point their submachine guns at you as contemptuously as ever. Those they look down on look up, no less unforgivingly, at them. At night there are firefights, softening up by artillery bombardment, battles, and bombing in the foothills. In the morning there are fresh shell craters. It is a war in stalemate. Do we want an end to it, or are we actually not all that bothered? There has not been a single sizable demonstration against the war in Chechnya during the entire presidential election campaign. The unbelievable long suffering of our people is what allows the horror that is Putin to continue. One can find no other explanation. Why has nobody come forward to claim responsibility for the explosion in the metro on February 6th? There are two possible explanations. Either the intelligence forces were behind the explosion, no matter whose hands they used, which would explain the absence of demands or admissions of responsibility. Or individual terrorists were involved in an act of personal vengeance for relatives who had been killed, for the trampling underfoot of their honor and their homeland. This is as shameful and depressing an explanation as that involving the complicity of the intelligence services. February 12. Putin is raising the remuneration of those working within the zone of the anti-terrorist operation by 250%. Perhaps this will lead to less looting in Chechnya. Rybkin is still flapping. He has flown to London to consult Berezovsky. He seems determined to complete his political implosion in full public view. Why is it so easy in Russia to put down democratic opposition? It is something in the opposition themselves. It is not that what they are confronting is too strong, although of course that is a factor. The main thing is that the opposition lacks an unflinching determination to oppose. Berezovsky is a mere gambler, not a fighter, and those who line up with him are no fighters either. Nemtsov is just playing games, and Yavlinsky always looks as if something has offended him. Alexander Litvinenko in London and Oleg Kalugin in Washington, former KGB/FSB officers who have been granted political asylum in the West, have suggested that a psychotropic substance called SP-117 may have been used on Rybkin. This compound was used in the FSB's counterintelligence sections and in units combating terrorism, but only in exceptional cases on important targets. SP-117 is a truth drug that operates on specific parts of the brain in order to prevent an individual from having full possession of his mind. He will tell everything he knows. According to Litvinenko, when somebody is under the influence of SP-117, you can do anything you like with them, and they will be incapable of remembering in detail or explaining coherently what happened, whom they met, or what they said. SP-117 consists of two components, the dote and the antidote. First, they administer the dote. 2 drops are added to any beverage, and some 15 minutes after taking it, the victim completely loses control of himself, possibly for several hours. The effect can be extended by administering additional small amounts of the dote. When the necessary information has been extracted, the victim is given the antidote, 2 pills dissolved in water, tea, or coffee. After roughly 10 minutes, he returns to normality. There is a complete loss of memory. He feels shattered. If the drug has been administered over several days, the individual may experience panic and shock because that period of his life has been obliterated from his memory, and he will be unable to understand what has happened to him. These statements by Litvinenko and Kalugin will not save the political career of Rybkin. Putin has won this round against Berezovsky, now his sworn enemy, but his great pal in the late 1990s. Today, precisely 1 day after the effective removal of Rybkin from the election race and his declaration that he will not take part in debates, is the official start of the presidential election campaign. Each of the candidates is entitled to 4.5 hours of free airtime on television, on state channels, and this allowance must be in the form of live broadcasts. The only person with compromising materials against Putin, Rybkin, has voluntarily turned down the opportunity of appearing on live television, which is exactly what the Kremlin needed. At 2 p.m. hours, Putin had a meeting in Moscow State University with more than 300 of his aides and supporters. He was giving an account of what he has done during his first term. All the press and TV reporters were invited to be present, but, as the main state television stations emphasized when broadcasting the event, Putin was speaking as a private individual. Putin has refused to participate in televised debates, and this speech was as insipid as the reports of general secretaries to Communist Party congresses in the past. His audience in Moscow University woke up as he spoke his last words and clapped like mad. In the course of the broadcast, one candidate for the presidency therefore spoke his way through 9 million rubles, $313,000, worth of airtime. The official tariff of the Rossiya channel for 30 seconds of campaign advertising is 90,000 to 166,000 rubles, $3, $100-$5, $775. Did Putin pay? It was a flagrant abuse of state resources for electoral advantage and a clear violation of electoral law. 600 journalists reported the meeting. They were assembled at the press center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at 9:30 a.m., and registration continued until 12 noon. Everybody was searched before being put on buses. A member of the president's campaign team who looked like, and doubtless was, an FSB stooge, periodically harangued us. I repeat once more, Nobody will ask any questions. Have you all heard that? The journalists were transported to the meeting in 23 green buses with a militia escort, the way in Russia we transport children to a pioneer camp. After the meeting, the journalists were herded into the buses again and taken back. No stepping out of line. Was this a private meeting between an individual and his friends to seek ways of ensuring a better future for their country? Olga Zastrosnaya, one of the secretaries of the Central Electoral Commission, stated that this televising of the president's speech was a direct violation of the rules of electioneering, because the broadcast was unquestionably political campaigning rather than informational. Alexander Ivanchenko, the director of the Independent Electoral Institute and a previous secretary of the Electoral Commission, commented unambiguously, Putin's election campaign falls short of civilized election standards. In technical terms, there is a delegitimization of electoral procedures. The presidential election should be declared invalid, but the Central Electoral Commission is impotent. There was no public reaction to this. Gleb Pavlovsky, a totally cynical individual, the director of the Effective Politics Foundation and one of the Kremlin's main spin doctors, even stated publicly, the electorate doesn't care who gets how many extra minutes on air. Television continues its brainwashing through upbeat broadcasts. Today, Prime Minister Kazhinov reported that agricultural production has risen 1.5%, and that under Putin all the conditions are now in place for the successful development of Russia's agribusiness. We are poised to regain our prominent position in the world's grain markets, Kazhinov assured us. It is unlikely that his sycophancy will save him. He will be removed soon. Putin is uncomfortable with politicians left over from the Yeltsin era who remind him of a time when it was he who was a mere puppet, and of the history of how he came to be selected as Yeltsin's successor. In the course of the election campaign, we have heard that we are world leaders in virtually everything, from arms sales and grain exports to space exploration. So far, they are not claiming we are world leaders in car manufacture. High-ranking officials' backsides have evidently not yet forgotten the experience of riding in our Zigulis. February 13th. Does the Duma have any clout at all? Putin wanted it to elect Vladimir Lukin, a former Yabloko man and well-known liberal, as human rights ombudsman before the presidential election. United Russia pulled out all the stops, and although Rodina and the Communist Party said they would boycott the vote, the appointment went through. Lukin was the only candidate on the ballot. The others were simply excluded. He is delighted. I very much look forward to working in this area, he said. But what about those whose rights need to be defended? Lukin was to prove a mediocre ombudsman, lacking in initiative and under the Kremlin's thumb, never straying beyond the bounds of what was permissible. Chechnya, for example, was never one of Lukin's priorities. In Qatar, Zelimkhan Yandarbeyev, the former vice president of Chechnya and colleague of presidents Jakar, Dudiv, and Aslan Maskhadov, has been killed by a bomb apparently fixed beneath his jeep. He left Chechnya at the beginning of the Second Chechen War. This was almost certainly the work of the Russian intelligence agencies, the Army's Central Intelligence Directorate, or the Federal Security Bureau. Most likely, the former. Ivan Rybkin has announced that he will not be returning from London. A defecting presidential candidate is a first in our history. Nobody now has any doubt that the regime drugged him. A call to our newspaper's editorial offices, supposedly from a well-wisher in the intelligence services. Pass it on to London, as we know you can, that if Rybkin should produce any compromising material against Putin in television debates, another terrorist act will follow. The president will have to distract the attention of the public somehow. We pass the message on, but Rybkin has already washed his hands of the election. He is in fear for his life. Liberal voters seem to be of two minds. Kakamata called a meeting of her supporters in Moscow, and I went along. Many people say outright, if we don't put forward Kakamata, we shall have no option but to vote against all of them, or not turn out at all. Rogozin and Glaziev continue to play dangerously on the emotions of those who feel an impaired sense of nationhood. February 14th. A new tragedy in Moscow. The roof of the aqua park in Yasenevo has collapsed. It happened in the evening when the celebrations of St. Valentine's Day were at their height. 70% of the dome, an area the size of a soccer field, fell in over the swimming pool. Officially, there were 426 people in the aqua park, but unofficially it was nearer 1,000. The building is shrouded in steam. People in their swimsuits leaped out into, 4 degrees Fahrenheit of frost. In the worst affected area, there was also a restaurant, a bowling alley, bathhouses, saunas, exercise rooms, and a family area with a warm pool for children. 26 bodies were found immediately, but there are many body parts. The authorities say it was not a terrorist act. Officialdom has started making life difficult for the new Party of Soldiers' Mothers. The Ministry of Justice, which is responsible for registering parties, claims it has not yet received any documents from the party. They have not only been handed in to the ministry, but the soldiers' mothers also have an official ministry receipt for them. The bureaucrats are trying to set all kinds of traps in the hope of tricking the new party into infringing the muddled and onerous laws on forming parties. Then they could simply be got rid of. For now, the women are doing all right, checking every step. Yevgeny Sidorenko, the spokesman of the Ministry of Justice, declared, "I am not at all sure we shall register such a party. A political party cannot limit its membership to a particular group of the population. What if somebody who is not a soldier's mother wants to join? A soldier's father, for instance? He must be a fortune teller. The fathers do want to join. In our political Sahara, the Party of Soldiers' Mothers is so attractive that many men have joined despite the party's title, and nobody, of course, has any intention of debarring them. Serving officers, moreover, have been phoning the committees of soldiers' mothers, asking that there should be a place for them too when the party structure is being decided. These are honorable officers who refuse to reconcile themselves to the idea of an army that is little more than a mechanism for taking the lives of our young men. The Party of Soldiers' Mothers is beginning to look like a real means of rescuing the army and establishing public accountability for our armed forces." February 15th. The Sultanovs, the family of the little girl Kursheda who was murdered by skinheads in St. Petersburg, have abandoned Russia and gone to live in Tajikistan. They took a small coffin containing the child's remains with them. The FSB is to be in charge of investigating the explosion in the metro. It promptly demanded new powers, comparing the situation to that in the United States after September 11th. Our war of the North against the South continues. Nobody imagines this is the last terrorist outrage, or doubts that the Chechens were behind it. A majority support giving those who live here hell. 70% of Russians favor kicking out all Caucasians. But where to? The Caucasus is still part of Russia. Today is the 15th anniversary of our withdrawal from Afghanistan. That is seen as marking the end of the Afghan war, but we had already sown the seeds for terrorism to develop. Just like the Americans with their bin Laden. He is what he is today because the Afghan war was what it was. February 16th. Blood donor centers have been set up for the victims of the Aqua Park disaster. We are beginning to know what to do in these situations. The shareholders of Yukos have stated that they are prepared to ransom Khodorkovsky from the state. Leonid Nevzlin, Khodorkovsky's right-hand man at Yukos, who fled to Israel, has announced that they are willing to part with their stakes in return for freedom for him and Platon Lebedev, CEO of Minitep Bank, which was the main shareholder of Yukos, now serving 8 years of penal servitude for alleged tax evasion. Nevzlin himself owns 8% of the shares of Minitep Group. He says the offer is backed also by Mikhail Brudno, 7%, and Vladimir Dubov, 7%. Khodorkovsky has expressed indignation from jail and refuses to be ransomed. He has decided to drain this cup to the dregs. February 17th. The NTV television company is refusing to provide airtime for the election campaign and debates of the other presidential candidates. It claims they have low ratings in the opinion polls and nobody would watch the programs. Perhaps a country gets the candidates it deserves, but they should at least be allowed to speak. There is no doubt that the company's decision was made under pressure from the Kremlin. In Moscow, the committee supporting Kakamada has met in the fashionable and expensive Berlin Club on Petrovka. Kakamada said, "I am going into this election as if to the scaffold, and with only one aim. To show the state authorities that there are normal people in Russia who know exactly what they are up to. That is good." She is trying to show that fear has not yet conquered Russia, which would be an unconditional victory for Putin. United Russia also held a meeting of the Democratic Intelligentsia in support of Putin, who, it was claimed, is having mud slung at him by his opponents. Putin's defenders included the veteran singer Larissa Dolina, theater and film director Mark Zakharov, the actor Nikolai Karachintsev, and circus manager Natalia Durova. They were sent a letter asking them to defend the honor and dignity of the president, and duly answered the call. It was mentioned in passing that the overall membership of United Russia has reached 740,000, and that more than 2 million supporters have been registered, although no explanation of what this means has been forthcoming. United Russia emphasized that its purpose as a political party is to support the president. Not policies, not ideals, not a program of reform. An individual. The Central Electoral Commission joyfully reports that more than 200 international observers have been officially accredited for the election on March 14th. In all, some 400 are expected. The Duma contributes its might to the pathetic attempts to fight terrorism. The powers of the secret police and spies will be widened, and amendments to the criminal code have been adopted to increase the penalties for suicide bombers. They will now be liable to life imprisonment. This seems unlikely to deter people who have decided to settle their accounts with life in this way. The Fourth Duma is the collective brain of today's boneheaded Russian bureaucracy. The Duma is playing up to the intelligence services because that is what Putin likes. There is no mention of the additional 3 billion rubles, $104 million. The intelligence services were awarded shortly after Nordost for the fight against terrorism. Where did all that go? And why has the number of terrorist outrages not decreased? The Fourth Duma has given its legislative blessing to a purely virtual fight against terrorism. The efficiency of the intelligence services is not even queried, and the problem of Chechnya, which is at the root of everything, is not mentioned. February 19th. Sergei Mironov has taken part in the television debates for the first time. Everybody immediately rounded on him, as if he were Putin, but Mironov refused to be a whipping boy. "Of course you are Putin," Kakamata said. "Why, after all the terrorist acts, has Gryzlov been promoted when he should have been fired?" "I am not the representative of candidate Putin," Mironov replied. "Then answer as the third person in the hierarchy of power in the state," Kakamata continued. Mironov still chose not to answer. "That's the kind of debates we have. Nobody takes them seriously. They are broadcast very early in the morning." The Central Electoral Commission has refused Rybkin permission to take part in live pre-election debates from London. There is no way Rybkin is going to be allowed to dish the dirt on Putin live on television. February 21st. In Voronezh, Amar Antoniu Lima, 24, a first-year student at the Voronezh Medical Academy, has died after being stabbed 17 times. He came from Guinea-Bissau. This is the 7th murder of a foreign student in Voronezh in recent years. The murderers are skinheads. Zhirinovsky's slogan in the parliamentary elections was, "We are for the poor. We are for the Russians." It has been taken over by United Russia, and accordingly by the guarantor of the Constitution himself, and by the skinheads. February 22nd. There is increasing speculation that all the candidates, with the exception of Malishkin and Mironov and Putin, may withdraw from the election simultaneously. Glaziev has already announced his withdrawal. Rybkin is on the verge of doing so, and so is Kakamata. The pro-Putin press says this is a plot to enable them to save political face because they will achieve only tiny percentages of the vote on March 14th. The real reason is simply frustration at Putin's total absence from all pre-election discussion, putting the other candidates in a farcical situation. In Kakamata's words, the campaign is becoming increasingly lawless and dishonest. February 24th. Putin has fired his government live on television, 19 days before the election. According to the Constitution, the newly elected president appoints a new cabinet, and at that point the previous government retires. The reason for the dismissal has not been revealed. The government was not blamed for anything, although there would have been plenty of grounds for doing so, and the only explanation being offered is that Putin wants to go to the electorate with an open visor, so that they should know who he will be working with after the election. The fired ministers speak on television about the joy with which their hearts were filled when they heard they had been fired. The Kremlin has demonstrated to the electorate that our elections are a complete sham and that the government is purely ornamental. At any moment of the spin doctor's choosing, it can be done away with. Does it matter one jot whom Putin appoints as prime minister in place of Kazanov, or who is in the government? No. Everything in the country depends on the presidential administration. The firing resembled a special operation. It was carried out in total secrecy. There were no leaks. It is as if they were carrying out a targeted military strike, not just dismissing ministers. The majority of the cabinet learned of their firing from the television news. The dismissal of the government in this manner demonstrates the establishment in Russia of political oligarchy. With this lot, all the financial oligarchs, who up till now had a finger in the pie, are nowhere. The official television stations explain that the president is optimizing the replacement of ineffective ministers so that the Russian people should know who will be in office after March 14th, as if the election were already over. Putin's first presidential term has effectively come to an end today. This is the termination of the era of Yeltsin, of whom Kazanov was the last remaining major appointee. Putin will now spend his second term completely distancing himself from Yeltsin's policies. Yelena Bonner has appealed to the presidential candidates in an open letter from America. Once again, I call upon the presidential candidates Irina Kakamata, Nikolai Kharitonov, and Ivan Rybkin to jointly withdraw from the election. By standing as candidates, each of you has tried to make your program known to the electorate and to demonstrate to Russian society and world opinion the dishonesty of this election. Leave candidate number 1, Putin, alone with his puppets, and call on the groups supporting you and ordinary electors to boycott the election. Anybody who dislikes the word boycott may, if they prefer, describe this as a call not to appear on parade. It will then be of no importance what percentage they dream up for the turnout. What matters is that the authorities will know the real figure. Even more important is that everyone who deliberately does not vote will gain self-respect from not participating in this state-sponsored lie. Most importantly, refusing to participate will clearly indicate your goal, a goal shared for the next 4 years by right and left politicians and their political supporters. That is the battle to restore the institution of real elections in Russia, in place of the surrogate that is being imposed on the country today. Later, in 2007 and 2008, if you jointly stop elections from being a big lie, a scam, you will once again become political opponents and competitors in the struggle for voters. Right now, however, only your joint refusal to take part in the election and your call to the voters not to participate in it are strategically and morally justifiable. There was no reaction to Bonner's appeal. No commentaries, no thunder and lightning. Nothing. February 26th. People are beginning to titter about Putin, even on television. He is in Khabarovsk today, looking as pompous and imperial as a king in a folktale. In the morning, he opened the Khabarovsk-Chita motorway. After that, he talked to some war veterans who asked him for more money, so he increased the northern supplement for pensions. He spent some time with young hockey players at a new ice skating stadium. The commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet, Viktor Fyodorov, had been expressing alarm at the possibility of force reductions. So Putin also announced that the Pacific Fleet would not be trimmed back because our Pacific fist needs to be strong. He also promised support for the submarine base in Kamchatka. He should try going there to see for himself the conditions in the officers' village at Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. Next, the acting Minister of Transport, Vadim Morozov, asked Putin for 4.5 billion rubles, $158 million, for a railway link between the Trans-Siberian Railway and the Baikal-Amur Highway, and Putin gave it to him. The businessman and governor of Primorye, Sergei Darkin, asked for 3 billion rubles, $105 million, 4 new ships. The president of Yakutia, Vyacheslav Shdyrov, asked for funds for an oil and gas pipeline from Irkutsk to the Far East, and Putin promised to fix it. No hint has been given as to who is to be the new prime minister. Rumors are circulating. Some say Putin will appoint himself prime minister, others that it will be Gryzlov, or maybe Kudrin. In the evening, NTV broadcast to the barrier. The duelists were Vladimir Rizkov, an independently minded deputy in the Duma, and Lyudmila Narasova, the widow of Anatoly Sobchak, Putin's teacher and boss. The question for discussion was why Putin had dismissed the government. Rizkov was witty and ironical without being malicious. He mocked Putin, but in a friendly, condescending way. During the program, viewers were invited to vote on whether they supported Narasova or Rizkov. Narasova insisted that the president was always right about everything, but could not explain anything beyond that. This is highly typical of Putin's supporters. The result was a resounding victory for Rizkov, who polled 71,000 votes to Narasova's 19,000 for her defense of Putin. Narasova, assuring everyone that Putin was going into the elections with the purest of intentions, was trounced. February 27th. Early voting in the election has begun for those who are on the high seas, in the air, on expeditions, or who live in remote and inaccessible regions. Although the results will be declared only on March 14th, the main ballot rigging will occur with these early ballot boxes. It is easily done. February 29th. Throughout the weekend, we were hearing that the president was consulting the main United Russia figures over whom to appoint as prime minister. Most people are sure this is just PR and that nobody is being consulted about anything. In Moscow, a presidential election by text message has been held. The result was 64% for Putin, 18% for Kakamada, and 5% for Glaziev. March 2nd. Putin is shown on all television channels talking to the actor and director Yuri Solomon about the 250th anniversary, in 2006, of the rescript of Catherine the Great on the establishment of theaters in Russia. Putin keeps asking how the occasion should be marked, and goes on being interested for a very long time. The new Prime Minister of Russia is Mikhail Fradkov. Nobody has a clue who he is. Apparently, he was an official in the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Trade and worked in various embassies. He occupied various positions in various ministries in the post-Soviet period and worked in the tax police when they were at their lowest ebb. Fradkov, flying back from Brussels, said that he doesn't yet know what a technical prime minister is. That is, he doesn't know what position he has been appointed to by Putin. A prime minister as clueless as this is, even for us, quite unusual. March 5th. Everything is being reduced to absurdity. The appointment of Fradkov as prime minister by the Duma deserves an entry in the Guinness Book of Records. 352 votes in favor of a man who, when asked what his plans for the future were, could only blurt, "I have just come out of the shadow into the light." Fradkov is a man of the shadows because he is a spy. We have a truly third-rate prime minister. He is even bald. His very appearance tells you he is a political ploy. He has been chosen so that Putin, and only Putin, should be the authority figure. Nothing is going to change. Putin will continue to decide. So what is the new policy? The answer is nothing. Fradkov is a modest executive, always ready to carry out the tasks dictated by the party. No more, no less than that. Rybkin has withdrawn his candidacy without giving any clear explanation as to why. He continues to give the impression of being mentally unwell. Kakamada has traveled to Nizhny Novgorod, Perm, and St. Petersburg. She appears to the public looking irritated and exhausted, but if that's the state she is in, she would do better not to go there in the first place. Karatanov is off to Tula. Malishkin is in the Altai, but can barely string his words together. Mironov is in Irkutsk, but incapable of saying anything without notes. The main thrust of the television commentaries about the candidates is that it is an outrage for them to dare to compete with our principal candidate. There is a gradual atrophy of the organ responsible for the democratic perception of reality. Propaganda is put out to the effect that people voted for a single candidate in the Soviet period, and everything was fine then. Presumably in the next elections we won't even hear these matters debated. There will be one officially appointed opposition candidate, and society will take that in its stride. The country is sinking into a state of collective unconsciousness, into unreason. March 8th. International Women's Day. In accordance with an old Kremlin tradition, Putin assembles token working women. There has to be a tractor driver, a scientist, an actress, and a teacher. Words spoken from the heart, a glass of champagne, television cameras. This is the last moment for candidates to withdraw from the race. Nobody has done so, and 6 remain on the ballot paper. Malishkin, Putin, Mironov, Kakamada, Glaziev, and Karatanov. A great deal of television coverage is devoted to early voting by reindeer breeders and those at faraway border posts. March 9th. From Today campaigning and the publication of opinion polls are banned, but everybody gave up campaigning after Fradkov was appointed. There seemed no point. March 10th. Putin is on all television channels meeting sportsmen to ask what they need in order to win in the Summer Olympic Games. They need more money. Putin promises it. March 11th. It is 50 years since Khrushchev's campaign to cultivate the virgin lands of Siberia and Kazakhstan. Putin receives prominent public figures at his residence and asks them what they need. They need more money. Putin promises they shall have it. The formation of the new government is looking unpromising. There was talk about reducing the number of top-level bureaucrats, but the number has actually increased. All the supposedly fired ministers have been reinstated as deputy ministers in amalgamated ministries, which means we get one new bureaucrat plus two old ones. In total, from 24 old ministries and departments, they have created 42 new ones. The government is just the same, but minus Kazanov, an oligarchic government, controlled by different oligarchs, close not to the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Property, but to Putin. Putin is a political oligarch. In earlier times, he would have been called an emperor. March 12th to 13th. Silence and apathy. Nobody can be bothered to listen to the drivel coming from the television. Let's just get it over with. March 14th. Well, so he's been elected. The turnout was, as the presidential administration required, very high. The Speaker of the State Duma, Boris Gryzlov, emerging from the polling station, told the assembled journalists, "Campaigning today is forbidden, but, anticipating your curiosity, I will say that I have voted for the person who for the past 4 years has ensured the stable development of Russia's economy. I have voted for policies as clear as today's weather." In the evening, Alexander Veshnyakov, director of the Central Electoral Commission, informed the Russian people that only a single infringement of electoral law had been noted during the poll. Vodka was being sold from a bus near one of the polling stations in Nizhny Tagil. In Voronezh, the Central Board of Health issued Order No. 114 to the effect that no hospital should admit anybody during the period of voting who was not in possession of an absentee ballot. All the patients duly turned up with absentee ballots in order to be allowed to be ill. The same process was repeated in Rostov-on-Don. In the Contagious Diseases Department of the city hospital, mothers were told they could not see their children unless they had arranged an absentee ballot. In Bashkortostan, President Rakimov delivered 92% of the vote for Putin, Dagestan, 94%, Kabardino-Balkaria, 96%, Ingushetia, 98%. Were they running a competition? During the 13 years of our new, post-Soviet life, this is the 4th time Russia has elected a president. In 1991, it was Yeltsin. In 1996, Yeltsin again. In 2000, Putin. In 2004, Putin again. The eternal cycle repeats for Russia's citizens, from an upsurge of hope to total indifference toward candidate number 1. March 15th. Now we know the official figures. Putin got 71.22%. Victory. May it be Pyrrhic. Kakamata got 3.85. Karatanov, 13.74. Glaziev, 4.11. Malishkin, 2.23. Mironov, 0.76. Mironov had absolutely nothing to his candidacy other than a dog-like loyalty to Putin. His result reflects that. By and large, the concept of ruling the country by the same methods used in conducting the anti-terrorist operation has been vindicated. L'État, say Putin. Part 2. Russia's Great Political Depression. December 2004. From the re-election of Putin to the Ukrainian Revolution. A terrible sense of ennui hung over our cities and villages after Putin's re-election. Everything seemed as boring and wretched as it did in the days of the Soviet Union. Even those who had supported the losers seemed unable to rouse themselves to anger. It appeared that people had simply given up, as if to say, who cares what happens now? Russia relapsed into socio-political hibernation, into a new period of stagnation whose depth can be judged by the fact that not even the tragedy of Beslan, a cataclysm of biblical proportions, could disturb it. April 6th. In Nazran, the capital of Ingushetia, President Murat Zyazakov has been blown up in his Mercedes but survived. He is one of Putin's placemen and was elected 2 years ago in a highly original manner. FSB agents flooded into the Republic, not bothering to conceal that they were acting on the direct orders of Putin. He was extremely keen to ensure that, even though it had to be by means of a popular vote, power in Ingushetia should be in the hands of someone under his control. Ingushetia borders Chechnya. Nobody really imagines that the election of FSB General Zyazakov was legitimate, but there was no way of mounting a legal challenge. The Republic's courts will not bring actions against Zyazakov any more than the courts in Moscow allow lawsuits against Putin, and when there is no provision for the steam to escape, you get an explosion of terrorism. Zyazakov survived the attack thanks to his armored Mercedes. He called it an outrage against the people of Ingushetia. There was not a shred of sympathy for him, but there was interest in what lay behind the attack. One possible motive is that it was provoked by the corruption that has flourished more than ever under Zyazikov and Ruslanbay Zyazikov, his cousin and principal bodyguard. Throughout the winter before the assassination attempt, Ruslanbay was being warned by people who included relatives of the president that he should rein in his misconduct. The same was being said to Zyazikov. When these words produced no effect, Ruslanbay's spanking new Jeep was burned out in March in the middle of Nazran right under his nose. Naturally, the destruction of a Jeep belonging to the president's main bodyguard was hushed up. Neither Ruslanbay nor Zyazikov made an issue of it. The explanation that it was a warning to officials who had got out of hand is taken much more seriously in Nazran than the idea that it was an assassination attempt. The second explanation relates to a series of recent abductions in Ingushetia. Under Zyazikov, abductions began occurring in accordance with the pattern established in Chechnya. Victims were seized by unidentified masked soldiers and spirited off to an unknown destination in unmarked vehicles. To date, there are 40 names on a list compiled by their relatives. Zyazikov categorically denies state lawlessness on this scale and has imposed a blackout on information about the abductions. They cannot be reported within the borders of Ingushetia, and in the Procurator's office and the Interior Ministry officials will talk to relatives only off the record. Naturally, the families are undertaking their own investigations, and this encourages them to take matters into their own hands, just as in Chechnya. Where there is no justice, there is rough justice. People lose patience. There comes a knock at my door. I am in a hotel in Nazran. Outside is a line of old people. These are the mothers and fathers of the disappeared of Ingushetia. They tell me that people are being slaughtered like poultry. Unidentified detachments of federal troops drive through the streets by day and night. Mahom Dyandiv, a pensioner from Karabulak, has lost his son, Timur. He was a very well-known computer programmer and accordingly popular with young people. It happened in the early evening. Timur was leaving his office sometime after 5 p.m. on March 16th when armed men wearing masks and camouflage fatigues pushed him into a white Niva with no number plates and drove off. The Niva was covered by a Gazelle, which also had no number plates. The kidnappers proceeded without hindrance into Chechnya via the Caucasus border post, the main military checkpoint on the border between Ingushetia and Chechnya. There the abductors showed their Rosh passes. They were accredited to the regional operational headquarters of the counter-terrorist operation. These are the findings of the Yandiv family. The law enforcement agencies did nothing. I have been everywhere, says Mahom Dyandiv, weeping. He has been crushed by what has happened. I have asked everybody, the Procurator's office, the Interior Ministry, the FSB. I have begged them to tell me why he was taken. No matter what he has done, I should know. In reply, I get silence. I have many questions. Are those masked people superior to the Ingush agencies of law and order? Who are they? Our Interior Ministry employs 6,000 people. That is a great many for a republic of only 300,000 people. Can these 6,000 really not police the republic's territory? Or is it they who are allowing individuals who cannot be identified to abduct people? I am outraged that President Zyazikov has never said anything in public about the problem. Since he is saying nothing, he knows where our people are and he is covering up for the kidnappers. They have unleashed a war against their own people. Chechnya is a base for bringing Stalinism back to Russia as a whole. We Ingushs are the next in turn after the Chechens, because we are the people closest to them. I hate Putin and his spawn Zyazikov. Mahom Dyandiv leaves and his place is taken by Tsish Kazbiva and her son Islam. On March 2nd, right in front of her, unidentified masked soldiers shot her 24-year-old daughter Madina. They were driving that day from Nazran to visit the family's grandmother in the village of Gamerzevo. It was just before we reached Gamerzevo. Tsish weeps. The cars in front of us began braking and then they blocked the road. We were forced to a halt. We saw masked soldiers drag a young lad out of the front vehicle. They threw him to the ground and shot him on the spot, although he was offering no resistance. Naturally, I started shouting, "What are you doing?" In reply, they shot at us. They hit my daughter in the carotid artery. She didn't even have time to get out of the car. My husband was seriously wounded in the shoulder and leg. He survived, but the doctors were unable to remove the bone fragments. I almost never leave home now. I am so afraid of people. There were no expressions of condolence from the authorities. There wasn't a word about it in any of the newspapers or on television. From what they show on television, you would think we lived in paradise. I don't see why my Madina had to die. Who is answerable for shooting her? Later I sought out Idris Archikov, the investigator into the murder of this totally innocent girl. Idris had little to say. He was terrified of the truth and kept shifting about. You must understand. I want to work. In Ingushetia, fear now fetters everybody, from the peasant to the procurator, like a dragon that looks down on everybody from above. I am talking to Idris as if we are at a secret meeting, sitting in a borrowed car with the engine running. Here is a bare summary of the words of investigator Archikov, in which there is more cowardice and fear than any desire to carry out the duties of his position. Medina was shot by one of the federal death squads that regularly raid Ingushetia. On March 2nd, they were engaged in killing Akam Basnikiv, a field commander. Why did they need to liquidate Basnikiv? By shooting at every living thing in the area. Basnikiv was from the moderate wing of the Chechen resistance. Not only did he not try to shoot his way out when they arrested him, but he had long been living quite openly in Ingushetia and had even, at the request of the pro-Moscow Chechen authorities, tried to mediate between official Grozny and some of the field commanders about laying down their arms voluntarily. It was quite needless, of course, but they take no notice of what we say. The Federals do as they see fit. You know yourself, they are scared of their own shadows. It is easier for them to kill than to try to think and see reality. And what are you going to do now, when you know for sure that it was Federal troops who were responsible? Nothing. I shall keep quiet like everybody else. Since Putin has won, he has the power, and that means we have to keep our heads down. I will put the case of the murder of Madina to one side. Her parents will cry for a time, and then calm down. They are simple people. They're not going to start writing to the Procurator General's office. Even if they do, I'll be thanked for not having investigated too closely. Archikov's attitude is typical of our times. The Kazbevs leave, and in my room I now have the Mutsalgovs. If there is anything all this can be compared with, it is Chechnya. Only there does a journalist instantly attract a line the length of those we saw in Soviet-era food shops. These are the relatives of victims of extrajudicial executions, or, as it is now officially described by the Procurator's office, of targeted force necessary in the struggle against terrorism. They are the relatives of all those people who have been disappeared, dragged off and murdered by unidentified masked soldiers wearing camouflage fatigues. The families can never find those responsible, nor any trace of those who have vanished. They are not to be found in any state institution, whether under interrogation, in custody, or in prison. Adam Mutsalgov is the father of a 29-year-old teacher, Bashir, from the town of Karabulak. His son was shoved into a white Niva outside his house in broad daylight. Adam's two other sons also embarked upon an independent investigation. They were later to discover that those responsible for the abduction were agents of the English Directorate of the FSB, under the command of General Sergei Kuryakov, a friend of President Zyazikov. General Kuryakov was personally involved. The brothers obtained evidence that Bashir had spent the first night after his abduction in the DFSB building in Nazran, or Megas, as it was renamed, directly behind the presidential palace. In the morning, he was taken in a DFSB vehicle to the main Russian military base of Hankala in Chechnya, but after that they could find out no more. Their informant was himself a member of the DFSB. Those who had seen Bashir Mutsalgov in Hankala also told Adam that his son had been in a bad way, showing signs of terrible torture. Adam Mutsalgov hands me the list of 40 names of those who have been abducted in recent months. It is an unofficial list, compiled by their families. The Procurator's office has refused to accept it. Their only option is to unite and work together. The list, which in late February was rather shorter, was given just before Putin's election to Rashid Ozdoev, the senior assistant of the Procurator of Ingushetia. Rashid's official duties were to monitor the legality of the actions of the Ingush DFSB. At that very time, he was himself following up what had happened to those who had been abducted, and he too had concluded that extrajudicial executions were taking place with the knowledge of the Republic's security services. Rashid submitted a report to the Procurator General of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Ustinov, providing evidence of illegal activity, primarily by General Kuryakov and the DFSB. On March 11th, at about 6 p.m., Rashid Ozdoev was seen for the last time getting into his car in the parking lot by the presidential palace in Nazran. 24 hours later, his Ziguli was seen, covered by a tarpaulin, in the courtyard of the Ingush DFSB. Rashid was later observed, as his relatives discovered for themselves, beaten and tortured in Hankala. They know only that he is no longer there. Every day spent not knowing, I bury my son. Boris Ozdoev, Rashid's father, speaks quietly, hanging his head. He is a judge in honorable retirement and very well known in Ingushetia. He is far from young. Did your son tell you what was in his report to the Procurator General? Yes. He wrote about instances of extrajudicial force being used and who was guilty of it. I said to my son, do not do this. It is a fearsome organization. Why do you want to take such a risk? He replied, if you wish, I will leave this job. But if I am the procurator whose job it is to monitor the DFSB, and if the organization I am monitoring is involved in murder and abduction, then I am the only person in the Republic who has the legal right to demand a return to legality. If I do not use that right now, the Almighty will never forgive me. We discussed it for a long time, and he wondered, well, what can they do? Plant drugs on me? Weapons? They can't make that stick. I have immunity as a procurator. Everybody knows I don't take bribes. He didn't consider the possibility that he might be abducted himself. After his disappearance, I went to President Zyazikov and I, an old man, a judge, sat in his waiting room for 1.5 hours. He kept me waiting, and then simply passed a message through his secretary that he had nothing to say to me. I have no doubt that means he knows who abducted Rashid. In the end, the heads of families whose sons had been abducted called a meeting and demanded that Zyazikov tell them where their sons were and who was guilty of the abductions. At just that moment, however, Zyazikov was on his way to a meeting with Putin in Sochi to report on how Ingushetia was flourishing and to tell him that 98% of the electorate had voted for you, Vladimir Vladimirovich. The direct consequence of the parachuting into the Ingush presidency of an FSB general who had worked for the Soviet KGB has been the organizing of state-sanctioned lawlessness on a massive scale. Zyazikov is no more trustworthy a guarantor of law than Putin, something that, incidentally, disappointed the hopes of many people in Ingushetia who were tired of disorder. Instead, Zyazikov has presided over a move away from democracy, not just to autocracy, but to state terrorism and medieval barbarity. I went to my colleagues, Ingush journalists, to ask them how the system of media censorship works in these outlying regions, far away from Putin's administration in Moscow. Why, for instance, is there not a word in the Republican media about extrajudicial executions, when concealing the problem can only make it worse? It proved far from easy to discuss. In the first place, nobody would talk on the record. In the second, we could speak only in a car, away from prying eyes, as in the days of the Soviet Union. The person I talked to was in a state of deep depression, which seems to be well-nigh universal. This was a deputy editor-in-chief of one of the 2 newspapers published in Ingushetia. Why do we need all these precautions? I asked. If they find out I have opened my mouth, I won't even be able to find a job as a tractor driver, he answered, a gray-haired, clever man, a professional journalist. What would happen if you were to write about the abductions, the corruption, Putin's 98%, about the massive ballot box stuffing in last December's parliamentary elections? If I wrote about that, I would be fired when it reached the censors. Articles of that kind just aren't going to be published, and I would be unable to find work in the future. My relatives would lose their jobs too, even though they have nothing to do with journalism. My colleague told me about the censorship mechanism that supports the myth of the stabilization of Ingushetia. Every column of the newspapers is read personally at proof stage by Isa Mirzhoev, the president's press secretary. That is the law. He removes anything he considers harmful, anything that might undermine the process of stabilization. Negative information of any sort is censored if it relates even indirectly to those presently in power. You cannot propose articles about corruption if relatives of Zyazikov are involved. Of the war in Chechnya, you may write only about the killing of fighters and the voluntary resettlement of refugees. The death squads are completely taboo, as is all extrajudicial activity. Exactly the same goes for radio and television. Mirzhoev personally checks the programs from a political angle, and he checks all the topics to be covered in advance. But why? People have no air to breathe. They are in complete despair. Who can possibly want the Chechen scenario to be repeated here? Nobody in Ingushetia, not even Zyazikov. He is not like Ruslan Oshev, his very competent predecessor. If there is a crisis, he will be totally out of his depth. Another Chechnya may, however, be something Moscow needs, and Zyazikov is entirely dependent on Moscow. His rise to the presidency was fixed by Moscow, and the Kremlin set two conditions, which people in Ingushetia know all about: that he would not object if the anti-terrorist operation were extended to Ingushetia and would deliver the loyalty of his people, and second, that he would not demand the return from North Ossetia to Ingushetia of the Prigorodny region. And Zyazikov delivers, he and his henchmen. If the media were allowed to reflect reality, it would soon be very clear that the people want proper demarcation of the frontier with Chechnya and the return of the Prigorodny region, which was taken from them when Stalin deported the entire Ingush population to Kazakhstan in 1944. That is why we are under pressure, the journalist says. They need it to appear that everybody in Ingushetia is happy with the Kremlin's policy and with what Zyazikov is doing. Could you disobey Mirzhoev? So far, none of the editors-in-chief have dared to try. Who can resist? Nobody. You can resist only if you leave Ingushetia, or better still if you emigrate from Russia. How would you describe what is happening in Ingushetia today? The Soviet system with a lot of bloodshed. Of course, Soviet stability too was a great achievement. The coffins containing soldiers killed in Afghanistan were not allowed to be identified as such. Dissidents were imprisoned in labor camps and psychiatric hospitals. The populace voted 99.9% in favor of everything. The party bosses feared only the Party Control Commission. The well-drilled artists of the cinema made politically correct films about everybody having complete faith in the future. The West gave Brezhnev financial support because it didn't want everything to fall apart. That was the reality, disguised as stability. Now, in April 2004, we are back at square one. Reality is tastefully displayed to look like stability, both in Ingushetia and throughout Russia. The West again throws us a crust. We know all about eternal recurrence. I often wonder why our people are so frightened by even the hint of a threat of repression. If they protest at all, then it is only by anonymously blowing up a presidential Mercedes, not in a civilized, open manner, by opposition in a parliament, or by demanding that the results of a rigged election should be annulled. It can only be a matter of traditions. The Russian tradition is one of an inability to plan and see through the sheer hard work of systematic opposition. If we are going to do anything, it has to be something we can do on the spot, here and now, after which life will be sorted. As that isn't the way things work, life doesn't get sorted. I wonder too why Zyazikov, like Putin, because Zyazikov is a mere clone, can't do anything in a decent, human, democratic way. Why, in order to stay in power, do they need to lie, to twist and turn, support corrupt officials, avoid meeting their people, fear them, and, as a result, have no love for them? I think the underlying problem must be that they have not been adequately prepared for leadership. They are appointed to the presidency in the Soviet way, quite by chance. The party gives its orders and the eager young communist replies, "Yes, Comrade Commissar." For a time, they probably enjoy being president very much, but after the inauguration and all the celebrations, when the firework displays are over, they find themselves faced with the routine labor of being a president, running the economy, maintaining the water pipes and the roads, coping with terrorists, wars, and thieving officials. That is when they realize they are incapable of doing anything except frowning severely, pretending to be Talleyrand, secretively keeping quiet, and blaming their failures on enemies who are lurking around every corner. Zyazikov in Ingushetia copies his big boss in Moscow in all things, but particularly in his basic approach. What matters is not solving the problems, but controlling what gets reported on television. Not reality, but virtuality. Censorship as a way of not having to tackle difficult matters. The downside is that ubiquitous censorship and constant duplicity mean you have no visible opposition with which to debate the issues on a daily basis. Where are the dissenting voices, all those who might criticize and come up with alternative ideas? You can't listen to them because they are not there, neither in Moscow nor in Ingushetia. For a long time, the only open oppositionists in Zyazikov's republic were Musa Ozdoev and a number of people close to him. Musa used to be on Zyazikov's team and was even his advisor at one time. Oppositionist Musa Ozdoev tried to challenge the election results to the Duma. In court, he produced records from electoral districts where votes had been written into the record, a bizarre electoral roll in which people with different names had the same passport, or where one person voted several times using the same name but different passports. Here are a few examples that explain how the opposition came to be routed in the December election and how Putin's party, United Russia, came by its imposing victory. Electoral Ward 68 is in the village of Barsuki on the outskirts of Nazran, the home village of Murat Zyazikov. This is where his relatives live, and it is here that, on the highest hill, the president's lettuce castle is being built. It is a hulking, clumsy great building of feudal aspect, but the green color works surprisingly well, and he is expected to move there shortly. Naturally, in accordance with the worst Caucasian traditions, those supervising the voting in the polling stations of Barsuki were relatives of Zyazikov, his vassals, those building his castle, its suppliers, and staff. I studied the electoral register, which has been officially certified and bears all the requisite signatures and seals. It tells us who received ballot papers on December 7th in Ward 68. We find that at least 3 different citizens voted using passport number 26010108683. Timur Kamzatovich Bakhiv of 15 Alkanchertskaya Street. Tamerlan Magomedovich Zortov of Zyazikov Street, a different Zyazikov, and Beslan Bogdanovich Galgoev of 5 Kortoev Street. Here again, the same passport number 260103266, 5 apparently belongs to 4 citizens of Barsuki, 3 male and 1 female. 3 of them live at 13 Yasnaya Street. There are dozens of examples of such double, treble, and quadruple voting using the same passport. Next, we come across a column of identical signatures in 5, 6, or 10 boxes in succession, one under the other, purporting to certify the identities of different people. Comparing the Barsuki registers for the elections of December 7th and March 14th, when Putin was elected, we find that the same person has 2 passports. In the register for the parliamentary elections of December 7th, passport number 26020988850 is held by Akim Tadrovic Azagov from the farmstead of Tibikai, part of Barsuki, but on March 14th the same person is voting using passport number 26033565564. So who is Azagov? Does he exist? It proved impossible to track him down in Tibikai, a tiny place where everybody knows everybody else and even remembers their parents and grandparents. Nobody had ever heard of him. There are any number of similar Azagovs because the electoral commissions were shamelessly creative in their efforts to ensure the right result. The outcome of all this, however, is nothing to laugh about. It has brought about the downfall not only of Russian democracy, but also of Russian society. In Ingushetia, Musa Ozdoev protested about this, and in every town you will find one, or at most 2, Musa Ozdoevs. They are usually considered mad. Wiser people pat them sympathetically on the shoulder and say, "Go on, give it a try. We will watch and see what happens." If the town madman were suddenly to kill the dragon, millions would flock to share his glory and enjoy the fruits of his victory. It is an old, deplorable Soviet custom. Do nothing yourself, lie still in the mud on the riverbed, and wait for a wonderful new life to float down to you from above. But to return to the ballot rigging, why was it necessary? The answer is simple, because not enough people actually voted for Putin on March 14th or for United Russia on December 7th. The West fervently believes in the results, but the percentages are inflated. Ingushetia's 98% for Putin just tells us how desperate Zyazikov was to show off to the Kremlin. That's all there is to it. That is why Zyazikov's accomplices broke people across their knee, twisted the arms of members of the electoral commissions, perverted, threatened, tortured, and ensnared people in a conspiracy of lies. And they went along with it. Most members of electoral commissions to whom I managed to speak said they were afraid. They had families, children who could be kidnapped. It was easier to add false votes than lose those dearest to you. Who can say we are not returning to Stalinist ways under Putin? A hereditary memory is at work, reminding people how to live if they want to survive. Swim with the tide. This whole system of thieving judges, rigged elections, presidents who have only contempt for the needs of their people, can operate only if nobody protests. That is the Kremlin's secret weapon and the most striking feature of life in Russia today. That is the secret of spin Dr. Surkov's genius. Apathy, rooted in an almost universal certainty among the populace that the state authorities will fix everything, including elections, to their own advantage. It is a vicious circle. People react only when something affects them personally. Old Judge Boris Ozdoev when his son Rashid was abducted, the same as the Mutsalgovs. Until then, if my hut is out of harm's way, why worry? We have emerged from socialism as thoroughly self-centered people. And that is the background to the attempt to assassinate Zyazikov. April 7th. Today, Igor Sutyagin, a military expert and scholar at the U.S.-Canada Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, the author of hundreds of scholarly articles on strategic weapons and disarmament, has been sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for betraying the motherland. Putin had personal charge of the case when he was director of the FSB. Sutyagin was arrested in October 1999. He was accused of passing secret information to foreign intelligence services. In fact, Sutyagin's work consisted solely of analyzing publicly available information and drawing conclusions based on non-classified sources. He didn't even have security clearance for access to state secrets. The FSB only demonstrated that, by making use of publicly available data, Sutyagin came to secret conclusions. This was obviously a trial concocted to make an example of someone. Making an example is becoming increasingly common in the courts, as is demonstrating loyalty to the Kremlin. Since the instigator of the Sutyagin case is now in the Kremlin as president of Russia, it was impossible not to find Sutyagin guilty. In addition, the Sutyagin case is being used to instill in the public mind the notion of justifiable repressions, that the authorities know better than anyone else who the enemy is and, accordingly, have the right to persecute particular individuals even if their crimes are unproven. Instill it they duly did. Society accepted the idea of justified repressions. Apart from human rights campaigners, few came to Sutyagin's aid. Some time ago, the public demanded that another spy, the naval officer Grigory Pasko, be released, but he supposedly replied from solitary confinement that he had no wish to be shown clemency. Now, however, with the guilty verdict in this latest, typically Stalinist show trial, the FSB has won the battle for its own future. The Sutyagin case revealed another of our problems: trial by jury. In Russia, everything civilized seems to become subverted or perverted into its own opposite. Our juries are ordinary citizens who don't mind going without bread so long as enemies of the motherland get put away for a long time. It was Judge Mironova who determined the length of the sentence, but it was the jury who found Sutyagin guilty despite the absence of any evidence. Why? Because it is etched into their brains that the KGB/FSB is always right. The Sutyagin jury demonstrated the extent to which, as a society, we still carry within ourselves a repressive way of thinking. We have learned nothing. Harshness is more respected than mercy and understanding. It is better to cut down the forest than to worry about the wood chips. It is better to condemn than to think. Committee 2008 denounced the verdict. Trial by jury is becoming purely ornamental, used only to disguise minimally the profoundly undemocratic nature of the state machinery of repression. Today's unjust verdict is an attack by the authorities on the very foundation of a democratic constitutional system. That is not actually true. It is a typical little democratic fib. The jury is not a screen. The jury is the problem. The jury is us. The Duma passed a stunningly draconian law banning all protest meetings in the vicinity of state institutions. That is, they could be held only where nobody other than their participants would hear or see them. Those voting in favor included former trade union leader Andrei Isayev, who more than once led the people out into the squares in the mid-1990s, but has now become a busy functionary of the United Russia Party and interpreter of Putin's ideas on television. In contrast, Alexei Kondorov, a deputy of the Communist Party and former KGB general, voted against, describing the law as an attack on citizens' rights and freedoms. The Communists are becoming the most progressive party. How is one to live in Russia between the Scylla of Putin and the Charybdis of the Communists? Interestingly enough, Putin waited for the right moment and then set of the law against protest meetings. That's going too far. We need something milder. The Duma promptly reconvened and softened the law, all live on television, under the eyes of the entire nation. It is once again permissible to hold meetings near state institutions and in central squares. April 12. I work at Novaya Gazeta and published frames from a video made in March 2000 by a Russian soldier in Chechnya that somehow found its way to me. The video shows fighters who have surrendered. The assault on the village of Komsomolskoye in February-March 2000 was, after the siege of Grozny in the winter of 1999 to 2000, the second largest operation of the Second Chechen War. At that time, retreating from Grozny, the field commander Ruslan Jalev led more than 1,500 men to his home village of Komsomolskoye. A terrible siege began, using all manner of military technology and leading to the deaths of most of the people in the village. When Komsomolskoye had been almost completely destroyed, Jalev and some of his fighters miraculously escaped through the several cordons of besiegers. Those remaining were promised an amnesty if they surrendered. 72 men, as the High Command officially announced in March 2000, were given amnesty by the federal government. They were amnestied, but immediately arrested. Since then, the families of only 3 of them know where they are. The rest did not return. The video shows these amnestied men being unloaded from 2 prison vans into a goods wagon at the Chechen railway station of Chervlennaya. The transfer was recorded by officers of a special operations unit of the Russian Ministry of Justice. The video is like a feature film about a fascist concentration camp. This is precisely the way the guards behave. Their assault rifles at the ready lined out down a hill, at the bottom of which is the railway track with the waiting wagon. The soldiers keep their guns trained on those being thrown from the vans. Among the fighters we see 2 women. They are clothed and, unlike the men, have not been beaten up. They are immediately taken to one side. The remainder, men and boys, one is clearly 15 or 16 years old, are flung from the vans or themselves jump to the ground. They are all in bad physical shape, some being carried by their friends. All are wounded. Some are without legs, some without arms. The ear of one of them is hanging off, half severed. The soldiers can be heard out of frame commenting, "Look, they didn't take that one's ear off properly." Many are completely naked, barefoot, and covered in blood. Their clothing and footwear are tossed out of the vehicles separately. The fighters are completely exhausted. Some do not understand what is required of them and stumble about in confusion. Some are insane. On the video, the soldiers beat them in a routine, automatic sort of way, as if they are doing it only out of habit. There are no doctors to be seen. Some of the stronger fighters are ordered to pull from the vans the bodies of those who have died during the transfer and drag them to one side. At the end of the video, there is a mountain of corpses of the amnestied prisoners by the railway track. The Federals do not physically touch the fighters, using only their boots and the muzzles of their rifles. They are plainly revolted by them. They use the toe of their boots to turn the faces of the dead in order to stare at them. This seems to be purely out of curiosity. Nobody is writing anything down, registering anything, recording deaths. No documents are being compiled. At the end, there is a discussion between the Federals, accompanied by laughter. They said there were 72 of them, but we've got 74. Okay, never mind, a couple of spares. What happened when the frames from this record of our own Abu Ghraib were published? Nothing. Nobody turned a hair, neither the public, nor the media, nor the procurator's office. Many foreign journalists borrowed the video from me, and in Poland the headline over the pictures was, "The Russian Abu Ghraib." In Russia there was silence. What happens in Ingushetia reflects what happens in Moscow. After Putin's re-election, there has been a complete purge of all sources of information, mirroring the purge of the political arena. Now, anybody who doesn't want to know doesn't need to know. The majority prefer not to. April 14th. In Ukraine, Prime Minister Yanukovych has been declared the successor of President Kukma. He will be the authorities' candidate in the presidential election. Will Putin really support this Yanukovych? It is beyond belief. The lawyer Stanislav Markelov was attacked at midnight in the Moscow metro by 5 youths. They shouted, "You've made a few speeches too many, and you had this coming," as they beat him up, stole his documents and his lawyer's ID, ignoring his valuables. Markelov is a young, very active lawyer. In the case against ex-Colonel Budanov, He defended the interests of the Chechen family of Elza Kuengaeva, whom Budanov raped and murdered. For this, he has been subjected to constant attacks by patriots. He acted for the prosecution in the case of the cadet against a federal soldier, Sergei Lapin, whose code name in Chechnya was the Cadet. For the first time in our recent history, an officer was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment for the abduction of a Chechen in Grozny who subsequently disappeared. The militia refused to open a criminal case following the attack on Markelov. Who beat him up and who ordered them to remains unknown. April 16th. There is new evidence about the abduction of the senior assistant procurator of Ingushetia, Rashid Ozdoev, just before Putin's re-election. A letter has been sent to the Procurator General of Russia, Vladimir Ustinov, from one Igor Onishchenko. It was received and registered as Item 1556 by the Secretariat of the Procurator General's Office for the Southern Federal District on April 16, 2004. This letter is addressed to you from an agent of the Stavropol Regional FSB. I have been working for the FSB of Ingushetia on a special mission. The period of my commission has ended and I have returned home. I worked as an agent of the FSB for almost 12 years, but never imagined I would be so tormented. Kuryakov, director of the FSB of Ingushetia, is a dreadful person to have in our system, although he claims to have been sent to work there by Patrushev, the national head of the FSB, and Putin's personally. This contemptible louse destroys people solely because they are Ingushs or Chechens. He has some grudge and hates them. Kuryakov forced me and my colleagues, there were 5 of us working for him, to systematically beat up everybody we arrested while pretending to be agents of Rosh. Everything was planned. Special clothing, masks, false documents, camouflage, vehicles, which usually belonged to those who had been arrested, but with the number plates changed, special passes. While pretending to take the victims away from Nazran, we would usually circle and return in different vehicles to our building, where we carried on beating the people. All this was done at night. During the day we slept. Kuryakov had to report to Moscow that the work was proceeding and to justify the title of general, which he had recently been awarded. For this, there was a plan requiring processing of at least 5 persons per week. In early 2003, when I had just arrived, we really did arrest people who were up to something. But after Kuryakov went ape over what he called some procurator, we started pulling in people without any grounds, just going by their appearance. Kuryakov said, what difference does it make? They are all lice. Personally, Sergei and I crippled more than 50 people. We buried about 35. Today I have returned home. I have been rewarded for irreproachable service because of the last operation to take out the local procurator, because he had compromising material on Kuryakov. I destroyed the ID and personal weapon of the procurator and broke all his limbs. That night Kuryakov gave orders to some different people to get rid of him. I am guilty. I am ashamed. This is the pure truth. Igor N. Onishchenko. Even after this monstrous document was published, nothing changed. There was no popular protest, and the procurator's office just let it slide. April 22nd to 23rd. A meeting between Kukma and Putin in the Crimea. This is the moment Putin decides whether or not to support Yanukovych. So far it looks as though he will not, thank God. Yanukovych was not invited into the meeting, although he was waiting in the wings the whole time. April 28th. At 11:20 a.m., on Staraya Basmanaya Street in Moscow, a hitman shot Georgii Tal at point-blank range. Tal was a fledgling of the Yeltsin nest, the director from 1997 to 2001 of the Federal Service for Financial Recovery and Bankruptcy. Tal died in the hospital this evening without recovering consciousness. His murder is part of a process of destroying those involved in the redistribution of Russia's prime industrial assets through an organized system of bankrupting enterprises. During Tal's years as director, there was a reallocation of ownership, primarily of the oil and aluminum industries, by this means. Under Putin, many criminal bankruptcies have begun to be investigated. It is a factor in the Yukos case. The aim of the investigations is to carry out a new redistribution in favor of Putin's supporters. In fact, the system of bankruptcy under Yeltsin was perfectly legal, and it was exploited by all those who are today the wealthiest people in the country, the oligarchs who made their fortunes under Yeltsin. Putin has a rabid hatred of most of these. Few people doubt that Tao was murdered to prevent him from speaking about the principles on which the bankruptcy service operated. He simply knew too much about those who are now highly influential. The murder of insolvency practitioners by hitmen was itself part of the business of bankruptcy in Russia. Tao was a key professional in the management of the property of bankrupt enterprises. After 2002, he headed a non-profit partnership called the Interregional Self-Regulated Organization of Professional Insolvency Administrators. The organization existed under the aegis of the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, and mainly advised members of the board of the RUIE on who should be bankrupted and when, so that the enterprise could be put in administration. These are our oligarchs: Oleg Deripaska, Vladimir Potanin, Alexei Mordashev, Mikhail Friedman, and others. It is unlikely, however, that Tao's murder was in the interests of these people. The murder caused no surprise at his own organization, at the RUIE, among big business, or the government bureaucracy. The general population was even less surprised, as if that was perfectly fine. Late April. We lived through April with the feeling of being constantly deceived, a sensation that suited many who wanted just that. We lived also in anticipation of another piece of offensiveness, arranged for May 7th, Putin's second inauguration. You could not exactly say that the air was filled with anticipation. The majority of the population really don't care what sort of inauguration there is, or whether it takes place at all. On the eve of major official events, it is traditional in Russia to pause and reflect on the future. An inauguration might be expected to prompt the main political players to tell us what their plans are for the period between now and 2007. There is none of this. Total silence from the opposition tells us that it has caved in. The failure to generate any new movements tells us that the old opposition will be in no state to fight for seats in the Duma in 2007, or to put forward credible presidential candidates in 2008. Nobody believes in revolution, either. The Kremlin's Social Survey Unit, TSIOM, asked the Russian public, if there were mass demonstrations in your region by the population in defense of their rights, would you take part? Only 25% answered yes, 66% said no. We shall not be having a revolution anytime soon. May 7th. Putin's inauguration in the Kremlin. A demonstration of our first citizen's autocratic power and magnificence, of his separateness and remoteness, even from his own wife. During the live television broadcast, the commentators actually said, among those invited to the solemn ceremony of President Putin's taking of office is the wife of Vladimir Vladimirovich, Lyudmila Putina. It is laughable, of course, and people did laugh, but not very cheerfully. She stood throughout the inauguration among the VIPs, behind a barrier past which Putin trotted down the red carpet. He arrived alone, marched past his wife to the podium, then back to the Tsar's porch to review the parade. All the time alone. No friends, no family. The man is barking mad. It is a sure sign that he trusts nobody, and that is a fundamental characteristic of Putin's rule. The concomitant is the certainty that only he, Putin, knows what is best for the country. We do not really know what the inauguration of a leader is like in other countries. Is it a time of popular celebration? Or is it, as in Russia, merely an embarrassment? May 9th. Akhmet Haji Kadyrov, Putin's main placement in Chechnya, has been assassinated. He had attended Putin's inauguration and yesterday flew back to Chechnya, not disguising his displeasure at the place allocated to him by Putin's entourage. He was in the second hall, not in the first ranks of the most honored guests, and saw it as a worrying cooling of the first citizen toward him. He had good cause to be nervous. Putin was his only hope of power and survival. Kadyrov had presided over the process of Chechenization of the conflict in his republic, the initiation of a civil war between Chechens, with the Kremlin supporting the good ones who side with Kadyrov and Putin against the ones who are not on our side and have to be exterminated. Kadyrov was killed while viewing the Victory Day parade at the Dynamo Stadium in Grozny. The explosive device was concreted into the supports beneath the grandstand. Asterisk. There were persistent rumors that Kadyrov was blown up by our people. His security in the last months of his life meant that nobody but our people could get anywhere near him. Whenever he appeared in public, everything was cordoned off far in advance and checked repeatedly for explosives. Those responsible for Kadyrov's assassination were never found, no matter how frequently we were shown on television how hard everyone was trying. Who are our people in this context? Agents of the Federal Special Operations Units working in Chechnya, state hitmen, soldiers of the Central Intelligence Directorate of the Army, the GRU, the Center for Special Missions of the Federal Security Bureau, and secret subsections of the FSB for carrying out particularly sensitive missions, which usually means assassinations. On May 9th, it seemed that Kadyrov's death, no matter at whose hands he died, spelled the end of Chechenization and, with it, of Putin's moronic policy in the North Caucasus. Kadyrov, people supposed, had been removed in order to bring this policy to an end. The surmise was short-lived. On the evening of May 9th, the murdered president's psychopathic and extremely stupid younger son, Ramzan Kadyrov, was illogically elevated to prominence in Chechnya. Ramzan had been in charge of his father's personal security, into which he had brought all the criminal dross of Chechnya, attracting them with promises of immunity from prosecution. Putin received Ramzan in the Kremlin that evening. He turned up in a bright blue tracksuit and gave Putin every assurance that he would continue the policy of Chechenization begun by his father. The meeting was shown on all television channels and seen throughout Chechnya, and made it clear that Kadyrov's gangs were being granted immunity to carry on as before. For some reason, Putin's administration had suspected that, after his father's death, Ramzan would make a run for it into the mountains to join the fighters. Instead, he was granted permission to continue to terrorize the population of the Republic. This led to even more divisiveness and violence in Chechnya in order to underpin the position of the vacuous Ramzan Kadyrov. The armed resistance was strengthened by an influx of new volunteers after the death of Kadyrov Sr., but people were soon humbly bowing down before the new idiot, and in no time at all he deluded himself that he actually was of real significance. May 26th. Putin has delivered his annual address to the Federal Assembly. This is how the Russian people are informed of the president's plans for the coming year. He was in top form and in aggressive mood. He talked with total contempt about civil society, claiming it was all corrupt and that the defenders of human rights were a fifth column feeding from the hand of the West. The following is a verbatim quotation. For some of these organizations of civil society, their first priority is to obtain finance from influential foreign foundations. When there is a problem with fundamental and basic violations of human rights, infringement of the real interests of the people, the voices of these organizations are sometimes not heard at all. This is hardly surprising. They simply cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Thereafter, of course, Putin's absurd attack on human rights campaigners was vigorously taken up by the officials of his administration, primarily by his chief ideologist and spin doctor, Vladislav Surkov. Human rights campaigners attending protest meetings against the war in Chechnya subsequently carried placards reading, "I am the West's fifth column." After Putin's May 26 speech, the state authorities started setting up a new variety of human rights associations under their own patronage. This came to nothing, but the idea was that this parallel civil society, on our side, should be financed by Russian business, the oligarchs. They stubbornly refused, no doubt mindful of the fate of Politkovskaya, who was now in prison for having financed non-governmental organizations. Why did Putin suddenly mount this onslaught on the human rights associations? By the summer of 2004, after the collapse of the Democratic and Liberal parties, it seemed clear that if opposition was going to crystallize anywhere, it would be around the human rights community, as in the Soviet period. That is why Putin vilified these organizations in his message, why he was so eager to discredit them. In May, the Democrats remained quiescent. Ramzan Kadyrov's rise to prominence in Chechnya was the key event of the month, overshadowing the inauguration, but they made no protest. Indeed, they made no comment at all. June 1st. Leonid Parfyanov, a brilliant television journalist, has been fired by the NTV television station. In his very popular news analysis program, the other day, he screened an interview with the wife of Zalimkin Yanderbeev, the Chechen leader murdered in Qatar. It was fairly unexceptional. The widow said nothing particularly startling, but she was inconsolable. The topic, however, was impermissible. Parfyanov is not an aggressive broadcaster and, if anything, sought compromises between what the authorities wanted and what he wanted to show in his program. His firing is political censorship of NTV. Kaka Bendukids, an erudite Georgian who is also a Russian industrial oligarch, has been appointed Minister of Industry in the new Georgia. Saakashvili quickly made him a citizen of the Republic. Bendukidze was persuaded to take the job by the Georgian Prime Minister, Zurab Zvania. He has announced that he intends to introduce ultra-liberal reforms in his old homeland. He studiously avoided all comment on the nature of any reforms that might be needed here, but his departure speaks for itself. There is evidently no place for him as a liberal in Putin's Russia. Even before the Rose Revolution in Tbilisi, Bendukidze had spoken both in public and in private of his disappointment with Russia's economic development and his desire to get out of business. He was already in the process of selling off his Russian business interests. In Moscow, the Central Electoral Commission is beginning a propaganda campaign to get the electorate to accept the abolition of the right to vote in the Duma elections for individual candidates in constituency seats, rather than for parties through a system of proportional representation. This is a right we stubbornly fought for, and it is vitally important in our post-communist society. The Kremlin's aim is to allow people to vote only for party lists. They also intend to increase the share of the vote required before a party is allowed to be represented in parliament. In other words, only major parties will be allowed to participate in elections. Such a system would return us to the Soviet past. It would make it impossible to form new parliamentary parties, and new non-parliamentary parties would be marginalized. The effect would be to enable the Kremlin to deal only with 2 or 3 old parties, which have already shown themselves capable of accepting major compromise. The Communist Party, the Liberal Democratic Party, and, with some reservations, the Rodina Party would operate under the preeminence of that bloated party of bureaucrats, United Russia. The underlying aim is to enable the Kremlin to take away the unpredictability of elections. The planned result will be the actual result. The democratic parties will instantly be marginalized, because support for Yabloko and the Union of Right Forces is below the 7% threshold on which the presidential administration is insisting. This proposal was immediately referred to as if it were a done deal by Alexander Veshnyakov, the far from independent director of the commission. Veshnyakov explained that elections based on proportional representation could become law in June 2005 by introducing amendments to the law on basic guarantees of electoral rights and of the right to participate in a referendum of citizens of the Russian Federation. That is exactly what happened. It was explained that the new system was more responsible. There were no protest demonstrations, and only human rights campaigners tried to warn the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and European leaders that Russia no longer had a democratic electoral system. The Europeans noted that there had been no popular protest, so they accepted it too. June 2nd. In Chechnya, Zalimkin Kadyrov, the elder son of Akhmed Haji Kadyrov, has been buried. It was well known that he was a drug addict, and he died of a heart attack 3 weeks after the assassination of his father. Relatives of the Kadyrovs said Zalimkin was completely opposed to the brutal policies of his father and younger brother and took refuge in heroin. June 19th. In St. Petersburg, Nikolai Jurenko has been shot dead in his apartment. This is a political murder of a well-known human rights champion and anti-fascist scholar. The murder was carried out by Russian fascists, who made no secret of the fact. It was a show of strength on their part. First, they passed a death sentence on Jurenko, posted it on the internet, the state authorities ignored it, and then Jurenko was killed in accordance with their sentence. Who was Jurenko? He was a St. Petersburg academic ethnographer, a prominent research fellow of the Peter the Great Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He was called as an expert witness in the very infrequent court cases brought against fascist organizations. He would analyze the texts of radical nationalist publications and the manifestos of neo-Nazi groups and demonstrate that they were extremist. His forensic analyses were precise and scholarly, and were often the basis on which neo-Nazis were convicted. These trials are rare. In 2003, of 72 crimes identified as being racially motivated, only 11 made it to court. The other cases collapsed when investigators were either unable or, more commonly, unwilling to prove racial motivation. The neo-Nazis hated Jurenko because, when he was an expert witness, they often received prison sentences, rather than the more usual pardon or suspended sentence. He testified at the beginning of this month at the trial in Novgorod of members of a local branch of the Russian National Unity Party. Few scholars will today agree to give evidence in open court at such trials. They are afraid of retaliation from the fascists, who enjoy the support of the state authorities and of a significant proportion of the population. They cannot rely on witness protection schemes, because the law enforcement agencies are themselves shot through with chauvinism and xenophobia. They always have been, but the Putin period and the Second Chechen War have seen an upsurge of hysterical fear of those from the Caucasus. When I heard about Jurenko's murder, I was sure there would be a wave of social protest. The writer Alla Gerber, president of the Holocaust Foundation, commented. Until December, she had been a long-standing Duma deputy of the Union of Right Forces. Once again, however, there was no protest, only a wave of social satisfaction as the websites of the nationalistic organizations posted the joyful news of Jurenko's murder. Nationalists were jubilant to hear the news of the death of this academic. The Russian National Unity Party announced that it had heard of the untimely demise of this anti-fascist with a sense of relief. The Slavic Union, its initials in Russian are SS, displayed a poster that, it stated, had been prepared in advance of the shooting. It depicts a young man in the uniform of a nationalist stormtrooper with a pistol. The caption reads, "In memoriam Jurenko, nobody stopped them." The procurator's office had nothing to say, let alone take the action that the law required. None of the sites was closed. Their owners will face no criminal charges. At the same time, a list of foes of the Russian people was posted on the website of another ultranationalist organization, the Greater Russia Party. It lists 47 names, including that of Svetlana Ganushkina, director of Citizens Aid, the major association assisting refugees and those forced to resettle. Alla Gerber is also there, a well-known champion in the fight against anti-Semitism in Russia. So too is Andrei Kozyrev, ex-minister of Foreign Affairs, for his pro-Western leanings. As are the television presenters Nikolai Svanets, because he is a Georgian and, incidentally, a relative of Stalin, and Yelena Konga, because her mother was married to an African. So too is the author of these lines. The Slavic Union claims. It is well known that numerous so-called human rights associations, generally made up of venal non-Russian human rights campaigners and surviving on funds from foreign well-wishers, foundations closely related to the CIA, MI6, and Mossad, are compiling dossiers against Russian activists. Lower down, the leader of the SS, Dmitry Demushkin, openly threatens those on the list. The night of the long knives is near. There is no doubt that all this vileness has been triggered by the murder of Jurenko, which the state authorities were reluctant to disclose and even attempted to hush up, but also by the example from above of how one should deal with venal human rights campaigners. In his address to the Federal Assembly, Putin used almost the same words as the SS. June 21st to 22nd. During the night, the 5-year-long anti-terrorist operation reached its apotheosis when fighters took control of Ingushetia. Sometime after 11 p.m., I started receiving phone calls from the Republic, where I have many friends. Something terrible is going on here. It's a war. Women were screaming into the telephone. Help us. Do something. We are lying on the floor with the children. I could hear the rattle of rifle fire and a lot of people shouting, Allahu Akbar. Allah is great. The virtual war over the telephone went on until dawn, the whole night filled with a sense of helplessness. At night in Moscow, there is nothing you can do to help anyone. The television stations have closed down. The news service staff have gone home. The law enforcement agencies have switched off their mobile phones and are sleeping. You can murder if you like. You can steal, but the generals will give orders only in the morning. That is what happened in Ingushetia. When the fighters began leaving at dawn, the soldiers, with whom Ingushetia and the adjacent regions are overrun, finally came out from their positions of permanent deployment and started organizing a pursuit. Helicopters thundered overhead. Air support appeared. It was too late. The fighters had left. Bodies lay in the streets, both civilian and uniformed. The great majority of the dead were militiamen from the Interior Ministry of Ingushetia, from the Nazran Office of Internal Affairs, and the Karabulak Militia Department. Procurators and FSB agents had also been killed. Middle-ranking officers of the security agencies of Ingushetia had been cut down, vehicles and buildings burned out. It became clear that more than 200 fighters had managed to take complete control of Nazran, and that there had been simultaneous raids in the town of Karabulak and the hill village of Sleptsovskaya. They had set up roadblocks wherever they wanted, and killed anyone arriving at them whose ID indicated that they worked for the law enforcement agencies, along with others who just happened to fall into their hands. Witnesses claimed that those manning the roadblocks were Chechens, Ingushs, and people of Slavonic appearance, all of whom said they were with Shamil Basaev *. Can Basaev, then, muster a 200-strong group? When all the security agencies, including those in Chechnya, have been reporting to their superiors for the past 3 years that there are no more than 50 fighters left, and perhaps as few as 20 or 30. This was a brilliantly organized guerrilla operation of which the intelligence services gave no warning, an operation resisted neither by the half-witted Kadyrov and his regiment, which may scare the Kremlin, but evidently does not scare Basaev, nor by the thousands of Russian soldiers in Hankala, nor even the further thousands in reserve in Mozdok, nor by the 58th Army, based in Ossetia, where some of the fighters had come from. There are also more than 14,000 militiamen in Chechnya and 6,000 in Ingushetia. So do the intelligence services actually exist? Does Kadyrov's regiment? The 14,000 militiamen, plus another 6,000 in Ingushetia? Are Hankala and Mozdok really there? The raid on Ingushetia proves that, as a genuinely effective security force, they do not. Our system of defense is as virtual as Putin, created purely to make a show of fighting, but not actually to fight. This is precisely why all those thousands of people disappear without a trace after encountering unidentified masked soldiers wearing camouflage. Someone needs to send his superiors a new anti-terrorist report. He needs a result. These forces are capable only of furtive abduction and looting. That's all the Russian army and security forces are good for now. Those reckless people who left their homes in the night and went to the fighters' roadblocks to ask them to leave discovered that the invaders included just as many of their own people, Ingushs, as Chechens. When, in the winter and spring of this past year, the abductions began on a grand scale, and young people in Ingushetia began taking to the hills rather than endure it any longer, the authorities brought down thunder and lightning on the heads of those who said openly that this was enormously dangerous and would lead to an escalation of the war. They continued to insist on their own stability. On June 22nd, that myth cost almost 100 lives. The militiamen who defended themselves and, waiting in vain for help to arrive, died in battle, carried out their duty to the end. But who takes responsibility for the civilian deaths? The fighters, of course, bear full criminal responsibility for all these deaths, but equally culpable are the so-called state authorities. They never tire of telling us that they take responsibility for everything. The authorities have lied, done nothing, worried only about staying in power, and thereby condemned innocent people to death. Where was Zyazikov during this night? Zyazikov ran away, disguised as a woman. He dismissed his bodyguard in order not to be identified from his security detail, and returned only when the danger was past, when people were searching among the corpses for their loved ones. It was unheard of behavior for a man, and not only in the Caucasus. While all this grand nonsense remains in place, with Zyazikov as a condign part of the system, and if Putin does not change his blinkered rampaging in Chechnya, which is entirely without a future, for the tactic of peace, tragedies like that of June 22nd are inevitable. Our collective lying over many years about the Chechen War, our failure even to learn from Nordost, has brought about these monstrous events in Ingushetia. We simply must seek a political way out of this dead end. June 23rd. 24 hours after the tragedy, while funerals were taking place all over Ingushetia, Alu Alkanov, Minister of the Interior of Chechnya, announced to the television cameras that he would be standing as a candidate for the post of President of Chechnya. Alkanov is one of those personally responsible for failing to catch Basaev, but is nevertheless being presented every hour as Putin's preferred candidate. Putting himself forward, Alkanov said how much he was looking forward to peaceful elections on August 29th, and that the main thing now was to consolidate Chechnya's agriculture. He seemed quite oblivious of how objectionable it was to come out with all this one day after the catastrophe in Ingushetia. July 1st. A discussion was held at the Svyato-Danilovsky Monastery in Moscow on the topic of freedom and personal dignity, the orthodox and liberal views. Rostislav Shafarevich was there, at one time a colleague and friend of Andrei Sakharov, but today a terrible reactionary and defender of Putin. Ella Pamfilova was present, the director of the Presidential Commission for the Development of Civil Society and Human Rights. There were also present Deacon Andrei Kuriv and Archpriest Vsevolod Chaplin. The round table busily set about elaborating Vladislav Surkov's concept of a Russian model for defending human rights. In the first place, it would be funded by Russian business, and in the second, it would be based on Russian Orthodox ethics. What about those who are not Orthodox? Muslims? Jews? Will they be excluded from defending human rights? The human rights movement is by its very nature supranational and supraconfessional. In any case, if we are to believe Dostoevsky, the Russian is a universal man. That, however, is neither here nor there. Putin has instructed the Russian Orthodox Church to flesh out what he was talking about in his address to the Federal Assembly, to replace Western's defense of human rights by Orthodox defense of human rights, in order to prove yet again its loyalty to the authorities. And in return for being made the main state religion under Putin, the Russian Orthodox Church has agreed. Metropolitan Kirill gave a deeply felt speech on the need to find new leaders for the human rights movement who love our country. He seems to have no inkling that finding new leaders for the human rights movement is simply not possible. They either are there, generated by life itself, or they are not. Ella Pamfilova also spoke. At one time, she was an enthusiastic Democrat who campaigned against the privileges of party bigwigs. Now she enthusiastically supported Putin and his new attitude toward human rights workers. She said, "I do not agree that we have a crisis of ideology in the human rights movement. There can be no crisis of something that by definition cannot exist. There is a crisis in particular human rights associations whose leaders, who in many ways are still in the last century, are trying to fight a totalitarian state that disappeared long ago. They are accustomed to appealing to the leaders of Western states to try to influence our state authorities. I repeat, we ought not to associate the whole human rights movement in Russia with 5 or 10 well-known people, most of them from the old days, who long ago confused campaigning for human rights with politics, who still regularly confuse one thing with the other, radically defend positions that have no support among the majority of the population or the informed public. I do not think they represent a great danger for us. I believe that we are now witnessing the birth of a human rights movement of a new quality in Russia, and that there are many young leaders of human rights organizations who are working in the interests of our people. There certainly are, but they are not going to gladden the heart of Pamfilova. The radicalization of young people is an obvious fact. The children of the defeated Yabloko and Union of Right Forces supporters are going off to join the National Bolsheviks, the party of Limonov, *. The final act in the destruction of Yukos has begun. Overnight on July 1st to 2nd, the company's accounts were frozen. The extraction of oil has ceased, causing the oil price to jump sharply on the world's markets. Yukos offered a package of shares in the Sibneft oil company to settle their new debts. The state turned the deal down, insisting on the liquidation of Yukos. It is a calamity and amounts to what President Putin likes to refer to as kicking the shit out of them. Nobody cares. July 6th, a meeting in the Chechen hill village of Cernovodskaya to demand the return of the latest group of men abducted by the Federals has been dispersed with gunfire. Women from the neighboring village of Asinovskaya and from the district town of Akshoy-Martin blocked the state highway with the same demand. Stop these arbitrary abductions of their sons, husbands, and brothers. Nothing changed. Only human rights campaigners in Russia itself supported these protests. July 7th. In the Chechen town of Shaily, there has been a gathering of the mothers of those who have been abducted. The women state that they are prepared to go on hunger strike indefinitely, their patience exhausted by the failure of the law enforcement agencies to search for the victims. They ask that European human rights campaigners and international organizations hear their cry of despair for a simplification of the procedure for according refugee status to Chechens. We have been driven out of Ingushetia. We are being murdered and our sons kidnapped in Chechnya, and in Russia we are second-class citizens. Such is the resolution of the gathering. That same night, federal forces furtively continued taking men from their homes in Grozny, Nazran, and Karabulak. There is a flood of letters from Chechnya to Strasbourg. July 9th. The latest atrocious death of a Russian soldier killed by the Russian army. Soldiers die in the army for all sorts of reasons. The army has made it easy for them to be killed. You may be keen to serve, you may have enlisted before you had to, like Yevgeny Fomovsky, but that will not save you. There will be scum who take a dislike to you, or who don't like your size, or the size of your feet, and they will kill you. His school friends were taking their final exams while my son was being buried. Yevgeny's mother, Svetlana, tells me. She is from the town of Yerevoy in the Altai region. Genya took all his exams early in order to be in time for the spring conscription into the army. Why? In order to get it over with more quickly, in order not to be harassed by the local military commissariat, and then to go on to college. Things didn't turn out that way. Yevgeny Fomovsky's career in the army lasted from May 31st to July 9th, less than 1.5 months. He arrived at his FSB Border Guards unit on the outskirts of Pryorgunsk in Chita province on June 8th. On July 4th, he swore allegiance. On July 6th, this big, healthy Siberian was sent into the hills to a summer training camp 8 miles from Pryorgunsk. At dawn on July 9th, Yevgeny was found hanged, using 2 belts tied together, by the wall of a half-ruined building 100 yards from the training camp tents. At 9 o'clock that evening, the postman arrived at Politkovskaya Street in Yerevoy with a telegram that read, "Your son, Fomovsky, Yevgeny Anatolievich, committed suicide on July 9, 2004. Advise place of burial immediately. Date of dispatch of coffin to be notified separately. Commanding officer of military unit." So what had happened? Yevgeny was strong and well-equipped to be a soldier. He was an accomplished sportsman, and by the time he was 18, he had acquired several army skills. The army, however, does not need educated conscripts, it wants run-of-the-mill recruits. The root of the tragedy is that Private Yevgeny Fomovsky took size 13 boots and was 6 feet 5 inches tall. He was issued with size 10½ army boots and forced to wear them during a daily 3-mile cross-country run in 104 degrees Fahrenheit heat. Torturing new conscripts is a way of life in the Russian army. By the day before his suicide, Yevgeny was no longer able to walk in anything other than slippers. When we went to the mortuary, his longest toe was rubbed down to the bone. His aunt, Yekaterina Mikhailovna, tells me, Russia is a big country. When Yevgeny's mother and aunt set out from Yerevoy on the 5-day journey to Pryorgunsk to visit him, they had no idea what was awaiting them. We were too late, his mother weeps. We arrived in Pryorgunsk on July 10th, and on July 9th Genya died. Pryorgunsk is a town on the remote border of our land with China and Mongolia. The mortuary is a building attached to the district hospital. When we were at the mortuary, I saw Genya. His aunt Yekaterina tells me. There was a mark on his neck, apparently from a noose. There were cuts on his left wrist. We were told that Genya had first tried to open his veins. His whole body had been beaten. His head was covered in bruises. It was soft to the touch, as if there were no bones there. They had all been broken. On the back of his head there was a clear indentation from some heavy object. His sexual organs were swollen and crushed. They were one enormous black bruise. His legs were swollen, just one wound after another, braised as if he had been dragged. His back had all the skin flayed from it, also as if he had been dragged. There was a burn on his foot. There were bruises on his shoulders, as if somebody had been pressing down hard on them. I think he was tortured, and then hanged in order to cover up the murder. Yevgeny had not wanted to submit to the torment of his undersized boots, and had been demanding the proper size. They decided to teach him a lesson in accordance with long-established army practice. With the blessing of the officers, this is carried out by the granddads, sergeants, soldiers in their second year of service, older servicemen. The officers expect them to maintain order in the barracks. The fact that Yevgeny was murdered was later confirmed by first-year soldiers who said his tormentors hadn't meant to kill him, just to teach him a lesson so that he didn't try to get above himself. They overdid it, and Yevgeny died while he was being tortured. The murderers then decided to pretend he had committed suicide. The tragedy of Private Fomovsky, 18, killed because his feet were too big, did not cause any particular public outcry at such savagery in the army. Nobody insisted that the Minister of Defense, Sergei Ivanov, and the director of the FSB, Nikolai Patrushev, should undertake to ensure the future provision for our soldiers of an orderly environment with food, clothing, and footwear fit for human beings, or that they should accept personal responsibility for the lives of the young men we conscript. Everything went on just as before, until the next unlawful killing of a soldier. Late in the evening of July 9th, Paul Klebnikov, the editor-in-chief of the Russian edition of Forbes magazine, was fatally wounded. Klebnikov was a descendant of the Decembrist Pushkin, a friend of Alexander Pushkin. He was an American who had long been researching the development of oligarchy in the new Russia. The murder of Klebnikov was a puzzle, and the suggestion by the law enforcement agencies that the perpetrators were Chechens taking revenge for a badly written book about the adventurist Hajj-Ahmed Nukiyev is manifest nonsense. They were in a flap because they couldn't solve a crime that caused widespread international outrage. Nukiyev is a strange, contradictory figure. At one time a field commander, he left the resistance and started representing himself as a philosopher, which he was not. His authority was never great among the Chechens, and it is difficult to imagine anyone carrying out a murder on his behalf. Mukham Tsikhanov has been appointed vice president of Yukos Moscow, the holding company of Yukos. A former deputy minister of economic development, Tsikhanov is in reality an emissary of the state inserted to ensure a correct sell-off. Needless to say, Tsikhanov is wholly in the pocket of the state authorities. Before this, he was engaged in the restoration of Chechnya, an enterprise admitted to have been a failure, even though all the money in the budget was spent. The man in charge of all that enjoys his life without untoward consequences, and has even been promoted. July 10th. The last edition of Savik Schuster's Free Speech has been broadcast on NTV. The only remaining political talk show anywhere on Russian national television has been axed. The Personal Affairs program has been closed down too, also on NTV. It was a weekly news analysis run by Alexander Gerasimov. Gerasimov was the Deputy Director General for News of NTV, and he too is leaving. The crushing of all free thinking and unpredictability on Russian television is a fait accompli. July 16th to 17th. In the Chechen hill village of Cernovodskaya on the border of Chechnya and Ingushetia, soldiers arrived in armored personnel carriers and abducted 6 men. The 2 Indarbiv brothers, one a major in the militia, the 3 Inkimarov brothers, aged 15 to 19, and the disabled Anzur Lukov. A protest meeting held by their womenfolk to demand their return was dispersed by warning gunfire. The first to fire were bodyguards of Alu Alkanov, the chairman of the Public Committee for the Restoration of Chechnya. He is the leading presidential candidate, a member of the militia and Minister of the Interior, the same Alu Alkanov who never tires of telling us on television that the wave of abductions is declining. We have succeeded in achieving that. It is easier to make that claim when you shoot at anyone who reminds you that it is not the case. July 20th. At about 4 a.m. today in Galashki, Ingushetia, Beslan Arabkanov, a tractor driver, was beaten up in front of his wife and 7 small children before being shot dead. By mistake. The security forces were attempting to arrest the fighter Ruslan Kuchbarov. According to highly secret intelligence, Kuchbarov was sleeping that night at number 11 Partizanskaya Street. For some reason, however, the soldiers came and shot the guiltless Arabkanov at number 1 Partizanskaya Street. Immediately after the murder, an officer entered the Arabkanov's house, introducing himself to the shocked wife as FSB investigator Kostenko, and presented a warrant to search number 11 Partizanskaya Street. At this point the error became evident, but Kostenko did not so much as apologize to the grieving widow. That is the reality of our anti-terrorist operation. What are the 7 children of Beslan Arabkanov going to make of this? What chance is there that they will forgive and forget? Asterisk. Kostenko was not to apologize either to the mothers of the children who died in the subsequent terrorist atrocity at the first school in the town of Beslan, which was directed by the same Kuchbarov whom Kostenko had failed to arrest. July 23rd. The team investigating the Nordost hostage-taking has been disbanded. In 3 months' time, it will be the 2nd anniversary of Nordost, and the public have wearied of hearing about it. This is precisely why the investigation has been wound up, even though it had yet to identify most of the terrorists, to establish the composition of the gas with which people were poisoned, or say who made the decision to use it. An inquiry of crucial importance to the political progress of the Russian state has been put on ice. Of the entire team, supposedly a group of our best investigators working to repay a debt of honor, as our official spokesman put it, there remains in their empty rooms at the Moscow Procurator's office only Mr. V. Ikalchik. He is meeting those who have suffered, hostages who survived and relatives of those who died, and gives them his findings to read. There was no criminal guilt on the part of any of the personnel of the security agencies, who used a deadly gas to simplify the rescue operation at the cost of 129 lives and the health of hundreds of others. His findings are shocking in their cynicism. In the document, everything is blamed on Basaev. Investigator V. Ikalchik established that Basaev, after 1995, devised, committed, selected, delegated. An international search warrant was issued through Interpol on May 5, 2003, under the pretext of fighting for the freedom and independence of the illegal, self-proclaimed state of Ichkeria, in the period indicated, in order to induce the state institutions of the Russian Federation to make a decision to withdraw troops from the territory of the Chechen Republic, where an anti-terrorist operation is being conducted, did conspire with leaders of an illegal armed grouping and of Chechen separatists not identified by the investigation to cause explosions in densely populated and socially significant places, and to take hostage a large number of people. One might reasonably expect the report to conclude that it was Basaev himself who was guilty of leaving the intelligence services no option but to use a deadly chemical. Basaev's guilt, however, is described only in the preamble. There is not a word about him in the concluding section, which considers the question of blame. At various stages of the preparations to commit the terrorist acts, Basaev and other organizers of the criminal grouping selected no fewer than 52 persons, and these became members of the group. To implement the hostage-taking, the following were recruited and trained. A terrorist unidentified by the investigation, corpse number 2007. A terrorist unidentified by the investigation, corpse number 2028. A terrorist unidentified by the investigation, corpse number 2036. Who are they? Heaven only knows. And yet one of the reasons for setting up the inquiry was to attach a first name, patronymic, and surname to all these unidentified individuals. Mr. Kalchik does, as we can see from his findings, know the names of one or two of the terrorists. These are the ones whose identities are known to everybody, whose names were published in the newspapers and broadcast on television. Faced with a serious threat to the life and health of the large number of people taken hostage, the competent agencies of the Russian Federation decided to conduct a rescue operation. But who were these competent agencies? We find that the main question relating to Nordost, who made the decision to use the gas and, accordingly, who is responsible for these deaths, is completely sidestepped. This only increases the suspicion that the competence mentioned was primarily in concealing what really went on, by killing all the terrorists. The final conclusion is this. The death of almost all the hostages was caused by acute respiratory and cardiovascular failure resulting from a life-threatening combination of adverse factors that arose during the period they were held hostage. The multiplicity of the factors causing death excludes a direct causal link between the effect on the organism of a gaseous chemical substance or substances and death. There are no objective grounds to suppose that the use of a gaseous chemical substance or substances might have been the sole cause of death. How is it possible to say anything about objective grounds if the composition of the gas remained unknown? These findings, signed by Mr. Kalchik, are altogether very short on fact. The most detailed moment comes when the author tries to explain why all the terrorists, without exception, were killed, even though it was officially declared a major achievement of the operation that they all lost consciousness. Mr. Kalchik is having none of that. They actively returned fire using 13 assault rifles and 8 pistols. Here is the grand finale. As a result of a decision made correctly by the competent agencies of the Russian Federation and the actions of skilled operatives of the intelligence services, the criminal activity of the terrorists was terminated and a much worse catastrophe averted, which might have led to the undermining of the authority of Russia in the international arena. It is a terrible thing when the citizens of a single state have fundamentally different views on the value of human life. This is what led to the victory of the Bolsheviks and the emergence of Stalin, and this evil feature of our national life is coming relentlessly back into fashion among those who make the decisions on whether we are to live or die. There is more. The application to bring criminal charges against the agents of the special services carrying out the freeing of the hostages is refused. The criminal case in respect of the terrorists who seized and detained the hostages is closed. The government has been granted an indulgence from the procurator, both for itself and for its special operations forces who are there to protect us from terrorists and their attacks in the future. That there will be more of these, few of us have any doubt. July 27th. Igor Sechin, the eminence grise of the Kremlin, a deputy head of Putin's administration, has been appointed chairman of the board of directors of the state oil company Rosneft. Sechin personally oversaw the dismemberment and destruction of Yukos and the arrest of Khodorkovsky. His appointment to head Rosneft, which claims the choicest parts of Yukos, proves the Kremlin destroyed Yukos for its own benefit. Its ideology requires the formation of a state economy, supposedly run on behalf of the people. In reality, it is a bureaucratic economy whose principal oligarch is the government official. The higher the official, the bigger the oligarch. This ideal of state oligarchy appeals to Putin and to an exclusive coterie around him. The underlying concept is that Russia's major revenues come from the export of raw materials, so the state should control natural resources, and l'état, c'est moi. They suppose they are the cleverest people in the country, know best what is good for the rest of us, and accordingly what those revenues should be used for. In order to service the supermonopolies of Rosneft and Gazprom, monster financial conglomerates like Vneshtorbank are being enlarged and are conquering new territories with the aid of the presidential administration. These supermonopolies are generally controlled by former secret policemen who are now oligarchs. Putin trusts only these Chekist oligarchs, believing that, because of their common origin in the intelligence services, they understand what is in the best interests of the people. Everything must go through their hands. Putin's immediate circle and, seemingly, Putin himself believe that whoever controls the natural resources markets has a monopoly of political power. While they are in business, they are in power. There is some truth in this. Many Latin American military juntas remained in power by ensuring that the institutions of repression and the government, which was part of those institutions, controlled all major business. The detail overlooked by the Putin regime is that such juntas were invariably overthrown by other juntas, and often quite soon. There is no place in our junta for the youth wing of Yabloko or the young National Bolsheviks. In Moscow, Youth Yabloko have mounted a demonstration lasting several seconds outside the FSB building in Lubyanka Square. The young people are increasingly independent of the old Democrats. The demonstration was not officially sanctioned. The young people threw ball bearings with red paint at the memorial plaque on the building depicting Yuri Andropov, the new cult of Andropov, as someone who planned to reform the Soviet system without destroying it, is being meticulously fostered by Putin's administration, and wore uniform black T-shirts with a portrait of Putin crossed out and with the slogan, "Down with Big Brother." They carried placards reading, "Down with the police autocracy." They chanted, "Demolish the Lubyanka and smash the regime," and "Down with the power of the Chekists." The demonstration was rapidly broken up. There are always plenty of militia around in Lubyanka Square. 9 activists were taken away to the FSB before being moved to the Meshchansky militia station. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, 8 of them were released. 2 are in the hospital, Irina Vorobyova, 21, and Alexei Kozin, 19. They were taken away in an ambulance summoned to FSB reception. The chairman of the youth wing of Yabloko, Ilya Yashin, stated that Kozin had been beaten up during interrogation by FSB Senior Lieutenant Dmitry Streltsov. The activists said that when they began to disperse after the demonstration, they were trapped in the side streets by people in civilian clothes who assaulted them. A number of journalists from NTV, Echo TV, and Nezavisymaya Gazeta were also detained, the militiamen threatening to confiscate their cameras. The journalists were released only after everything they had filmed had been taken from them. Youth Yabloko's protest was an all-too-rare example of political resistance to the autocratic police state in Russia. By the summer of 2004, dissidence has been reduced to just 2 varieties, that of the very rich and that of the very poor. The breakup of Yukos, the brazen devouring of Gudabank, and the raid on Alfa-Bank have all outraged the business elite, who are moving their capital abroad. The second variety comes from the very poorest, as the government moves to reduce the social welfare benefits in kind of the most vulnerable. This too is financially motivated, rather than political dissidence. In July, Russia saw the first, as yet fairly weak, demonstrations against Putin by ex-servicemen incensed at the impending abolition of these benefits in kind. These are essential to survival for the majority of them, but they are also seen as a material token of respect. Some of the ex-servicemen threatened to boycott the celebration of the 60th anniversary of victory in the Second World War, which is going to be a very big event. Those disabled by the Chernobyl nuclear accident embarked on a march from Rostov-on-Don to Moscow to protest the proposal to pay 1,000 rubles, $34, a month compensation in place of the free medicine without which they cannot survive, and which costs well over 1,000 rubles. There are rumblings of discontent from those in the army, who are also losing benefits. The social strata between the richest and poorest are asleep for the time being. Anyone who hasn't been hit in the pocket has nothing to say. August 1st. Here is how the Kremlin removes election candidates it disapproves of. Malik Saidaliyev has just been disqualified from standing in the presidential election of the Chechen Republic for having an invalid passport. He was the most serious rival of Alexei Alkanov, whom the Kremlin has already decided is to be the next president, even though the election does not take place until August 29th. Saidaliyev has been disqualified on the grounds that his place of birth is described incorrectly on his passport. Alkanyurt, Chechnya, should read Alkanyurt, Chekano-Ingush ASSR, since at the time he was born the village of Alkanyurt was in a territory called the CIASSR. This is quite correct, except that it was not Malik Saidaliyev who made out his passport, but an official in the Balashikhin Internal Affairs Office in Moscow province when old Soviet-style passports were replaced. Of course, I fully expected them to find a way of blocking me, Malik Saidaliyev said in an interview with Novaya Gazeta, but not one quite so ridiculous. When I heard them claim the passport was invalid, I didn't take it seriously. Do you intend to challenge the Electoral Commission's decision? No. Whom should I challenge? That lot? They were acting on orders from Moscow. The same group of 5 people are back. The ones from the Central Electoral Commission of the Russian Federation who operated in the previous election. They were told to find a way of disqualifying me, and that is what they have done. Only they have turned themselves into an international laughingstock in the process. The International Helsinki Federation is preparing a protest. They phoned me yesterday. I had a warning that I would not be allowed to stand. When I arrived in Grozny and went to register as a candidate at the Central Electoral Commission, their offices and I myself were surrounded by armed men. About 100 of them. On the territory of government offices with their own security? Who were they? Kadyrov's troops, OMON** people. They were under the command of Sultan Sachuev, the Deputy Minister of the Interior, and Ruslan Alkanov was there, another Deputy Minister. They demanded that the nomination be deleted and that I leave. I went to see Arsakhanov, the commission chairman. Armed men threw him out of his seat. He ran away and was replaced by Taz Zabrailov, appointed by Ramzan Kadyrov as chairman of the State Council of the Chechen Republic. Taz said, "In this place, what we say goes." And what did they say? They told me to leave. There was a heated conversation. They realized they could do nothing with me by force. The gang tried to disarm my bodyguards, but that was impossible, so they had to retreat. They warned me several times they would have my name removed anyway. 3 days before the passport saga, I was phoned from the Central Electoral Commission and invited to withdraw voluntarily because, as they said, they would get me out in any case. I refused. This disqualification is the beginning of their falsification of the August 29th election. I also know they have already ordered 200,000 extra ballot papers from printers in Dagestan at 6 rubles per paper. These will stuff the ballot in favor of Alkanov. Quite apart from all these electoral games, what do you see happening in Chechnya this autumn and winter? There will be trouble. All these legalized gangs currently rampaging around Chechnya are quite incapable of opposing the forces that carried out that operation in Ingushetia. The population has turned to favor those in the mountains. Those who seized power here have done everything conceivable to make that come about. There is a lot of talk in Chechnya now that a third war is inevitable. People are excavating new cellars and building shelters, taking into account their experience of the Second War. That has been one of the main preoccupations this summer. How seriously do you take that? Very seriously indeed, because I know it is true. After Putin's re-election, I said there would be major operations by the fighters unless a stop was put to it now. It's the same thing, only worse. The fighters will not be inactive this summer, especially because they didn't previously have the kind of support they have today. They will force the other side to the negotiating table. That seems obvious to me. What fate awaits Ramzan Kadyrov? He's not worth talking about. He has no serious place in the Republic. It is difficult to agree with that. From a criminal point of view, of course, he matters, but he's illiterate. He didn't receive even an elementary education. If he's lucky enough to survive, and if people forgive his sins, Ramzan should be given good psychiatric treatment and an education. August 2nd. A group of National Bolsheviks entered the building of the Ministry of Health and Social Development on Neglinaya Street in the very center of Moscow. They went upstairs, barricaded themselves in the office of the minister, Mikhail Zurabov, threw his chair out into the street, and started shouting their slogans against the reform of welfare benefits from the window. They demanded that Zurabov and Putin resign. Asterisk. The National Bolsheviks were soon arrested, and it was claimed in court that the chair cost $30,000. How come a minister of social welfare has a chair that expensive? At first, they were given an unprecedentedly harsh sentence of 5 years, each in a strict regime labor camp, for political hooliganism. Non-political hooliganism normally attracts suspended sentences. Subsequently, the Supreme Court reduced the term to 3.5 years, to be spent in the company of murderers and persistent offenders. It is clear enough what the state is up to, but here is the position of the political prisoners. One of them, Maxim Gromov, said in court, "It is significant that we heard mention of the name of the terrorist Ivan Kalyev in the prosecutor's speech. 100 years ago, a series of bloody political trials also preceded the appearance of Ivan Kalyev. The things going on in the state at that time were guaranteed to bring into existence the combat organization of Boris Savinkov. We are being tried for a political protest under Article 213, but according to this article, all the sycophants in the State Duma should be on trial. Over the course of long years, its members have conspired to show their manifest disrespect for society. In the present instance, they have shown disrespect toward millions of disabled people, pensioners, and ex-servicemen and women. This is simply a disgrace for present-day Russia and for present-day civil society, which has had nothing to say about it." He is right. The passing of the law abolishing material benefits and privileges provoked no indignation. We heard no demands that Zurabov should resign. The National Bolsheviks are the first to stand up for these groups. Gromov continued, "In a police state, trying to fight injustice without ending up in prison is as futile as trying to fire at mosquitoes from a cannon. I am proud to be behind bars at this cruel time, and even more proud that today I am not alone. I have with me my comrades in the struggle. Farewell, friends. I hope that sooner or later we shall break through the ice that holds our country in its grip. For the freedom of our motherland, we must go to prison." Is there anything I disagree with in this? No, I endorse every word. Today, the National Bolsheviks are a group of idealistically minded young people who see an older generation of oppositionists failing to make an impact. Naturally, they are rapidly becoming radicalized. The most upsetting thing I discovered from talking to them and their parents, who in the main are former supporters of Yabloko and the liberal right, is that the parents say exactly what parents in Chechnya say of themselves and their children. There, the young people are also rapidly being radicalized, and this often happens with the best and most idealistic of them. Here is a recent conversation in Chechnya with the mother of one of those who have just gone off into the mountains, as they call it when young people go to join Basarev and Moskadov in protest of the new Chechen bandits who have seized power and of the federal troops' atrocities. The mother was an educated woman, a teacher. "I think the same way as my son," she told me very emotionally. "It is better to do something than to be waiting in the night for them to come and drag your children off to who knows where. The Federals are occupying troops, and Kadyrov's gangs are brutal collaborators. We don't speak about this openly, but everybody knows and understands it, from great to small. The adults just keep everything to themselves, but the young refuse to put up with it. One day my son disappeared. I was in a panic. I thought he had been abducted and wrote a statement to the militia. Then it turned out that he and his comrades had gone off into the mountains. They had gone to fight for us, their parents. I agree with him completely. Ludmila Kalashnikova is the mother of Ivan Korolyov, a National Bolshevik. She is a Muscovite, a researcher at the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. She told me precisely the same thing. What is my Ivan fighting for? For us, for his parents. It has to be said that Ludmila is no National Bolshevik or communist either. She is an ordinary, metropolitan, educated woman. In the 1990s, she supported Yabloko. Tell me, is Limonov an idol for Ivan? I wouldn't say that. Ivan is a clever lad, but the position of not reconciling yourself to evil very much appeals to him. I had asked the Chechen mother, does he idolize Basaev? No, I've never heard anything of that sort from him, but it was to Basaev that he went. Where else? Boys as idealistic as him are compelled by long years of living in the circumstances we have here. In the midst of all the lying, bloodshed, abductions, and murders, to acknowledge Basaev as their commander. Limonov and Basaev have become the leaders of young people who cannot reconcile themselves to the existence offered by Putin, a life lived in conditions of total injustice and catastrophic disregard for human life. It is Limonov and Basaev who keep the hope alive in our children that someday they will be able to feel they are decent human beings. It is appalling, but that is how things stand. People are outraged when I start talking like this. They say it is nonsense, tell me to shut up, say I will attract the evil eye. When I wrote in this vein for my newspaper, the editor-in-chief struck out the paragraph because, although he might agree with what I was saying, you can't put it in print. This is very much our style, closing our eyes to reality until it hits us like a typhoon. Like the majority, I find it appalling that our children have been reduced to this, but I know the way things stand today. So what is it our state authorities want? Are they suicidal? Are they calmly waiting for the appearance of new terrorist Kalyevs, Zasiliks, and Savinkovs like those that Tsars conjured up? Or are they simply mindless, living for the moment? Today, while they are in power, they have their snouts in the trough and are getting away with it. So let tomorrow take care of itself? Is the main thing to hold on to your place at the trough for as long as possible? Does being in power in Russia really mean no more than having a place at the trough? I think they are mindless. From the re-election of Putin to the Ukrainian Revolution. August 9th. In Moscow, the great and the good of the Russian human rights movement, the flower of the nation, congregated at the Andrei Sakharov Center. Some years ago, they formed a ginger group called Joint Action in order to get together and, at times of national crisis, try to work out a common standpoint. Today, what they are discussing is not the National Bolsheviks protest and why it came about. The meeting is to consider why the heat is being put on them, the human rights movement, an exercise in navel-gazing only too typical of our civil society. Around the table are many of those whom Putin excoriated in his address to the Federal Assembly on May 26th, calling them a fifth column eating out of the hand of the West, accusing them of being concerned primarily with obtaining funds from the West rather than with helping people. They debated for a long time, but came to no conclusions. One alarming note was that some of the participants imagine that Putin is being misled, that he hasn't been given the true picture. The Tsar is a good Tsar, but his boyars are bad men. An old Russian story. It is a pity. The activists are no longer active. There is little passion left in them. They have learned too much from bitter experience and have little desire to move forward. Most of them, of course, not all of them. Apart from discussing their own predicament, they resolved that the human rights movement should boycott the coming presidential elections in Chechnya, meaning that they would not act as observers. Despite the resolution, on which there was a vote, some of those present at the meeting did attend the election in Chechnya, saw what went on, and subsequently issued statements. Incidentally, August 9th is the 5th anniversary of Yeltsin's proclamation of Putin as acting prime minister, that is, as his successor. A war was brewing in Dagestan. Basaev was wreaking havoc in mountain villages, and the Russian troops allowed him into Dagestan and back out again. Thousands of refugees fled to the mountains, but none of those in Yeltsin's entourage would agree to start full-scale military operations, a second Chechen war. The first had cost them too dearly. Well, actually, there was one man who would agree, Putin, the then director of the FSB, on whose watch Basaev had been allowed to get out of hand, and Khattab, a militant Saudi of Palestinian origin, had been free to teach all the young people in Chechnya who came to hear him. Putin sat in Moscow, saw it all. He couldn't but know, and said nothing. He allowed the fruits of evil to ripen. In August 1999, he decided it was time to destroy the results of his own activities before they were discovered. I believe that it is the sole reason he agreed to begin the Second Chechen War. That is how the rapidly deteriorating Yeltsin came to make Putin first the acting prime minister, then president of Russia. Not once since August 1999 has Putin held back from tormenting his fellow citizens and shedding the blood not only of those who live in Chechnya. It is noon and the sun is shining in Verkhny Tagil, a small, very quiet town in Sverdlovsk province in the Urals. Beyond it is the impenetrable forest of the taiga. You are deep in the heart of Russia here. An awkward, half-blind old man in shabby clothes is shifting from foot to foot at the entrance to a tall apartment building. This is Vladimir Kuzmich Kamenko, whose son Igor, an officer in the parachute regiment who died in Chechnya, was made a hero of Russia. The door to Vladimir's ground-floor apartment is open. "Go on in. Please go on in," he says, as if we are old friends. Either Vladimir is very pleased to see us, or he is very lonely. In the cramped corridor, Lyudmila Alexeyevna, his wife and the mother of the hero, kisses everybody warmly and shows us through. One whole corner of the room is full of portraits, flowers, icons, and candles. It is a memorial to their son. Captain Igor Kamenko was one of the first to be sent to the North Caucasus under the decree issued by the newly appointed acting Prime Minister, V.V. Putin. His parachute regiment opened the hostilities of the Second Chechen War, which at that time was still confined to the border between Chechnya and Dagestan. When they arrived, they were immediately sent into battle, and on August 19th, Igor Kamenko did something remarkable. In order to plot the fighters' firing positions, he took a reconnaissance group to the Ass's Ear, a mountain that was to change hands several times during the fighting. Kamenko discovered the fighters' positions on the hill, radioed the information back to his regiment, and he and his sergeant remained, covering the group's departure and taking on what they knew to be an unequal battle. That is where they died, having saved the lives of many men. His body was found by his comrades 3 days after his death, but they were unable to approach it because of the intense fighting. The captain's motherland recognized his achievement by awarding him the title of Hero of Russia. At the moment of their son's death, his parents had just become citizens of Ukraine. They lived in a modest wattle and daub house in Dnepropetrovsk province. Their history is that of a typical Soviet family. To this day, it is often difficult to determine an individual's post-Soviet citizenship. Igor grew up in Yakutia in the Russian far north, his parents having been sent to build an ore enrichment factory there after graduating. Completing their prescribed period of service in Yakutia entitled them to an early pension at an enhanced rate, and they decided to return to the warmth, as did nearly everybody in their situation. They chose Ukraine with its wonderful little Russia climate. When he left school, Igor moved from Soviet Ukraine to Alma-Ata in Soviet Kazakhstan, where there was a prestigious military academy. Graduating in 1988, with the USSR still intact, he was deployed to various hotspots. He was a parachutist, and trouble was forever flaring up. Soon the USSR fragmented, and Igor's parents became citizens of Ukraine while he became a citizen of Russia, because at the moment of the breakup he was attached to a military unit whose headquarters were on Russian territory. The captain died with Stavropol region, Russia, registered as his place of residence. His grave is there, close to the military unit. After their son's funeral, Lyudmila Alexeyevna and Vladimir Kuzmich decided to move to live near their son's grave, in Russia. They sold off their hut for the best price they could get, which was very little, but when they arrived in Stavropol the authorities refused even to register them as applicants for permanent residence. They persisted, wrote petitions, and for months made a daily round of the offices of the district administration. Finally, the proceeds from the sale of their hut ran out and they were ruined. The hero's parents went to Verkhny Tagil in the Urals, where Lyudmila Alexeyevna had grown up and still had some, admittedly very distant, relatives. They were warmly welcomed, but their relatives were also very poor, like everyone else in Sverdlovsk province, and there was nowhere for them to live. "We are homeless. We are allowed to live here only through people's kindness." Lyudmila Alexeyevna shows us the apartment. "We have nothing, nowhere to live, no property. Only that iron is mine, and the sewing machine, and the television. The young people are so kind, they help us a lot. Without them we would have died. It's because of Igor that they look after us, even though none of them knew him." The young people, standing in a line by the wall, look at the floor and say nothing. They are Verkhny Tagil, Chechens, soldiers, and officers who have fought in Chechnya, and they have formed a local association of ex-servicemen. Our aim is very simple. Yevgeny Bosmakov, the chairman of the association, tells me. It is to help each other to survive. That is our only mission, and it is why we are helping the parents of Hero Kamenko. It was they who managed to get me and father Russian citizenship, Lyudmila Alexeyevna continues. They visited all the offices for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a pension. Such are the rules of Russian life. Somebody who is not a citizen of Russia, even if they worked in the USSR for their whole life, is not entitled to a pension. Lyudmila Alexeyevna begins to cry, quietly and very sadly. Vladimir Kuzmich, moving behind her, strokes her shoulder and she says, now speaking to him, no, that's right, I know. I'll stop crying. I'll just tell her. What's to become of us? She shows us a stack of papers, the correspondence between the parents of a hero of Russia with various official organizations and the Ministry of Defense. The officials' letters are full of haughty disdain. As relatives of a hero of the Russian Federation who died in the North Caucasian region of the Russian Federation, you are entitled to enhancement of your living conditions drawing on funds of the National Military Fund. At the same time, I have to inform you that, consequent upon a dearth of voluntary contributions, the program Homes for Servicemen is in abeyance. Act. Dr. of the Directorate of Military Welfare of the Central Board of Education of the AF of the RF, V. Zvezdalin. We send people into the fire of battle, then bury them with great pomp and ceremony, award them posthumous medals, and forget them. It is a Russian tradition to shirk responsibility for our deaths. It has never occurred to Putin, at least no one has ever heard him admit it, that he is responsible for those who have paid with their lives for his decision to begin the Second Chechen War. I have come to Verkhny Tagil with Lyudmila Leonidovna Palomova, the mother of another soldier killed in Chechnya, another mother whom the state forgot after it had taken the life of her son. Lyudmila Leonidovna breaks down when she sees the scene in the Kamenko's house. My own boy died protecting an officer with his body. They gave him the Order of Valor posthumously. She urges that they should unite their efforts. In Ekaterinburg, where she lives, Lyudmila has already created an association called Mothers Against Violence. The following day, Vyacheslav Zykov, the chairman of the Ex-Servicemen's Association of Ekaterinburg, another, Chechen, soldier, takes Lyudmila to Bolshaya-Rechka, a little township on the outskirts of Ekaterinburg in which the military cemetery is located. Here are buried the remains of her son, Private Yevgeny Palomov, which she had to find herself in a mountain of soldiers' bodies in Rostov-on-Don. The generals are not going to look for you, nor is anybody else. Parents have to travel to Rostov-on-Don themselves and look for the remains of their sons in the mortuary of the North Caucasus Military District. A funeral party advances slowly toward us from the cemetery. They have just buried an officer killed in Chechnya. Through the windows of the bus, we see women in black. The latest, Lyudmila Leonidovna comments, and goes off alone to her son's grave. She doesn't ask us to join her. She bears her suffering alone and tries to help others in the same situation. Many young men were taken from Sverdlovsk province to fight in Chechnya, and more than 20,000 Chechen ex-servicemen live there now. The region is dotted with memorial plaques and monuments to those who died there. Beside the Officers' Club in the central square of Ekaterinburg, they have already added a Chechen section to the Black Tulip Memorial, a kind of annex to the monument to the men of the Urals who died in Afghanistan in the last war of the Soviet era. This new section already has 412 names etched in gold. There are blank obelisks to either side for those who, we can be sure, are going to die. How many more such coffins will we tolerate? How many new cripples with arms and legs missing? Every soldier killed or maimed in the Second Chechen War brings the state greater responsibility when it isn't yet servicing its existing debts. Like a bankrupt, it begins to default, trying to conceal its bankruptcy with measures like this wretched reform of benefits in kind. It removes even those small privileges from the disabled, the Chechens, the mothers of soldiers who have been killed, privileges that were some gesture of compensation for its escapade in the North Caucasus. The number of those to whom the state is now indebted runs into millions, which is why we find Putin and Zurabov saying the number of people with privileges in Russia is artificially high. No other country has so many claimants, happily, and accordingly something needs to be done. The number is artificially high, of course, because of the constant aggressive policies of our state, which produce casualties of war like mushrooms after rain. Many of our people end up in jail, Vitaly Volkov tells me. He is the chairman of the Verkhnaya Salda Association of Ex-Servicemen of Chechnya. He has 200 members. We are penniless. We can't get work. Many who have come back from Chechnya start thieving, and the next stop is prison. Who is going to come out of our prisons still a human being? If before prison you were in Chechnya, and before Chechnya you were a school kid? These associations run by Lyudmila Palamova, Vitaly Volkov, and Vyacheslav Zykov have been set up when misfortune befell their founders personally. They admit they never dreamed they would become involved in welfare activities or start fighting the state machine. Their organizations have no political aims. They are a product of despair and exist purely to help people survive. Surviving is so hard it leaves no time for anything else. How long will people put up with this? That is the decisive question for Russia, as it is also for Ukraine. August 29th. In Chechnya, the election of Putin's next president has gone ahead. Needless to say, the Kremlin's candidate came in with an overwhelming majority of votes. Alu Alkanov may nominally be the new president, but the real boss is the deranged Ramzan Kadyrov, the 27-year-old son of Alkanov's assassinated predecessor, who in his time was, of course, also elected with an overwhelming majority of votes. Who is Ramzan? For the past year and a half, he ran his father's security detail. After the president's assassination, he was, perhaps surprisingly, not dismissed for this lapse, but promoted by Putin personally to the exalted post of first deputy prime minister of the Chechen government with special responsibility for security. He is now in charge of the militia, all manner of special operations subdivisions, and the Chechen OMON. Although he has no education, he does hold the rank of captain in the militia. This is surprising, because he is not a militiaman, and higher education is required in Russia before you can become a captain. Be that as it may, he now has the right to give orders to career colonels and generals, which he does. They do as they are commanded, because they know that Ramzan is Putin's favorite. What kind of person is Ramzan? What kind of qualifications do you need to be a favorite of Putin? To have ground Chechnya beneath your heel and force the entire republic to pay you tribute like an Asiatic bey is evidently a plus. Ramzan is rarely seen outside his village of Tsenteroy, one of the unsightliest of Chechen villages, unfriendly, ugly, and swarming with murderous-looking armed men. The village is a collection of narrow, winding, dusty streets hemmed in by enormous fences, behind most of which live members of the Kadyrov family and the families of Kadyrov's most trusted bodyguards and soldiers of the Presidential Security Service. 2 or 3 years ago, those villagers of Tsenteroy whom Kadyrov didn't trust were simply expelled and their houses given to the bruisers of the security service. The security service is illegal, but well provided with federal armaments. As it is not formally attached to any of the security ministries, it is an illegal armed formation, its status no different from that of Basayev's troops, except that it is led by a favorite of Putin. So that's all right. Kadyrov's men take part in combat operations as if they were soldiers with the Ministry of Defense. They arrest and interrogate people as if they were agents of the Interior Ministry, and they hold people prisoner in their cellars in Tsenteroy and torture them like gangsters. No procurator challenges any of this. It is all hushed up. They know better than to poke their noses in. Tsenteroy is above the law, by Putin's will. The rules that apply to other people do not apply to Ramzan. He can do as he pleases because he is said to be fighting terrorists using his own methods. In fact, he's fighting nobody. He is in the business of robbery and extortion, disguised as the fight against terrorism. The capital of Chechnya has effectively moved to Ramzan's estate. Pro-Russian Chechen officials come here to bow down before his fatuous, degenerate countenance, either to seek whatever permission they need or when they are summoned. All of them come, including even Sergei Abramov, the young Prime Minister of Chechnya who is supposed to report directly to the Prime Minister of Russia and who is not supposed to report to Ramzan Kadyrov. The reality is, however, that Tsenteroy is where the decisions are made. It was here that the decision was made to nominate Alkanov for the presidency, and now he is president. Ramzan rarely travels to Grozny because he fears assassination. The journey takes 1.5 hours. That is why Tsenteroy is such a fortress, with a security filtration system on its approaches that would do credit to the Kremlin. A series of control posts, one after the other. I get through them all and find myself in what the armed men surrounding me describe as the guest house. I am held there for 6 or 7 hours. Evening falls. In Chechnya, this means you should lose no time in finding shelter. Anyone who wants to live hides away in their burrow. Where is Ramzan? I ask. He has agreed to meet me. Soon, soon. The guardian of the guest house, and now of me, mutters. There is always somebody with me. Vaka Vizaev introduces himself as the director of Yugoil Product, the new oil refinery at Gudurms, the second largest city in Chechnya. He offers to show me around the guest house. It is not badly set out. There is a fountain in the courtyard, ugly, but a fountain nevertheless. Bamboo furniture graces an open terrace with pillars. Vaka makes a great point of showing me the labels, which indicate that it was made in Hong Kong. Most likely, he paid for it. People fall over themselves to give gifts to Ramzan, to buy him off. Everybody remembers that the head of the nearby Shaley region, Akim Gutiev, didn't pay the required tribute to Ramzan. He was abducted, tortured, and his family had to ransom him for $100,000. Akim promptly emigrated, and a new would-be suicide was appointed to govern the Shaley region. I met Gutiev. He was a promising, clever young man who respected Putin and thought his choice of Ramzan was right in the circumstances. Given that the first priority must be to drive out the Wahhabis, I wonder whether he still thinks that. But back to Ramzan's estate. Opposite the main entrance, he has a gray-green marble fireplace. To the right are a sauna, a jacuzzi, and a swimming pool. The highlight, however, is the two cavernous bedrooms endowed with stadium-sized beds. One is in blue, the other pink. Everywhere there is massive, dark, oppressive furniture, all with the price tags in full view, denominated in thousands of conventional units, in effect, dollars. There is a price tag on the mirror in the bathroom, on the toilet pedestal, on the towel holder. This is evidently the fashion in Sinteroy. The excursion takes in a viewing of Ramzan's modest and very dark study adjoining one of the bedrooms. Its chief decoration is a Dagestani wall rug depicting, in the style of socialist realism, the deceased Akim Haji Kadyrov wearing an Astrakhan papaka on his head against a black background. He is portrayed with a seraphic expression on his face, his chin jutting forward. After dark, Ramzan appears, surrounded by armed men. They are everywhere. In the courtyard, on the balcony, in the rooms. Some of them subsequently involve themselves in our conversation, commenting loudly and aggressively. Ramzan sprawls in an armchair, crossing his legs, his foot, in a sock, almost level with my face. He doesn't appear to notice. He is taking it easy. We want to restore order not only in Chechnya, but throughout the North Caucasus, Ramzan begins. So that we can go anytime to Stavropol or Leningrad. We will fight anywhere in Russia. I have a directive to operate throughout the North Caucasus. Against the bandits. Whom do you call bandits? Moskadov, Basaev, and the like. You see the mission of your troops as being to find Moskadov and Basaev? Yes. That is the main thing, to destroy them. Everything that has been done so far in your name has been about destroying and liquidating. Don't you think perhaps there's been enough fighting already? Of course there has. 700 people have already surrendered to us and are living a normal life. We have asked the others to stop their senseless resistance, but they carry on fighting. That is why we have to exterminate them. Today we took 3. We exterminated 2. One of them was a big emir, Nashko from Doku Yumarov's group. He was a big man there. Anyway, we killed him. In Ingushetia, they all rest up there. But what right do you have to kill anyone? Let alone in Ingushetia. When formally you are the security service of the president of Chechnya, we have every right. We carried out this operation jointly with the Ingush FSB. We have all the necessary official permissions. This later proved to be a lie. Currently, within the territory of Chechnya, apart from your troops, there are Kokiev's troops operating, Yamadov's, etc. You shouldn't name these troops by their leaders. Why not? Don't you think there are rather a lot of them? What of troops? The Chechen OMON is only 300 men. In other regions, the OMON numbers 700 to 800. Kokiev's time is nearly up. His are army men. They will be withdrawn. In March, just before Putin was re-elected, Kambiv, the Minister of Defense of Ichkeria, surrendered to you. What is he doing now? Is he mustering troops too? You want me to have him brought here? If I give the word, he will be brought here. Isn't it rather late? He's probably asleep. If I give the word, he will be woken. We use him as a negotiator with the bandits. They know him. He was good at that before, with Turlov, for example. You want me to have Turlov brought here as well? Shah Turlov was the head of Moskadov's personal bodyguard. He also surrendered when he was seriously wounded. His leg was later amputated. Kambiv will not have troops of his own. We will be the only people with troops. In the press, Kambiv admitted he was a traitor. That is a lie. They just wrote that. He is not a traitor. How do you personally picture the surrender of Moskadov? Will he come to you and say, "Here I am"?
Yes.
He can't possibly. The age difference between you is too great. You are a boy compared to him. Perhaps. What choice does he have? If he doesn't come of his own accord, we will bring him in. We are definitely going to put him in a cage. Recently you issued an ultimatum to those who had not surrendered. Was that addressed to Moskadov? No, that was for 17 and 18-year-old kids who don't know better. They were tricked by Moskadov and have gone into the forests. Their mothers are weeping, begging me, "Help us, Ramzan, to get our sons back." They curse Moskadov. So this is an ultimatum to women to keep a closer eye on their children. I am telling the women to find their children quickly, or else not to blame us. Those who do not surrender we shall exterminate. Of course, there are no two ways about that, but perhaps it's time to stop exterminating people and sit down to negotiate? Who with? With all Chechens who are fighting. With Moskadov? Moskadov is nobody here. Nobody obeys his orders. The main figure is Basaev. He is a mighty warrior. He knows how to fight. He is a good strategist and a good Chechen. But Moskadov is a pathetic old man who is incapable of doing anything. He guffaws, neighing like a horse. All present follow suit. He's only got a couple of boys following him. I can prove that. I write everything down. At present Moskadov has women. I know those women. They told me, if we refused, we would be killed. We had no work and he gave us money. Are you saying Moskadov has a women's battalion? No. We have broken Moskadov. He has other people now. I hear disrespect for Moskadov in what you are saying, but also clear respect for Basaev. I respect Basaev as a warrior. He is not a coward. I pray to Allah that Basaev and I may meet in open combat. One man dreams of being a president, another of being a pilot, another a tractor driver, but my dream is to fight Basaev in the open. My troops against his troops, with no outsiders.
With him in command, and with me in command.
What if Basaev won? No way. I will. In battle I always win. In Chechnya there is a lot of talk about your rivalry with the Yemedivs, brothers from Gudurms. Khalid is a United Russia deputy in the Duma, while Salim is deputy military commandant of the Chechen Republic. They control powerful troops. Ramzan is thought to work for the FSB, while the Yamedivs work for the GRU Central Intelligence Directorate of the Army. It isn't a good idea to be one of my rivals. It isn't good for your health. What do you consider to be the strongest aspect of your personality? What do you mean? I don't understand the question. What are your strengths? And your weaknesses? I consider that I have no weaknesses. I am strong. Alu Alkanov was made president because I consider he is strong and I trust him 100%. Do you think the Kremlin decides that? The people choose. It's the first time anyone has told me the Kremlin has a say in anything. Odd, but that's what he said. No more than an hour later, Ramzan was saying that absolutely everything was decided by the Kremlin, that the people were just cattle, and that he had been offered the presidency of Chechnya in the Kremlin immediately after his father's assassination, but had turned it down because he wanted to fight. If you left us in peace, we Chechens would have reunited long ago. Who do you mean by you? Journalists, people like you, Russian politicians. You don't let us sort things out. You divide us. You come between Chechens. You personally are the enemy. You are worse than Basaev. Who else are your enemies? I don't have enemies. Only bandits to fight. Do you intend to become president of Chechnya yourself?
No.
What do you most enjoy doing? Fighting. I am a warrior. Have you ever killed anyone yourself? No. I've always been in command. But you're too young always to have been in command.
Somebody must have given you orders.
Only my father.
Nobody else ever gave me orders or ever will.
Have you given orders to kill?
Yes.
Is that not terrible? It is not I, but Allah. The Prophet said the Wahhabis must be destroyed. Did he really say that? When there are no more Wahhabis left, who will you fight? I will take up bee farming. Already I have bees and bullocks and fighting dogs. Don't you feel sorry when dogs kill each other? Not at all. I like it. I respect my dog Tarzan as much as a human being. He's a Caucasian sheepdog.
Those are the most fair-minded dogs there are.
What other hobbies do you have? Dogs, bees, fighting, and I very much like women. Doesn't your wife mind? I don't tell her. What education have you had? Higher education, law. I'm just finishing it. I am taking my exams. What exams? What do you mean, what exams? The exams, that's all. What's the institute called where you are studying? It's a branch of the Moscow Institute of Business. In Guderms. It's a law college. What are you specializing in?
Law.
But what kind of law? Criminal? Civil? I can't remember. Someone wrote the topic down for me on a piece of paper, but I've forgotten. There's a lot going on at the moment. At this moment, Shah Turlov is brought to Ramzan, the former head of Moscadov security, a major of the Presidential Guard who had been awarded the Chechen Orders, Pride of the Nation and Hero of the Nation. He is a completely gray-haired man of 32, his left leg amputated to the thigh. He is kept in Tsintaroy under guard, a hostage, but he is not being beaten or tortured. Later, Mohamed Kambiv also appears. Mohamed speaks Russian to me, but Shah has apparently been forbidden to talk to a journalist in Russian. Ramzan says he can't speak Russian, but later, people who knew Shah told me he used to speak excellent Russian. Kambiv is brazen and smug, while Shah seems haunted but dignified. Kambiv keeps agreeing with Ramzan, while Shah remains proudly silent. As translated, his words are, I fought from 1991 until 2003. I was in Moscadov's personal security detail. I haven't seen Moscadov for a year and a half now. I had a wound in my leg for 2 years. There was a doctor there and an operating theater. I could have stayed, but didn't want to, even before the wound, because Ramzan and I had fought together in the past. When Ramzan sent people to me from my village, they said, follow Ramzan. His is the correct path. Moscadov is weak. You cannot see any strength in him. He is on his own. He only has 20 to 30 people. Does he have a women's battalion? Shah does not reply. He lowers his head and shakes it. It is not clear whether this means yes or no. The general conversation is unfocused and edgy. Shortly after Shah's arrival, an older person with a round Tyabutika cap on his head appears and sits at Ramzan's right hand. He introduces himself as Nikolai Ivanovich, at which everybody smirks, indicating that whatever else his name may be, it is not Nikolai Ivanovich. Ramzan orders him to translate Shah's words into Russian. It soon becomes clear that when Shah says 2 or 3 words, Nikolai Ivanovich spins them into several sentences about how Shah recognized the ruinous nature of Moscadov's war. I complain indignantly about this interpreting, and Nikolai Ivanovich, like a dog breaking free from its chain, attacks and insults me. Nobody stops him. Ramzan chuckles, pleased. His real hobby is setting people at each other's throats, and nobody at the table can rival him in this, with his enthusiasm for dog fights. The conversation becomes more animated. You are putting the case for bandits. You are an enemy of the Chechen people. You should have to answer for this. All this addressed to me. Ramzan is shouting, jumping up and down in his chair, and Nikolai Ivanovich is goading him on. We are seated around a large, oval table, and the scene increasingly resembles a thieves' convention. Ramzan behaves more and more oddly, as if he is the oldest person in the house, though he is in fact the youngest. He laughs at inappropriate moments. He scratches himself. He orders his bodyguards to scratch his back. He arches himself, wriggling, and keeps making irritating, inane remarks. I try to talk to Shah, but Ramzan really doesn't like Shah getting more questions than him. He cuts in and forbids Shah to say any more. It's time to end. I ask one last question, and it is the only one. Shah answers himself. When was the happiest time in your life? There has been no such time. Ramzan interrupts even this. Did you know that Kambiv voted for Putin? Kambiv nods agreement, with the mocking smile of a liar. Yes, he is hard. He wants order in Chechnya. What is missing, I ask Kambiv, before there can be complete order in Chechnya? Very little. Yandarbev has been taken out. If Berezovsky and Moskadov's men Zakiv Asterisk and Judagov are taken out, there will be order. They are pulling the strings. Basaev carries out their wishes. Basaev is not fighting on behalf of the Chechen people. What are you fighting and living for? For ourselves. For the people. In what capacity do you see yourself serving it? As Ramzan decides. Why should that be up to Ramzan? He is the first among Chechens. Ramzan is promising to make me president of the Freestyle Wrestling Federation. How old are you? The right side of 42. How do you feel about the fact that Ramzan's people abducted your relatives to force you to surrender? No problem. My relatives were at fault, and they were captured. What were they guilty of? They brought me cassette messages from Moskadov and bread. Ramzan, satisfied, chuckles insolently. He leans backward smugly, then goes to watch himself on television. He is very pleased about this and comments on the way Putin walks. He's got real class. He declares that Putin walks like a mountain dweller. Outside the windows it is night. The temperature is rising in here, and it is time for me to get out. Ramzan gives orders for me to be taken back to Grozny. Musa, a former fighter from Zakanyurt, sits at the wheel, and there are 2 bodyguards. I get into the vehicle and think that somewhere along the route, in the dark, with checkpoints everywhere, I am obviously going to be killed. But the ex-fighter from Zakanyurt is just waiting for Ramzan to leave. He wants to bare his soul, and when he starts telling me the story of his life, how he had been a fighter, why he joined Ramzan, I know he is not going to kill me. He wants the world to hear his story. I understood that, but sat there crying from fear and loathing. Don't cry, the fighter from Zakanyurt finally said to me. You are strong. When argument has been exhausted, and at Sinteroy they don't understand the meaning of the word, all that is left is tears. Tears of despair that someone like this can exist, that the vagaries of history should have raised up, of all people, Ramzan Kadyrov. He really does have power, and rules according to his own ideas and abilities. Nobody, not a single man present in Sinteroy, dared to stop his getting out of hand. It was Ramzan Kadyrov who was telephoned from the Kremlin by Vladislav Yurievich, in other words, by a deputy head of Putin's administration, Vladislav Surkov. That was the only time Ramzan stopped misbehaving, scratching himself, shouting, and hooting with laughter. It is an old story, repeated many times in our history. The Kremlin fosters a baby dragon, which it then has to keep feeding to stop him from setting everything on fire. There has been a total failure of the Russian intelligence services in Chechnya, something they try to represent as a victory and a restoration of civilian life. But what about the people of Chechnya? They have to live with the baby dragon. First, the Kremlin tried to show the Chechens that resistance to Putin was useless. That more or less worked. Most of them gave up. Then it was the turn of the rest of Russia. September 1st. Censorship and self-censorship in the mass media have reached new extremes and increased the probability that hundreds of adults and children in school number 1 in Beslan, which has been seized by terrorists, will die. Self-censorship is now the business of trying to guess what you need to say and what you should not mention in order to stay at the top. The purpose of self-censorship is to keep your hands on a large, very large, salary. The choice is not between having a job or being unemployed, but between earning a fortune or a pittance. Any journalist has the option of moving over to internet publications, which are more or less free to say what they want, while there are still a couple of newspapers that enjoy relative freedom too. Where there is freedom, however, there is low pay, irregularly paid. The big time is the mass media that play ball with the Kremlin. Television presenters who lie persistently, who keep off the airwaves anything that might upset the state authorities, do so for fear of losing a salary of several $1,000s a month. They face a choice between continuing to dress in Gucci and Versace or putting on old, shabby clothes. There is no question of ideological commitment. Their only commitment is to their own financial well-being. No journalists have any faith in Putin, nor have had for a long time. The result is that what the NTV station broadcasts is roughly 70% lies. On the 2 official stations, RTR, and Ostankino, the proportion is a good 90%. The same is true of state radio. If during the Nordost hostage-taking television showed half the truth, during Beslan it broadcast nothing but official lies, chief of which was the assertion that there were only 354 hostages in the school. The actual figure was closer to 1,200. This so enraged the terrorists that they stopped letting the children go to the toilet or have anything to drink. At NTV, they knew perfectly well that figure was untrue. The directors of the company suppressed a report from their own correspondent at the scene, who was reliably informed about the real number of hostages. As Leonid Parfyanov, fired from NTV on June 1st, said later, there was only one word of truth heard on NTV during the Beslan crisis. That was after the assault had begun, when dead and injured children were being brought out, and lumps of human flesh were seen all over the place. The reporter speaking on camera at that moment uttered a resounding Russian swear word, which accurately characterized what was happening. Beslan was the nadir of this treacherous self-censorship, treacherous because it betrayed people who paid for the lies with their lives. Residents of Beslan attacked state television reporters because their lying, by now habitual in the Putin era, had started costing the lives of women and children they knew. Previously, this had been experienced only by people living in Chechnya. Now it was time for others to understand. September 3rd. There are 331 fatalities as a result of the hostage-taking in Beslan. September 4th. The editor-in-chief of Izvestia, Raf Shakirov, has been fired. He was a careerist, not a revolutionary, not a dissident, not a champion of human rights. He was fired for failing on just one occasion to intuit the new state ideology, something that is not supposed to need spelling out. Izvestia published a brutally honest photographic report from Beslan about the assault on the school. The authorities complained that it was too shocking. Izvestia is not a state-owned newspaper. It belongs to the oligarch Potanin, but thunderclouds were gathering over Potanin just like those that had gathered over Khodorkovsky. By firing Shakirov, Potanin must hope he is back in with Putin and the Kremlin. After Beslan, there were at least the stirrings of opposition to the authorities' regime of wholesale mendacity and cowardice. Between December 2003 and September 1, 2004, all that had been noticeable was a reluctant, half-stifled dissidence. But after the massacre, the emergence of at least some sort of public protest began. Until September 1st, nobody chose to recognize that the intelligence services were only interested in sharing out the national loot. After the bloodbath at Beslan on September 3rd, many finally realized that they were unprotected. They could either continue to pretend that the president had a high approval rating, or they could have security for their children. September 10th. What is emerging in Russia is not a stabilizing middle class, but a new class consisting of parents whose children have died in terrorist acts. They are already almost a party whose manifesto is to demand a genuine and thorough inquiry into the tragedy that occurred in school number 1. The first to arrive in Beslan after the catastrophe were the parents of hostages who died at Nordost. Muscovite Dmitry Malavidov was among them. In October 2002, he lost his 14-year-old daughter, Nina, at the Dubrovka Theater. He took to Beslan a handful of earth from Nordost in Moscow and took back ashes from the school. He showed me this mixture in a small transparent box. I scooped up some of what is still lying on the floor in the school. You can see there are cartridge cases and dum-dum bullets, even though those are banned, a carefully sharpened pencil, the charred pages of a textbook. All of it is covered in dark gray ash, and it is as well not to ask what that ash might be. Why did you Nordost parents go there? It must have been very difficult for you. We collected money, 37,000 rubles, $1,266, and decided to hand it over personally. We thought our own sad experience of how to survive after the death of your children might be helpful. We barely survived, relying solely on our own resources, abandoned by the state. There is another reason. Just a little over a year ago, I was talking to Tanya Kaziva. Her husband was a musician in the Nordost musical and died, leaving her to look after little Sonia and Tanya. She was the first of us to win a court case claiming material compensation. Tanya said to me then, in June 2003, I need to know that, if tomorrow one of my daughters were to be taken hostage at school, her life would be so expensive that neither the FSB nor the state could afford to pay me off for letting her die. Do you know, we feel today that we didn't manage to prevent Beslan. I see it as an alternative ending to Nordost. There, just see what would have happened to you if you had been locked in that theater and we had not used the gas. It is as if they wanted to teach Russia a lesson. We went to Beslan to say to the people there, forgive us for not doing enough to avert your tragedy. What do you think the people in Beslan need most right now? Money? No.
Understanding.
Are there too few psychiatrists? There are enough of them in the hospitals, but it is often young trainee doctors who go around to people's homes. It is difficult to open your heart to them. The problem for people in Beslan is the same as ours was. Many don't want counseling. They want to grieve among themselves. But did you have the feeling that, as people who have been through something similar, you were closer to them than the psychiatrists? Of course. They wanted to talk to us, but not in order to weep with us. They asked what conclusions the Nordost inquiry had come to. Had there been a proper answer to the question of how such a thing could have happened? It is already obvious that this tragedy is not just going to go away. There are graffiti on the fences, death to the Ingushs, and stronger than that, nobody cleans them off. Everywhere I heard people quietly vowing to take revenge. There was a meeting of young people while we were there, and that was clearly the theme. They had the darkest things to say about their president, Zasakov, and what they said about Putin doesn't bear repeating. Is it true that the feeling toward journalists is also bad? Yes, we were the same.
In the first months after Dubrovka, at the sight of journalists we would say, "Here come the vultures." It was only much later that we began to see them not as vultures but as dissectors, without whom we would never have heard the truth about the sinking of the submarine Kursk or the reality of Nordost. Who are people in Beslan now expecting to provide a proper inquiry? They trust only their own families. They expect that an inquiry will come, but, as many say, from Russia, in other words, from the state. We have been through Nordost, though. We know that isn't going to happen. What is the main impression you brought back from Beslan? We were in Moscow, a big city. Beslan is an entire town in mourning. September 13th. After Beslan, the security agencies of the North Caucasus, having failed to prevent the terrorist outrage, are now making a great show of fighting terrorism. They are killing or arresting anyone they think might conceivably be involved in terrorism. How do they go about it? The success or failure of the manhunt is measured primarily by how many terrorists are caught. Human rights and respect for the law go straight out the window. A confession is proof of guilt, and if a suspect has been killed, you don't even need that. It is an exact repetition of what occurred when a counter-terrorist operation was launched after the assassination of the Communist Party leader, Sergei Kirov, on December 1, 1934. Just as then, any attempt to suggest something is wrong and perhaps there should be more regard for the law is treated by supporters of radical and effective methods as a desire to protect criminals. Representatives of the International Committee of the Red Cross are not allowed to visit the prison cells where terrorists are being held. There is no legal oversight by the procurator and certainly no independent judiciary where these fast-track anti-terrorist cases are concerned. Nobody is going to investigate whether a special operations unit was justified in murdering someone. It is an area completely outside the law, incapable of punishing the guilty and acquitting the innocent. The main wave of post-Beslan anti-terrorism has broken over Ingushetia because there were many Ingushs in the group that seized the school. And needless to say, over Chechnya. The predictable result was that, throughout the autumn, reacting against this anti-terrorism, the real terrorist underground was greatly strengthened. The killing or fast-track sentencing of the innocent leaves the real criminals at large to prepare new crimes, needing only to improve their methods of conspiracy. Moreover, the underground is swollen by those who have suffered unjustly or who seek to avenge their relatives. For others, taking up arms is their personal protest against the lawlessness of the security forces. You can call this anything you like, but a counter-terrorist operation it is not. It conjures up the most monstrous forms of terror. The true picture is that, after the fighters took over Ingushetia for one night in June 2004, the security forces went on a rampage, murdering and imprisoning a multitude of innocent people they happened to get their hands on, and the result was Beslan. Meanwhile, Chechen officialdom is celebrating. A few dozen kilometers away they are burying the victims of Beslan, but Alu Alkanov, the newly elected president,
has decided to celebrate the birth of a son to the prime minister with a day's horse racing. In Centeroy, behind intense security, Putin's current Chechen favorites are enjoying life. Their retinues indulge them in every way. Rarely does a day pass without some kind of entertainment to demonstrate that peace has come to Chechnya. Even Beslan is not allowed to spoil the fun, and the deaths of all those children that are on the conscience of the unholy trinity of Kadyrov, Alkanov, and Abramov. It was they, after all, who were assuring Putin and everybody else, right up until September 1st, that there were practically no bandits left in Chechnya and that they would be catching Basayev any minute now. Beslan showed us the real situation. One of the reasons for Russia's social melees is this diabolical cynicism on the part of the authorities, who peddle a completely fake reality. Russia's citizens do not rise up against this cynicism. They withdraw into their own shells, becoming defenseless, wordless, and inhibited. Putin knows this and employs brazen cynicism as the anti-revolutionary technique that works best in Russia. The funerals are not yet over, but already Putin is busy. He has informed the government and the country that in future regional leaders will no longer be elected, but appointed by him. The appointment will need to be ratified by regional parliaments, but if the local deputies twice fail to approve his choice of candidate, the parliament itself will be liable to dissolution. There have been rumors for some time about Putin's desire to abolish the direct election of governors, some of whom have minds of their own. One of the methods for the opposition to remain effective was to reach an understanding in the regions. If this proved impossible with the presidential administration in Moscow, Putin claims that the reason for abolishing the election of governors is the threat from terrorism. Such cynical exploitation of the cataclysm of Beslan to resolve his purely political and practical difficulties is unexpected, even from Putin. There has been hardly a murmur of protest. September 16th. The only reaction came from Committee 2008, who issued the following statement: the threat of a coup d'état in Russia. The president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, has announced that he intends to carry out a coup d'état in Russia. His speech on September 13, 2004, at an extended session of the government, contains a detailed proposal to dismantle fundamental institutions of democracy in Russia. Russia is a democratic, federal, law-governed state. According to the first article of the Constitution, the Kremlin is now intending to liquidate all three of those foundations of the Russian state. Putin's Russia will not be a democratic state, since its citizens are to be deprived of the right to free elections, which, according to the Constitution, are the highest and direct expression of the power of the people. Putin's Russia will not be a federal state, in that its regions are to be governed by officials appointed by and answerable only to the center. Putin's Russia will not be a law-governed state, because the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation made a ruling 8 years ago that explicitly prohibits any such reform, and that will be flouted. We call upon the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to pay particular note to Article 3.4 of the Constitution, which reads, "Nobody shall appropriate power in the Russian Federation. Seizure of power or appropriation of the authority of the government will be prosecuted under federal law." The state authorities ignored all that. Nobody protested. September 27th. The authorities are very concerned that human rights campaigners will again become dissidents, that it is from them, rather than from opposition politicians, that danger threatens. Accordingly, they are constructing a parallel human rights movement to operate under strict state control. Putin is signing a directive to create an International Human Rights Center. The directive is characteristically titled Additional Measures of State Support for the Human Rights Movement in the Russian Federation. The driving force behind this directive is Ella Pamfilova, chairperson of the Presidential Commission on Human Rights. She is loudly insisting to anyone who will listen, "I completely reject the scurrilous allegations that one of the tasks of the International Human Rights Center is to introduce centralized control of the human rights movement. This directive is a great help to us. It will be easier for the leaders of human rights organizations to find each other in the Kremlin. AP. We shall be able to extend the reach of our expertise." This idea is the initiative of human rights campaigners themselves. I have had phone calls from the representatives of many human rights associations. People have called in from the regions. They are all in favor. They say it is a small victory for us. First and foremost, we need to guarantee the rights of defenders of human rights themselves to help people effectively. Hardly anyone believes Pamfilova's invariable protestations of the benign nature and democratic credentials of Putin. Yelena Bonner had this to say in an interview with Yezina Delnyi Zernal. There is the philosophy and outlook of defenders of human rights, and there is the philosophy and outlook of those who represent governmental power. They have different aims and different missions. The aim of the human rights movement is to defend society from the state authorities and to form a civil society. The aim of any state authority is to consolidate its own power. I am upset to see many well-known human rights campaigners falling for this. If they do, they effectively cease to be defenders of human rights. They want to cozy up to the state authorities. This testifies to a crisis in the human rights movement. What today is called the human rights movement in Russia, and the politicians whom we call the opposition and who for many years have been sitting between two stools, have missed the boat. We have missed the opportunity of acting by legal means. Today, exploiting the Beslan tragedy, attempts are being made to destroy the independence of the courts. What does that leave open to society? Only revolt and rebellion. I am not calling for revolution. I see no leaders capable of leading it and no readiness for it in the country. Accordingly, Russia will follow the path outlined for it by Mr. Putin. What else can it do? Local elections have been removed. The right to referendums has been taken away. The accountability of the electoral institutions to the population was done away with long ago. I see this directive as another trick. The state is creating a parallel human rights movement. I see no way of returning to a democratic path at present. I am not saying that we had a democracy, but there was a tendency in that direction that might have developed given the existence of free mass media. We needed a proper electoral system. The last thing we needed was for it to be destroyed. The elections have long ago been turned into a fraud, and elections are the institution fundamental to any democracy. All three branches of power in Russia, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, have been made over to suit the president. We have ceased to be a democratic or, I would say, even a Republican state. Formally, presidential elections are to take place in 2008. If, of course, the country as it is being constructed by Putin survives that long. All channels for a legal and peaceful alteration of the situation in a democratic direction have been removed. Accordingly, this sealed boiler will heat up until it explodes. This can occur in a number of different ways. Putin's International Human Rights Center never got off the drawing board. Funds were allocated from the budget, and somebody no doubt got their hands on them, but nothing else happened. Putin's authority rests solely on the fact that there is no alternative to him within his entourage, which he has made faceless and dull. His supporters call this the loneliness of Putin. There is nobody in his team who could replace him in an emergency. They are all pygmies with Napoleon complexes, or not even that. Is a new, liberal, pro-Western party in the offing? Vladimir Rizkov could be its leader. He has matured a great deal. Such a party might succeed in completing the liberal democratic revolution. The problem of our political elite, however, both of those in power and of those in opposition, is that they would prefer just to let things carry on, or at least crawl on, as they are. September 28th. Putin has not kept us waiting for long. Without any political debate, he has submitted to the Duma amendments to the electoral law abolishing the direct election of governors. The electorate are being bombarded with assurances that they are not yet sufficiently mature to choose the right local leader. Does that not mean they are also not yet mature enough to elect Putin? September 29th. A number of Duma deputies have written to the chairman of the Constitutional Court, Valery Zorkin, asking him to review the president's actions as a matter of urgency. Zorkin chose not to. The deputies subsequently received a purely formal reply. The sense of hopelessness was as profound as in the final years of the USSR. October 5th. In Grozny, the laughable inauguration of Ilya Alkanov, the president foisted on the people of Chechnya by the Kremlin, has taken place. They erected a large tent inside the fortified government compound and Alkanov took the oath there, speaking in bad Chechen. He looked out of sorts, with heavy blue rings under his eyes. The security measures were unprecedented, as if they were expecting Putin, who didn't show up but sent greetings. In the interest of security, 3 locations had been prepared, and until the last moment nobody knew exactly where it would be. What sort of peaceful life does that suggest? Alkanov showed the whole of Chechnya how afraid he is of dying. Nobody will take him seriously now.
October 6. Joint Action, an association of the main human rights organizations, has also issued a statement entitled A Coup d'etat in Russia, calling for the convening of a citizens' congress that would evolve into an independent national forum involving the human rights, ecological, and other public associations, free trade unions, democratic parties, scholars, lawyers, and journalists. It is a peculiarity of Russia that the defenders of human rights, of whom several, like Lyudmila Alexeyeva, Sergei Kovalyov, and Yuri Samodurov are former Soviet dissidents, are far more resolute and progressive than the parties and politicians. They are urging the politicians, for heaven's sake, do something. A serf-like psychology has once again taken hold of the country and rounds on anyone less servile. How malevolently Russian television rants when Yushchenko makes a mistake in Ukraine, and as for Saakashvili, he is the Kremlin's bête noire. Georgia is our main enemy among the countries of the former USSR. October 7th. In Vladimir, a first criminal case has been got up against the committees of soldiers' mothers. The chairperson of the Vladimir Committee, Lyudmila Yerelina, is accused of complicity in evasion of military service, an offense carrying a 3 to 7-year prison sentence. What is the basis of the accusation? Through her persistent defending of conscripts and soldiers, Lyudmila has made herself thoroughly unpopular with the local military commissariat and military procurator's office. She agrees that a great many soldiers are found unfit for army service in Vladimir province. The area is notorious for alcoholism. It is a place where people drink more than they work, so the health of their children is poor. Half of them are invalids, but the military commissariat goes to extraordinary lengths in order to get its quota of conscripts, falsifying health certificates and cheating the young men in other ways. Between 400 and 500 people consult the committee each year. Conscripts, soldiers, and their parents. Most of them want to be rescued from the brutal bullying of the granddads, older soldiers, from death and disease and a state machine that has no interest in investigating abuse. When Dmitry Yepifanov came to the committee, he had already served several months in Chechnya and been wounded and burned in a tank. He was given leave and, back home in Vladimir, complained to his parents of constant stomach pains. He had suffered from these before going into the army, but the conscription commission decided they posed no problem and sent him off to fight in Chechnya. Dmitry came to ask how he could get into a hospital during his leave. That was all. The system in Russia is quite absurd. If a soldier on leave is ill, he will not be admitted for diagnosis at the nearest military hospital, but must return to his unit, where an orderly or military doctor will decide whether to hospitalize him or whether he is malingering. If, however, a soldier can present a written diagnosis, he can be admitted to a hospital locally. Lyudmila began calling around to doctors she knew, and one, an endoscopist at the Vladimir Cancer Clinic, agreed to see Dmitry and, if necessary, conduct a gastroscopy. This duly revealed an ulcer, and he was admitted to the hospital. Subsequently, Dmitry was sent from Vladimir to a hospital in Moscow, and from there to an army commission. The military doctors in the capital discharged Private Yepifanov from the army on the grounds that he had a duodenal ulcer. The way this is presented in the materials of the criminal case is L.A. Yerelina, being the chairperson of the Vladimir Regional Section of the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers, on the pretext of providing assistance to obtain exemption from military service, with the assistance of medical workers of various hospitals in the city of Vladimir, connived at creating in citizens subject to conscription for military service, and also serving military personnel, a fictitious, feigned illness, namely a duodenal ulcer, for which she received remuneration. Of course, they never produced any evidence to support the allegation about receiving money, which was completely untrue. But the case proceeded nevertheless, and the imagination of the investigators of the military procurator's office proved boundless. Captain Golovkin, assistant military procurator of the Vladimir garrison, described the process by which the feigned duodenal ulcer had been produced with Yerelina's complicity. With the assistance of an endoscopist, Yerelina assisted in conducting a biopsy on the bulb of the duodenal intestine with subsequent thermocoagulation of the site for the purpose of creating a post-cautery scar there, which a subsequent conscientious endoscopic investigation assessed as post-ulcerous, that is, a fictitious ailment, namely an ulcerous condition of the duodenal intestine. It is Stalin's doctors' plot all over again, with dissidents as their accomplices. The materials of the case seem to be saying that you assisted the endoscopist. Of course I didn't. I only asked him over the telephone to examine the boy, Ludmila replies. So was Yepifanov malingering? Nobody is charging him with evasion of military service. Did the doctor deliberately harm him? Nobody is trying to prosecute him, either. The only person under criminal investigation is the human rights campaigner Ludmila Yarolina. Fabricating criminal cases against those who cause trouble, or are just too active, is part of life under Putin, both in Moscow, where Khodorkovsky and Lebedev are in prison, and in the provinces like Vladimir. The good defenders of human rights are those who try to help people by collaborating with the authorities rather than through constant confrontation, people like Pamfilova. For the bad ones, the technique is to try to marginalize them and, if necessary, use thermocoagulation to destroy them. The method of thermocoagulation starts with an enervating, objectionable investigation. This leads to a trial followed, for the most intractable, by prison. October 20th. Dmitry Kozak, Putin's representative in South Russia, has appointed Ramzan Kadyrov as his security advisor for the entire Southern Federal District. If, before this, Kadyrov Jr. was able to trample underfoot the law and the Constitution only in Chechnya and Ingushetia, now he will be able to share his experience and advise the directors of the security services throughout the North Caucasus region on how to behave similarly, and will supervise the atrocities they commit on behalf of Mr. Kozak. This is going to cost many lives. Ramzan is virtually brain-dead, and is in his element only where there is war, terror, and chaos. Without them, he literally does not know what to do. Ramzan's promotion continues the suicidal policies that lead inexorably to future terrorist acts, and the consolidation of power in the hands of people who appear to want to do everything they can to ensure that the bombing of the metro should be followed by the hijacking of airplanes, and after that the seizure of a school. There is no special meaning to be found in this act by Putin. He has no idea what needs to be done next. It is Russia's familiar tragedy of having top political leaders who are incompetent, having landed their jobs through the operation of blind chance, and in turn promoting non-entities to positions of great power. October 23rd. In Moscow, a major demonstration has taken place to protest against the war in Chechnya and commemorate the victims of the terrorist acts. The meeting was held at 5 p.m., and from 10 a.m. there was a line of demonstrators on Pushkin Square. Those who suffered in the Nordos siege were there for the first time, because today is the second anniversary of the hostage-taking. The meeting was not official. After Beslan, a wave of officially organized anti-terrorist meetings rolled over the country on the initiative of the presidential administration. The central Moscow authorities had agreed to a demonstration of up to 500 people, but around 3,000 turned up, and the authorities warned that this was more than had been permitted. The second reason was that the slogans on banners were not only anti-war, but also anti-government. But then, who is conducting the war? A lot of those attending arrived in expensive cars, members of the middle class who don't usually attend such meetings. A cold, heavy rain was falling, but people came and stayed, which is significant. As Boris Nadezhdin, a member of Committee 2008 and co-chairman of the Union of Right Forces, said, "This is a demonstration that people do not want to be held hostage to an ideologically generated fear that is being imposed on them after Beslan. Chechnya is a terrible wound that has caused both Nordost and Beslan." In 1999, Russia was offered a physician who promised to cure the country, and he was elected president. He has not succeeded. Today, when we have no free mass media or parliament in Russia, there remains only one way of putting pressure on the state authorities, and that is good people coming out to demonstrate. The good people stood in the square in the pouring rain, bearing placards reading, "We are the West's fifth column," alluding to an interview by Vladislav Surkov in Komsomolskaya Pravda, in which he had the gall to say that the opposition was a section of society irrevocably lost as partners, that Russia was under siege, that the liberals and nationalists were a fifth column financed by the West, that there was no such thing as Putin's Russia, there was only Russia, and that anybody who didn't believe that was an enemy. This is no longer a neo-Soviet ideology. This is the Soviet regime, pure and simple. No sooner has the communist elite got rid of hindrances such as the decayed Party Central Committee and gained limitless opportunities for self-enrichment than it has started resurrecting the ideological frameworks of the past.
Surkov is regarded nowadays as Putin's chief ideologist. It is the autumn of 2004, but a political winter has already set in that makes your blood run cold. October 25th. The magazine Itogi asks the governor of St. Petersburg, could Russia be a parliamentary republic without a president? Valentina Matvienko, a close ally of Putin, replies, no, that wouldn't work for us. The Russian mentality prefers a master, a czar, a president. In other words, a leader. Matvienko is capable only of repeating what she hears in Putin's immediate entourage. The Human Rights Association has responded. We are outraged by this pronouncement, which is an insult to the national dignity of the Russian people. The sense of these words is clearly that the Russian people are serfs who cannot do without a master, craven subjects who cannot get by without a czar. The addition of the word president only makes it clear that the new ruling elite sees the head of state not as a democratic leader, but as an authoritarian potentate. This assertion of the innate servility of the Russian people is racist. In effect, the governor of St. Petersburg has expressed her disagreement with the Constitution's premises of inviolable democratic freedoms. The notion of our national inferiority and the innate servility of the Russian people is at the heart of the main Russophobic theories. It was such doctrines that the ideologists of German Nazism used to underpin their aggressive attitude toward Russia. It is particularly reprehensible that such views should come from the person in charge of the heroic city of Leningrad. We demand the immediate resignation of Valentina Matvienko. Nobody thought it necessary to reply. The new ruling elite no longer consider it necessary to conceal their true attitude toward the majority of their compatriots and the principles of constitutional democracy. October 28th. A very public split in the Yabloko party. The youth wing are being shown on the main television stations taking issue with Yavlinsky. Meetings in support of Putin, organized by United Russia, are taking place in many cities. The largest is in Moscow, and it was there that the leader of the youth wing of Yabloko spoke out. Students and pensioners are the mainstay of protest meetings organized by the opposition. For the first time, the Communist Party, Yabloko, and the Union of Right Forces are uniting to conduct anti-Putin protests. October 29th. The state authorities remain on course for the abyss, taking all of us with them. The Procurator General, Vladimir Ustinov, announced in the Duma that, in the opinion of the main institution charged with supervising citizens' rights, and of himself, it is necessary urgently to adopt a law-regulating action to be taken in the event of a terrorist attack. His main proposals are that fast-track court proceedings for terror suspects be introduced, that relatives of terrorists be seized as counter-hostages, that the property of terrorists be confiscated. The prospect of having a video recorder, television, or even their ziguli confiscated seems unlikely to deter those going off to commit suicide and slaughter other people. The Procurator General's idea of fast-track court proceedings for terrorist suspects is a straightforward revival of what were known under Stalin as mass purges, or more recently, to use the language of the antiterrorist operation, cleansings. All these simplified procedures are only too familiar in Chechnya and Ingushetia, where they have been in use for 5 years and more. The security agencies, all of them, the Interior Ministry, FSB, the Army's Central Intelligence Directorate, and others, arrest whomever they want, sometimes after receiving operational information, but more often without it. They beat, cripple, and torture as they see fit, extracting confessions of terrorist activity, or at least of sympathy with the terrorists, although in reality they don't really even need the confessions. There are 2 possible outcomes. If their victim has been seriously mutilated, they kill and bury him. Or if the family has managed to raise a bribe, they put him in court. Nobody has the least interest in evidence. In the zone of the anti-terrorist operation, fast-track court cases are the only kind they have. Gotcha. You are a member of an illegal armed grouping, 15 or 20 years. The presence of a lawyer and procurator at the trial is purely decorative, to give a veneer of legality to the statistics of terrorists condemned and terrorist acts averted. The lawyers usually do no more than persuade the accused to confess to everything. The task of the procurator is to tell the family that complaining will only make matters worse. Our Procurator General's stated plans would effectively abolish the presumption of innocence. In the zone of the anti-terrorist operation, in Chechnya and Ingushetia, There has been a presumption of guilt for several years and in future that will extend to the rest of Russia. For the past 5 years, most people had supposed that the horror of extrajudicial lawlessness on the part of state institutions would affect only faraway rebels, which was nothing to worry about. The rest of Russia would somehow be immune. Unfortunately, miracles do not happen. At some point, the practice was bound to spread. The Procurator General's proposal to seize relatives as counter-hostages is undoubtedly innovative. He explained to our Duma deputies that we would seize the terrorist relatives, demonstrate what might happen to them, and the terrorists would then free their own hostages and surrender. This method has also been used in Chechnya, particularly during the Second Chechen War when Kadyrov's forces became powerful. Torturing relatives in order to make those they are seeking surrender has become their trademark. Kadyrov-style hostage-taking has, however, also been practiced on the state's behalf with the blessing of the Directorate of the Procurator General in the North Caucasus, and with complete disregard of the law and constitution by the procurators. We now find ourselves in a disastrous situation. For 5 years, the Procurator General's office has been encouraging a wave of terrorism in the North Caucasus, carried out in accordance with the wishes of the President of Russia. It has not only condoned this by averting its eyes. Procurators have often been present during torture sessions and executions, and have then issued assurances that everything has taken place within the framework of the law. What kind of arguments can now be found to persuade people like that? How can someone who is in reality an anti-Procurator General be made to withdraw his bloodthirsty innovations from the Duma? The Procurator General's office is interested solely in its own institutional survival, in ranks and rewards, in concealing the truth about what it has been complicit in. The state authorities hold on to their power at the price of our lives. It's as simple as that. The Procurator General's speech to the Duma was interrupted by applause. Our parliament thought it was all a great idea. President Putin, sworn to protect the Constitution, did not remove a Procurator General who was proposing massive violations of the law. The year 1937 marked the height of Stalin's terror. Today, Chechnya's 1937 is developing into another 1937 for Russians generally, whether we attend meetings at the Solovki Stone Memorial to Stalin's victims or not. Any of us might now go out to buy bread and never return, or return 20 years later. In Chechnya, people say their farewells before going to the bazaar, just in case. On October 29, 2004, as ever, the Russian people remained silent, hoping it would be the neighbors they would come to get. November 3rd. The Soviet of the Federation has rubber-stamped the abolition of the local election of governors. November 6th. Mikhail Yuriev, a former journalist who now works in the Kremlin, has placed an article on behalf of the presidential administration in Komsomolskaya Gazeta, helpfully advising on how to differentiate between someone who is helpful to the president and someone who is an enemy of Russia. The false antithesis is blatant and deliberate. According to Yuriev, an enemy of Russia is anybody who criticizes Putin. Those who spoke in favor of negotiations during Beslan or against using chemical weapons in the Nordost assault are enemies, as are those who attend protest meetings against the war in Chechnya or who organize them. Likewise, those who call for peace talks on Chechnya and cessation of the civil war. The committees of soldiers' mothers have formed their own political party, as they said they would back in February. Their founding Congress is no random event. It results from the complete devastation of our political landscape after the Duma elections, when those deputies they could rely on to lobby for military reform and the interests of conscripts all lost their seats. As their chairperson, Valentina Melnikova, said, "Our party program sets out our basic goals as being to ensure that the state takes a responsible attitude toward human beings and to create a secure framework for life in Russia. Bringing about a democratic transformation of the Russian armed forces is only a part of that larger task. In economics, we are a party tending toward liberalism, and as regards the state's responsibilities toward society, we incline toward socialism. The Party of Soldiers' Mothers is the first political organization in Russia to state that it will fight to protect our lives. The Russian electorate doesn't really have that great a choice. Our politicians might slip us 100 rubles before Election Day, but they have no time to fight for the issues that vitally affect us. They are far too busy fighting for their own place in the sun." The founding Congress took place on board the steamer Konstantin Fedin, moored for the winter in the farthest corner of the northern river port in Moscow. Why was it held on a steamer? because nobody would give it house room for fear of the regime's reaction. The party was established by 154 representatives from more than 50 regions, all of them part of a movement that has saved the lives of thousands of conscripts and new recruits since its foundation in 1989. The movement began back in the USSR. In the late 1980s, women trying to protect their sons from the bullying of the army's granddads and from universal conscription began forming themselves into committees. In 1989, they were successful in persuading Gorbachev to release 176,000 soldiers from the army ahead of time so that they could continue their education. In 1990, he also issued directives on the implementation of proposals from the Committee of Soldiers' Mother and on state insurance benefits for conscripts. In 1991, the committees were successful in having Yeltsin grant an amnesty to soldiers who had deserted, and in 1993 to 94 their persistence ensured an inquiry into the deaths from starvation, disease, and torture of more than 200 sailors on the island of Ruskoy. Between 1994 and 1998, they were the first of Russia's human rights organizations to demand immediate cessation of the war in Chechnya, got President Yeltsin to pardon 500 soldiers who had conscientiously objected to participating in the First Chechen War, forced an amnesty for all who had participated on either side in the Chechen War, and managed to get a specific item included in the state budget for seeking and identifying the remains of soldiers killed in Chechnya. Since 1999, the soldiers' mothers have demonstrated against the Second Chechen War, conducting a public campaign against falsification of the true numbers of casualties, and compiling and publishing lists of those who had died and disappeared without trace. Their main goal became putting an end to the slavery of conscription and replacing it with a fully professional army. All the democratic parties supported them and, with time, the idea of a professional army was accepted by top officials and successive ministers of defense, whose speeches were often taken word for word from their flyers. But in the implementation, everything was twisted. Contracts were signed on a compulsory voluntary basis, wages were not paid, the war continued, and recruits were sent straight to Chechnya. After last December's elections, there was nobody left in parliament to lobby for democratic legislative projects. In late January 2004, the soldiers' mothers decided it was time to create their own party. 10 months passed, because creating a new party involves a huge amount of bureaucracy and is extremely expensive. During this period, they were stigmatized as a fifth column supported by the West to undermine Russia's combat capability. That is, they were enemies within in a period of military extremity. Their political strength, and the thing that will ensure their survival, is that their policies come from the heart. Until now, people here have become politicians at the dictate of their minds. Party passions simmered primarily over who was to be top dog, rather than what could be done for the electorate. In 2003, the state authorities played on this very successfully, and sordid compromises undermined what trust people still had in the opposition. In the end, no Democrats or liberals made it into the Duma. The soldiers' mothers' greatest strength is their passion to defend our children, and our trust that they will do this to the best of their ability. They have no other political capital. Their maternal urge sweeps all before it, as was evident within 2 minutes of talking to any of the delegates outside the conference hall, and, indeed, inside it. We soon found ourselves discussing the fate of some particular soldier who urgently needed help. Look at what is happening in our region, Ludmila Bogatynkova from Budyonnovsk said, pulling from her bag a stack of soldiers' testimonies about the most appalling treatment. She has brought them for the main military procurator's office. For as long as there is conscription, the soldier in the army is a nobody, Ludmila Vasilyevna says indignantly. He can be used for anything. He can be used as an unpaid laborer. Millions of our people are slaves today, and our mission is to bring about the abolition of this slavery. There can be no compromise about that. The main discussion at the Congress concerned the wording of the manifesto. Should they campaign for the abolition of conscription, or leave it to one side for the time being? More generally, should the new party follow the usual Russian path of cocking a snook when no one is looking, saying that you are against conscription, but leaving it out of the program so as not to upset the presidential administration and making it easier to get the party registered? Or should they be completely honest and worry only about gaining the respect of the Russian people? In this major matter of principle, the second approach won. Passionate conviction is impossible without total honesty. Abolition of conscription went into the manifesto. They will fight for it, and thank God for that, because being trusted by the electorate will be their main asset. If they start trying to strike sensible compromises, they will be cheated by the authorities, who know how to manipulate compromise mongers, and the voters will desert them. Yes, it's important that our women should get into the Duma, Lyudmila Bogatynkova explains. Otherwise, it would be impossible to push through the abolition of conscription. If we are in the Duma, it will also be simpler to help soldiers and conscripts in particular situations, and to prevent the authorities from stonewalling when a crime has been committed. One of the few remaining ways to exert influence after the resurgence of the bureaucracy is the parliamentary question. A deputy's question can produce rapid and significant results, and speed is often essential. Most of the cases where soldiers have been saved have required prompt investigation and action. When a story gets publicity and a deputy gets through to the Procurator General's office, somebody in the closed world of the army has a chance of surviving. The lack of that opportunity often means death. One of the first toasts proclaimed after the creation of the party was, to 2007, "Look out, Duma. Here we come." The Party of Soldiers' Mothers has a lesson to teach the world. It will have to create its own future with the sincere passion that the women in their committees live by. For a long time, we have been told that the more cunning a Democratic politician, the more effective he is. This has proved to be untrue. Our people do not care for cleverness and cunning, or for those who lack passion. That's the kind of people we are. First the passion, then clear-headed, straight thinking. Never the reverse. November 9th. The Kaluga branch of the Yabloko Party has demanded a referendum on retaining benefits in kind for retired workers, victims of Soviet repression, and those who worked on the home front during the Second World War. The benefits concerned are free travel on suburban buses and free medicine. The Kaluga province authorities were planning to abolish all benefits in kind in return for a derisory monthly supplement to pensions of 200 to 300 rubles, $7, $10.50. So far, officialdom has paid no attention to protests, but a referendum might force a rethink. This is a very sensitive matter. Who will be entitled to benefits after January 1, 2005? The monetarization of benefits was intended to reduce the number of claimants, which we are told is currently half the country. There is certainly scope for rationalization. Nothing came of the idea of a referendum. The Democrats abandoned it because they thought the resistance was too great. November 11th. Crisis in Karachivo-Cherkessia. A crowd has occupied the office of Mustafa Batyev, the president, and is demanding his resignation. The reason is a case involving the abduction, murder, and destruction of the bodies of 7 young businessmen in which Batyev's brother-in-law was involved. He has already been arrested. The authorities are in an unenviable position. If Batyev is thrown out, there may be a chain reaction. Next in turn will surely be Murat Zyazikov in Ingushetia. Batyev ran away from trouble, just as Zyazikov did earlier in the year, but was sent back by Kozak, Putin's representative in the Southern Federal District. It was Kozak who came to talk to the people in Cherkassk, and a few hours later the television stations were announcing the good news that the coup had failed. Kozak had persuaded the crowd to leave Batyev's office. He would return and his administration would continue as before. It was another disaster for Putin's human resources policy. The Kremlin-controlled local leaders are incapable of leading or taking any responsibility at all. At the least sign of danger, they run for their lives. The authorities, meanwhile, react to a mob. Kozak would have gone nowhere if the mob had not seized Batyev's office by force. If people had requested a meeting with him, they would have had to badger him for a good 6 months, no matter how serious the issue. November 26th. It is a year now since Khodorkovsky was arrested. The authorities ignore the anniversary. In the days of the Soviet Union, the mediator between society and the state was the KGB, which provided the authorities with distorted information about what was going on, and this ultimately led to the collapse of the USSR. Today's FSB also seriously distorts information going upstairs, but Putin distrusts all other sources. The aorta will duly be blocked again. Let's hope we don't have to wait 70 years this time. December 11th. What speed? The president has already signed the law abolishing the election of governors. It has been our fastest ever passage of a law, and also that from January 1st Putin should not have to discuss matters with the governors or worry that they might be uncooperative. A czar should have serfs, not partners.
Some of the children massacred at Beslan have yet to be identified and buried, but that's not the priority. The parents are increasingly being left to sort that out themselves. What is really important is to change the structure of the state into something more amenable to Putin. As for Beslan, the town is quietly going out of its mind. The autumn that began on September 1st is over now, and the onset of winter certainly hasn't made anyone feel better. Certainly not the families whose children have yet to be found, who have no child, no funeral, no grave where they can mourn. Zorik Agiyev, Aslan Kaseev, Zarina Normatova, all junior pupils born in 1997, and 11-year-old Aza Gumetsova have yet to be found. Zifa, the mother of second-year Zorik Agiyev, almost never leaves home. She stays in waiting for him. What if he came back and I wasn't here? What sort of welcome would that be? Zifa says, smiling somewhere inside herself. Her mouth is twisted. She was wounded at the school. I know people in this town think I am crazy, but I'm not. I am just certain that my Zorik is alive. He is being held somewhere. Families whose children are listed as missing divide into two groups. Some, like Zifa, believe they are being held hostage. Others believe they are dead, and that their remains have been buried by somebody else by mistake. Zifa's strangeness has several causes, which God grant you may never experience. She is the hostage who let the children in the gymnasium drink from her own breast. She gave her breast to all who were sitting near her. Later, she squeezed the life-giving liquid out, drop by drop, into a spoon that the children passed around. Zorik will come back and everything will be the same again. Do you know, on September 3rd it was very quiet in the hall. The terrorists had gone off somewhere. There were very few of them with us. We were already crawling over the tripwires. We didn't care about anything by then. I began hallucinating, imagining I was in a coffin. Then I imagined I heard a terrorist calling, Agiyevs, some water has been brought for you. Take it. I must have frightened Zorik, because he crawled away from me. Suddenly Zifa was blown out of the window by the blast of an explosion. Everybody who had been sitting near her was burned to death. Half her face was mutilated. She has had operations, and there are more to come. 4 pieces of shrapnel can't be removed. All these scars and fragments don't matter. What matters is Zorik. When he comes back, we will celebrate his rebirth, she says again and again. How I'll shout, look everybody, Zorik has come back. I won't let him go away ever again. I won't let them bring any of their bags into my house. Zorik is alive. By now she is in desperation. Zorik in a bag? Never. A bag is Beslan you speak for human remains brought from the Rostov-on-Don military mortuary after identification. Zorik's remains haven't been identified, although there are unclaimed remains of boys of approximately his age. What is going on? Zifa by now is quiet and calm, her voice just that of a mother devastated by the loss of her child. When Zorik comes back, I will take him to President Zasakov and President Putin and say, look, this is the angel you made no attempt to save. Then, in a whisper, I shall never eat raspberry jam again. For those first 2 hours we were so afraid. When Zorik shouted, he's killed him, I said, it's just a film they're making. Zorik said, but why is it so real? And what is this running toward us? I said, it's just raspberry jam, Zorik. Marina Kaseva is 31 and lives in the village of Kumilak, a 20-minute drive from Beslan. She lost her husband, Artur, and her son Aslan in the atrocity. Aslan was 7 and a pupil in Class 2A. Marina now has only her daughter, 5-year-old Milena, who is serious beyond her years and never asks where Aslan has gone. She simply refuses to go to nursery, and she used to faint whenever the women in their apartment building began wailing. Aslan's teacher, Raisa Kambulitovna Zaragasova-Kibizova, would later say that Artur was the best father in the class. It was he who insisted Aslan should go to the best school in Beslan, and it was he who did the driving, although he had a job and was also studying. Marina shows me his last piece of coursework, creating writes, for the law faculty of the Pyatagorsk campus of the Russian University of Commerce and Economics. Just one day before September 1st, Artur came back from Pyatagorsk in order to take his son to school himself. Marina was intending to go too, and stayed at home quite by chance. Why did I stay behind? I would have got him out of the gymnasium. Aslan was a loppy-eared, thin,
funny little boy. Everybody loved him. He was very timid, Marina says, furrowing her eyebrows, trying not to cry in front of Milena. Artur was killed almost immediately. They shot him on September 1st when the terrorists took the men away to work on fortifying the building and hanging out explosives. Apparently Artur said, "Do you think I'm going to kill children with my own hands?" And they killed him. Aslan was left in the gym without his father. He crept over to his teacher, Raisa Kambuletovna, and stayed close to her almost to the end, constantly asking, "Where is Artur?" Raisa Kambuletovna is 62. On September 1st, she had been a schoolteacher for 40 years. Could I have imagined that I would spend my anniversary not receiving flowers, but under a hail of bullets? Like many experienced teachers, Raisa Kambuletovna sits very upright and holds her head high, even now when a campaign has started in Beslan, deliberately fomented by the intelligence services and agents from the Procurator General's office, to seek the killers among the teachers who survived. Yes, they're trying to shift the blame onto us, as if to say, they can't have done their duty toward the children if they survived and the children didn't. Don't imagine anyone could have done anything to save anyone. There was nothing to be done, either before the explosion or after it. The duty of the teachers in there was to be an older friend, to set an example and give the children strength. That's exactly what they did until the explosion. After that, there was nothing anybody could do. By September 3rd, everybody was completely dazed, having hallucinations. I tried so hard to protect Aslan, but at the very end, I was unable to save him. On September 1st, we had been among the first to be herded into the gymnasium because our class, 2A, was at the front of the procession, near the school doors. I sat down in the hall in front of my class. At my back were pupils and their parents. The explosives were hanging above me. Artur Kasiev was with his son, like everyone else. The fighters said, "All the daddies come to the front, please." 5 minutes later, they shot them in the corridor. That's how two of my pupils lost their fathers, Misakov and Kasiev. I said to my children, "They won't shoot children." Aslan was lying at my feet and said he was hungry. I did everything I could to feed him. The first evening, there was a young mother next to us with a little child who kept crying. She was rocking him, but he wouldn't stop. At first, a fighter pointed his rifle at her, as if ordering her to keep him quiet. Then he gave a deep sigh and took out a bottle of water. "This is my water. Give it to the child. And here are 2 Mars bars. Get him to suck them through a cloth." The mother was afraid it was poison, but I said to her, "We're not going to get out of this alive anyway. At least let the child quieten down now." She broke off a piece of one of the bars and gave it to the child to suck through some cloth. The remainder, 1.5 of their Mars bars, I hid behind my back. I broke off a big piece for Aslan and quietly gave the rest to the children from my class. The second night, when everybody was terribly thirsty and they weren't letting any of the children go to the toilet, I said, "Just do it on the floor." They relaxed and started doing as I suggested. The boys were given cut-off bottles to pee in. I told them to drink from them. The children didn't want to, so then I drank some of the urine of the oldest pupil, a boy in the 6th grade who had been in my class in the primary school. I didn't even hold my nose, so that the children should see it wasn't that bad. After that, they started drinking it. Aslan too. On the morning of September 3rd, Karina Melikova, a girl in the 5th grade, unexpectedly asked to go to the toilet. They let her out, and her mother, who teaches one of the primary classes, told her to pull some leaves off the houseplants in the office, because they let them go to the toilet in the office where they had broken a hole in the floor. Karina managed to pull off some leaves, hide them between the pages of a notebook, and bring them back to the hall. We gave the leaves to the children, and Aslan ate one that second day. Karina and her mother were both killed. Whose fault is that? I lost Aslan at the very last moment. Immediately before the assault, many people were feeling very ill. Some were lying there unconscious and being trodden on. Taisha Kedigirova, the teacher of Ossetian language, wasn't well. I crawled over to pull her to the wall, to stop her being trodden on, and left Aslan for a moment. And that was it. I didn't hear the explosion or the shooting. The world simply disappeared. I came to when special operations troops trod on me. They just walked over our bodies, and they walked over me too. I began to be able to feel again and started crawling out. There were bodies beside me, piled one on top of another. Why did I survive and not them? Why did 7 of my second-grade pupils die, when I, who am already 62, didn't? And where is Aslan? I see him in front of me every night, creeping toward me like a little mouse. His mother is half dead, I know. I have met her. Marina leafs through Aslan's school books. That has been her main occupation this autumn. She went to the school, rummaged through everything in the office of 2A and found Aslan's books from his first year, and those, unwritten in, that Raisa Kambuletovna had prepared for her pupils entering second grade. For hours Marina reads and rereads the 5 lines from the only annual dictation test her son was destined to sit, the 18th of May. In the garden a wild rose is growing. It has lovely, fragrant flowers. Behind Marina's back as she gazes at these books is a bed on which Artur's favorite things are laid out. An open pack of cigarettes, his student record, his registration card, his coursework, and his portrait. He looks very stern but has thoughtful eyes. Milena is completely silent when she moves in front of the portrait. For the first 2 months, I was completely numb. I didn't go out. I neglected the house. I wanted nothing to do with my daughter. I was completely isolated. I couldn't bear to turn the tap on. I couldn't bear to hear the sound of running water. Why didn't they let the children drink? It angered me that people went on eating and drinking after September 1st. I was going crazy. I still am. Marina shows me a letter that was brought to her home together with a new satchel, charity for Aslan from the school children of St. Petersburg. Why did they have to do that, when everybody knew our son had died? There is a letter from Iruzha, 14. It reads, "You survived those terrible days. You are a hero." There follows an invitation to be pinned friends. How could our address have got onto the wrong list? Marina asks, crying from the hurt caused by this dreadful act of carelessness. The satchel was unbearable. It was just the opposite of what we needed. I understand now that nobody is going to help me. Where is that Putin? Too busy with some drivel to give orders for all the bodies to be identified as soon as possible, those that can be. Then at least some of the parents could be at peace and have a grave to tend. Sasha Gumetsov and Rima Torchinova are the parents of Aza Gumetsova. Sasha is beside himself with grief and self-torment. He cannot sleep at night, blaming himself for failing to save his daughter. He has black rings under his eyes and hasn't shaved for many days. Sasha and Rima are heroically going around Beslan from house to house, trying to persuade mothers and fathers who have buried their children to have the bodies exhumed. At first, of course, we believed that Aza was being held hostage. Gradually, we had to recognize that was not the case. On September 4th, parents were identifying their children by the pants they were wearing, because you couldn't identify them from anything else. They only took charred bodies for DNA identification at the Forensic Medical Laboratory in Rostov, but there were so many that a lot were just left here, unidentified. People took them back to their homes. This is a small town. We don't have any smart boutiques, and many of the children had identical clothes from the bazaar. That's how everything got muddled up. We could see how it happened as we went around the mortuaries ourselves, looking into every bag, examining every little finger. How could you bear to do that? Not a muscle flickers on Rima's face. I told myself, nothing could be worse than what the children went through in that school. I have no right to pity myself, and I don't. Now the only question for us is how to bury our child, how to perform our last duty to Aza. In the mortuary there is the body of an unidentified little girl of a similar age to ours, but she is not Aza. That means that somebody else has our daughter in a grave. It might be the parents of the little girl in the mortuary. We realize, of course, that the chain of who belongs to whom could turn out to be very long. We are only too aware of that. The chain of exhumations? Of course. On the list we were given by the procurator's office, there are 38 addresses of people who might have buried the wrong child. 38 girls of roughly the same age and build died. The main thing is that we are on the right track. If the total number of remains in Rostov and the number of those missing are the same, then it is simply a matter of errors in identification. They have all been found, only they've been mixed up. On September 1st, Aza went to school alone for the first time, without her mother, without flowers, as she and her best friends from Class 6G, who were beginning to grow up, had agreed. One was Sveta Tsoi, a Korean girl, the only child of Marina Park. Sveta the dancer, Sveta the fantasist,
Sveta, the star of the theater of children's fashion. Sveta, who was identified only on September 27th by DNA analysis because her legs had been blown off and her body was unidentifiable. Another friend, Emma Kiva, was brimming with energy. She would make up impromptu poems. When she was running to school in the morning, she always found time to say good morning to all the neighbors and to ask the old ladies along her route how they were feeling. Her parents were lucky. She was killed too, but could be buried in an open coffin. And then there was Aza, the only, adored daughter of Rima and Sasha. Rima didn't go out to work. She gave Aza every opportunity that Beslan had to offer: dancing, singing, languages, societies. I used to tell myself the three of them were people of the 21st century, Rima continues. They were not like us. They had a positive attitude toward life. They wanted a lot. Aza had her own opinion about everything. She was a philosopher. All we now know is that Emma, Sveta, and Aza were at first separated in the gym, but on September 3rd managed to move toward each other. They decided to celebrate the birthday of Madina Sazonova, another of their classmates, and were last seen sitting together right under the window where the wall was blown in to make an opening for the children to escape. I haven't heard of anybody sitting by that part of the wall who survived, Rima concludes. All that is left now is for us to bury Aza. We go round the addresses, working down the list as if it were a job. We try to talk people into agreeing. What respect can anyone have for a state machine that dementedly replicates these cataclysmic events for its citizens? First Nordost, then Beslan. The state refuses ever to admit responsibility for anything, and furtively shuffles off all its other duties too. Should there be exhumations? Leave it to the most vulnerable to worry about that. We will set them against each other, the families who have buried their dead and those who have no dead to bury, and everyone will forget to protest against Zasakov and Putin. They won't demand a genuine inquiry for a long time. They will have other things to worry about. The state has distanced itself from everything that happened at Beslan, abandoning the town to madness in its isolation. Nobody else in Russia wants to know. December 12th. In Moscow, the National Citizens Congress has brought together delegates from every part of Russia. There were hopes that it would turn into a front of national salvation, but that hasn't worked out. The reason is simple. Georgy Satarov and Lyudmila Alexieva, who organized the event, don't want to tread on the Kremlin's toes. Accordingly, sitting up there in the Presidium, they quash excessive criticism of Putin, with the result that, by the end of the sessions, almost nobody is left in the hall. When Garry Kasparov, one opposition leader who actually is beginning to make a mark, came to the rostrum, people shouted, "Kasparov for president." The organizers were so put out by this that they sidelined Kasparov for the rest of the Congress. Center stage was taken by the same old dears, and they reduced everything to a talking shop, shaping a Congress in their own image. The question is, can an extra-parliamentary democratic opposition exist at all at present? If it should come into being, will it be able to keep its head above water in a corrupt society where only those who can lobby the authorities can raise funds from sponsors? Who could sponsor it anyway? Only oligarchs, and given that it is open season for hunting oligarchs, there are no takers, apart from Berezovsky. A financial link with him would send voters fleeing in the opposite direction. There is another problem. Hatred does not work as a platform for parliamentary elections and political struggle in Russia. The Democrats cannot build their campaigning on hatred. What can they build it on if they have no positive ideas? Well, they damned well should have positive ideas. The average life expectancy in Russia is 58 years and 6 months. Why not make the main plank in your election platform a demand to let people live at least to 70? The Liberals and Democrats are approaching the new year of 2005 as political sleepwalkers. In the year since they were trounced in the parliamentary elections, they haven't even managed a realistic assessment of why they were defeated. The dissidents and the Democrats both tried to fool the people for too long into believing that Yeltsin, of all people, was a real Democrat. There came a time when that fairy tale became unsustainable and Democrat became literally a dirty word. People changed the word Democrat to Dermocrat, shitocrat. It became current not only among fanatical communists and Stalinists, but among the majority of the population. The Dermocrats had given Russia hyperinflation, made them lose the savings they had carried forward from Soviet times, started the war in Chechnya,
and presided over the Russian government's currency default. People didn't elect Yeltsin in 1996 because they believed in him, but simply as the lesser of two evils. Not because they believed in his prescription for taking the country forward, but because they feared what might happen if the communists got back in. Government resources were shamelessly exploited. National television stations broadcast only in favor of Yeltsin and were in effect his campaign cheerleaders. People turned away in disgust when they saw how the Democratic parties kept silent about this travesty of democracy. A number of Democrats even stated openly that it was reasonable to sacrifice the truth in order to save democracy. This enthusiasm for sacrificing the truth caught on and became the main force propelling Putin to power after Yeltsin proclaimed him his successor. The Kremlin took control of all television news coverage, with independent stations allowed only to provide entertainment, even when hundreds were being killed in Chechnya. And that was the end of that. The election was based on trickery, fraudulence, and state coercion. The Democrats kept mum, trying to cling to their vestiges of power in the Duma and locally. They forfeited whatever was left of their authority, and the Russian people are now profoundly indifferent to all things political. That is the terrible legacy of 13 years of Russian democracy. December 10th to 14th. An incident in Blagoveshchensk involving 3 masked militiamen and the owners of a local casino, against whom the mayor had a grudge, led to a grotesque overreaction when the deputy minister of the interior of Bashkiria sent in a 40-strong militia special operations unit. Armed with truncheons and rifles, they descended on the main street and started dragging out and arresting any man they found in the cafes and gaming establishments. Those arrested were photographed, fingerprinted, beaten, and forced to sign blank statement forms. After being searched in public, girls were taken to a room on the first floor of the city's Internal Affairs Directorate. The special operations troops lined up at the door, and witnesses state that half a bucketful of used condoms were subsequently brought out. Over the next 4 days, a great many men were beaten up and women raped. Local taxi drivers report that the troops sent them for vodka, and that the screams of girls were to be heard coming from the local swimming pool. The attacks later spread to neighboring villages. There followed a massive official attempt to intimidate witnesses and cover up the reality of what had happened. December 14th. A group of high school and college students belonging to the National Bolshevik Party entered the reception area of the presidential administration in Bolshoi-Cherkassky Lane, barricaded themselves into a ground-floor office and began shouting slogans out the window. Putin, you get out, Putin, sink with the Kursk, and the like. 45 minutes later, through the joint efforts of OMON and the Federal Security Service, they were all brutally restrained. Lyra Gaskova, 22, ended up in a prison hospital with a severe concussion. Yevgeny Taranenko, 23, had his nose broken by the soldiers, and Vladimir Lindu, 23, who has dual Dutch and Russian citizenship, suffered leg injuries.